Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Luffy fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Luffy Got Curse from Wizard. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. To be waking up in some dark alley wasn't something Sabo usually considered weird. As the chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army, he had had his fair share of missions going south. Sees know how many nights he had spent outdoors, even before joining. To be waking up in some dark alley with a pounding headache and two unconscious strangers by his side, when he clearly remembered falling asleep at his desk last night? Now that could enter his definition of weird. Sabo looked around, searching for clues. The street was a narrow and dirty path, and the sky was still dark. The scenery was an unfamiliar one. If not for the salty smell carried by the wind, he wouldn't have guessed that this was a port town. Despite the apparent wounds the two strangers were sporting, some deeper than others, but none requiring immediate attention, there was no trace of blood on the paved ground. As it was, those men had more reasons to fear dying from an infection than from blood loss. If they had taken part in a fight, it hadn't happened here. The pale tiles of the ground were still as pristine as it could be in such a dirty street. No bloodstains, no traces of a fight, nothing. Then how did they end up here? Why was Sabo present? Why couldn't he remember what had happened between the moment he had fallen asleep doing paperwork and now? Why? He heaved a sigh of relief at the weight of his pipe on his back. Calm down. Breathe. Placing his hat back on his head, he quickly checked his surroundings. Bar the few drunks being chased out of the closing bar around the corner, they were alone. And that piece of information didn't sit right with him. Silence never was good news. No town was ever that calm. Sabo had traveled around the globe for the past decade. He knew that there always was noise or people around. Especially this late at night. Unless he had found himself lost on some tiny island with barely any population, he could be in immediate danger. In the wild, silence was synonymous with predator. He could hear his heartbeat fasten as seconds ticked by, blood flow echoing against his eardrums and filling his mind with too many thoughts. Suspicion arose deep within and his guts clenched at the lack of explanation. Usually, one could gather clues and retrace the events that led back to the present, even if they had no recollection of what had happened. However, the street Sabo had ended up in was as blank as his memories. He had never wanted to feel that again. Turning around, he grabbed his pipe and held it steady as he crouched before the two strangers. Despite their respective wounds, they were breathing slowly, only wincing from time to time. They made no sign to wake up, though. What the hell happened? Sabo mumbled. And who are you? Ever so careful, he rolled them over on their sides. Koala and Hack had drilled first aid in his head years ago. It wasn't the first nor last time that it came in handy. Sabo put a knee down and observed them. Something was weird, yet not uncanny. The straw hat wrapped with a silky red band. The familiar dark hair underneath. The curved scar on the too young face. Familiar? Hands trembling, Sabo reached out to the other man and carefully tucked his hair behind his ear. The motion was so mechanical it hurt, his lungs clenching and squeezing his heart so tight it might as well have stopped. Tattoos that seemed out of place and new, despite the slightly fading ink, attesting that they weren't. Wavy dark hair. The sun-kissed freckles, 27, if he remembered right. What? Sabo's heart skipped a beat. Running his hands through his hair and curling in on himself, he tried to ignore his worsening headache. Images kept flashing before his eyes. A forest, no, a jungle, filled with giant animals and numerous adventures. Children laughing, warning him to run faster before some old man caught them. Wait. A junkyard and an angry child. Who? A stubborn kid who never took no for an answer. Too much. A treehouse, a home. Bile rose up his throat. Sabo barely got the time to turn around before spilling out the contents of his stomach. His headache went from bad to terrible. All he could hear was the pain pounding down directly onto his brain, forcing forgotten memories out of their hiding place. Knew they had made themselves comfortable in the nooks and cracks of his mushy brain these past 10 years. Taking deep breaths only amplified the spikes of pain, drilling into his head like it would into resilient cement. Acid took over his taste buds and electricity rolled underneath his tongue. Another wave of nausea hit him, his nails scraping sharply against the wall. You know, you really have the devil's luck, Koala had told him once, and yet, you always screw it up with the worst timing in history. She couldn't have been more right. Well, Koala was always right. Sabo took a deep breath and slammed his head against the wall. Come on, this is just a headache. Think, Sabo, think, he said through gritted teeth as he forced himself up, ignoring the blood running down his face. You don't know where you are, you don't know why you're here, and you don't even know how the three of you ended up together again. Despite his shaking legs, Sabo went to the two he had recognized, Ace, Luffy, and dragged them to the darkest corner of the alley. He ignored his raging headache and burned throat to settle them close to each other with all the delicacy he could muster. He hobbled around the trash, searching for anything he could use to hide them. He wouldn't leave for long, just a few minutes, but he didn't want to take any risk. Not with them. Never with them. What you do know, Sabo went on, talking himself through his plan, ugh, stupid headache. What you do know is that we all have bounties and that none of us could fight back if civilians were to call the Marines. First, we need to hide our identities. Sorry Lou, these cardboards stink, ew. Once he was certain that any passerby would only see a pile of trash in the alleyway, Sabo sat his hat a little lower on his head and hid his presence as much as his migraine would allow. From a few streets away came the song of drunk sailors singing off-key. Pirates, Sabo guessed as he recognized Binks no Sake's chorus. He abruptly took a turn to avoid a wandering man, bitter about the fact that he couldn't just hide his hockey like he usually would. Koala was right, she always was. He did have the worst timing on all 6 Cs. Each step he took echoed in his brain, pain exploding behind his eyes. Shouldn't his headache have subsided by now? Sabo walked faster. He wasn't searching for the perfect disguise. Some dark coats or plain shirts would already be helpful enough to change their appearance. If he could find anything with a hood, that would do. Sabo strutted by yet another shop that only sold fishing gear. It was the 5th one. Was he taking too long? Had someone stumbled upon Ace and Luffy? Had he wandered too far? Stupid migraine. Thoughts rushed through his mind, crashing into each other and never staying for too long. Focusing was an almost impossible task, his sole motivation being to keep Ace and Luffy safe, and hadn't that always been the case? Another storefront. Another filled with fishing gear only. Walking faster, he kept his glances sharp and quick so that no detail would escape him. He pushed through the pain, as he had always done when it came to them, for Ace, for Luffy, his mind chanted. They were in danger and he was to make sure that nothing would happen to them. Not on his watch, not when he had finally gained a handful of memories back. Sabo stopped and a grin finally bloomed on his face. This. Right here. Perfect. Living as a spy for the past 10 years had granted him a fair share of skills, among which one of his favorites, lock-picking. Sabo should have felt guilty for stealing from a humble little shop. However, he was currently obsessed with the idea of keeping Ace and Luffy safe. So much for telling Koala just yesterday that no, he did not have tunnel vision, thank you. First, disguises, Sabo thought as he entered the shop. He tiptoed around the place, gathering items his foggy brain deemed necessary. Sabo was in and out, not even registering what he had grabbed nor how much he ought to have left on the counter. As soon as he had gathered what he had sought, he was back on the street. Second, a doctor. Ace and Luffy will need more than just first aid. Weirdly enough, going back to the alleyway went a lot faster. Maybe it was because he didn't need to check out all the storefronts. Maybe it was because he had run, forgetting all about the stealth lesson the revolutionaries had taught him. But Sabo wouldn't forget basic training, right? Right? Sees, Koala was going to murder him. Well, she's probably already planning to kill me if she's noticed I'm not in Baltigo anymore, Sabo inwardly lamented. Kneeling down by Ace and Luffy's side, Sabo took down the trash shelter he had built and helped them into their new outfits. Luffy's blue shirt was too noticeable, a white one would do. Ace's lack of shirt made it easy to dress him in a black one, hiding his whitebeard tattoo was a must. Sabo also took the time to wrap them in similar hooded cloaks, like the gray one he had picked for himself. Just one more thing. His breath was laborious. Painful, even. But he had to push through. He would push through. For Ace. For Luffy. Look what I found. Sabo took out 3 masks from his BRST pocket with a beaming smile and wheezing lungs. Sure, they had a pretty simple design and would only cover the top half of their faces, but there was a thin, dark veil over the eye holes, and were painted in primary colors. Their colors. One by one, he put the masks on. Red for Ace. Yellow for Luffy. Blue for him. Sabo let out a relieved sigh. Now, he knew that most civilians wouldn't recognize them. Sure, it wasn't easy to stay incognito while wearing such bright colors, but it was better than to have their faces out in the open. Engrossed in his work, he didn't notice the man standing at the end of the alley until he had walked up to him. Who? Black spots danced before his eyes. The floor was a lot closer than before. Why was the floor closer? Had he been attacked? No. No, the man hadn't moved. Not yet. Sabo felt the pounding in his head worsen. He couldn't think straight anymore, couldn't move without immediately wanting to retch and cry out. He would have begged for the pain to stop. He would have. If not for Ace and Luffy. Don't. Pushing through his limits one more time, He ignored the reasonable part of his mind, that sounded strangely like koala, and sat up to shield the two unconscious men. "Don't touch." The stranger didn't move. Sabo gritted his teeth together. "My brothers." And promptly passed out. "Wait. Who's that?" The few men already on deck looked up at the question, turning their gaze to the newcomers. Usually, morning chores were on the quiet side, everyone would be sleepy until the cooks called them for coffee and food in the galley. So when Gaban raised a hand and stopped Odin as he was about to walk by him, everyone paused and watched attentively. The pirate shrugged, holding up 3 unconscious men as well as a few bags of food. "No idea. But, oi, Odin." Shank's young voice rose above that of the crew. He and Buggy stood side by side, chins up and fists on their hips. Shanks pointed an accusing finger at the man. "You can't keep on bringing new people aboard. The captain accepted you and your family. You already brought the cat and the dog too. And now you want us to accept these strangers on board? They're kids." Odin defended with a frown. "And they need to see a doctor. Then bring M to 1, not here." Buggy replied, heat in his eyes. Rayleigh looked at the scene inside. He was too sober for this. Gaban chuckling at his suffering was also not helping. "Can't," Odin announced as he dropped the 3 strangers and bags of food on the ground. "I went around to find us breakfast, and now the Marines are coming this way. Wahahahah. Don't look so proud. How many times do we have to tell you to pay for the groceries, Odin?" While the pair of teens engaged in a yelling match with the samurai, Crocus walked to the 3 stowaways. It didn't take much to see that they were in no shape to fight back. Where had Odin found those kids? He glanced at Rayleigh, waiting for instructions. The first mate sighed for the second time today, and the sun hadn't even risen yet. "Okay, shut up. Now." The deck went silent. Buggy was hanging from Odin's arm, knives in hand. Shanks had wrapped himself around the man's back, biting off his head. And Odin? Well, the man was showing off his brightest smile. Of course he would. "Weigh anchor and get ready for the next island," Rayleigh ordered, annoyed enough that no adult would talk back. But Rayleigh-san, came the twin shouts of the cabin boys. "No. Captain's asleep and I am not waking him for something this dumb. I will not deal with him so early in the day." "I'm surprised as well, Rayleigh," Crocus said as he examined the newcomers, professional as always. "Didn't take you for the type to accept stowaways." The first mate ran a hand through his hair and pinched his nose. "Those 3? They're young, aren't they? And beaten up." The doctor confirmed. "Just his chance. Captain would kick our buttes for leaving them to die after Odin brought M back." "Oh, yeah, that he would," laughed the old man, glasses shining with mirth. "Counting on you to nurse M good, bring those defenseless kids back to life, would you?" A few days later, Silver's Rayleigh would regret ever using the term defenseless. Ace had never been a morning person. Once, Thatch had tried waking him up. He wanted to invite him to get breakfast together out on the deck to watch the sun rise, or some other sentimental sheet that the cook enjoyed. Long story short, Ace had punched him in the nose and burnt off half of his goatee. Honestly, he hadn't even remembered doing so when he had actually woken up a few hours later. Ace had got out of bed as usual, slowly making his way to the galley and sitting among his fellow commanders. None of them had even realized that Ace had no recollection of that morning's event until he had asked Thatch what had happened to his face when the cook had come around with second servings. On days when Marco felt down, Ace liked to remind him of the offended look that had adorned Thatch's face. It never failed to make them smile. So, yeah, Ace was not a morning person. Which could explain why he basically tried to assault an old man. In his defense, Ace woke up in a bed he had not fallen asleep in a room he did not recognize, with some old man he did not know checking his pulse. At least, the assault remained an attempt. The doctor may have been old, but he had no problem tackling Ace back onto the bed. His brain was a mess of mixed signals, dread and relief battling for dominance. He was safe, he wasn't kept in a dark, damp cell anymore. There were no shackles restraining his limbs, no voices threatening to murder him, or worse, before the Marines would execute him. He wasn't on the verge of dehydration and could even tell that he was, for the first time in weeks, laying in an actual bed. Why was he free? Where was he? Had he died? "Not you too," the stranger swore, holding him down. "What is it with you brothers and trying to attack me, Ace froze. "Brothers? Geez, kid, you won't heal if you keep fighting back like that. I've had to redo you kids' bandages 4 times each and you've been here for only 3 days. He complained, finally releasing his hold onto Ace's shoulders. Pushing his glasses back up on his nose, he let out a disappointed, yet relieved, sigh. "Your brother put up one hell of a fight every time I came to check on you." A smile curved the corner of his lips. Luffy definitely tended to get overprotective over the people he cared for. Ace abruptly sat up again. Thankfully, he spotted Luffy before panic could take over his brain. Tucked safely in the bed on his left, the teenager was snoring softly. Ace could only spot a few bandages on his head and neck, and his precious straw hat had been set near his pillow. If not for the 4-line link to him, Ace would have thought Luffy was simply taking a nap. Luffy's okay. Luffy's safe. Wait. Why was Luffy here with him? The old man suddenly slapped the back of his head. I've told you to stay still. DMN stowaways, you're worrying way too much for someone your age. Your brother kept nagging me too, you know? You can't take off our masks you can't look at Hyken's back that. A pain in my butt is what he is. Shaking his head, the doctor missed the moment Ace mumbled a confused, "Hi, Ken," as he crossed his arms over his chest, shirt stretching against tensed muscles. Since when was he wearing a shirt? I'll go tell the captain you're awake. No straining yourself, no taking off your 4, and no getting out of bed, you hear me? That brother of yours needs the rest as well, he kept waking up every time I came by. The old man sighed once more and made his way to the door. Before Ace could snap back at him, the man looked at the bed on Ace's right with an almost fond look. He's a fussy one, that blonde? A cold shiver ran down his spine. My brother. The old man was already out of the room. Has black hair? The door closed and silence wrapped Ace up in a blanket of dread. This wasn't possible. There was no way for him to be there, it was already strange enough that Luffy was here with him. He had to be dreaming, desperately hoping for something, someone, he couldn't ever get back. Luffy and he had had literal hallucinations for years on end, to the point. Even he stopped telling his brother to try and ignore him. Soon enough, Ace had even regretted the nightmares. They had plagued his mind for weeks, but he at least had known that the pain would stop when he would open his eyes. Dreams gave him a hope so cruel he wouldn't have survived the sorrow gnawing at him from deep inside his heart, if not for Luffy's everlasting presence at his side. And when they had started to wake up every morning in tears, heartbroken and mourning someone they hadn't been able to say goodbye to, they had stopped calling it as such, for no dream should make you feel afraid of waking up. Somewhere above him, a door slammed close. Dragged out of his thoughts, he let his eyes drift to his right, ignoring the full body flinch that shook him back into reality. The metal pipe was the first thing Ace registered. It gleamed in a green, almost bluish color. Was it covered in sea stone, or was it simply a trick of the light? Now, the Whitebeard pirate was curious to know. It was also slightly longer than the ones they had had as kids, seemed sturdier, too. Leaning against the side of the bed, the metal pole was taunting him, daring him to look up. And who was Ace to refuse a challenge? With a strangled gulp, gray eyes wandered further up. On top of the bed had been set a hat. A dark, top hat, with a pair of blue goggles wrapped around it the same way Red would a straw hat. There wasn't the shadow of a doubt in his mind, the feeling stopping by for barely a second. But fear? Fear was a lingering one. It hissed at Ace in a primitive way. Don't hope, it would seethe, miracles don't happen. Not to you, never to you. His heartbeat couldn't pick a rhythm. Sometimes insanely fast, sometimes perfectly halted. Fear and hope mixed in him like oil and water would, by forcing them together all while knowing harmony would never be reached. Only chaos and destruction could result from such a blend. Dismissing all the doctor's orders, Ace jerked away from his 4 and jumped onto wobbly feet, only standing up long enough to fall on the bed he had been staring at. Up close, he could see that some details didn't match his memories, his old hallucinations. The hair, for one, was longer, cullier. But it was still the same shade of blonde that had inspired the childish nickname Ace resorted to when he itched for a fight, Goldilocks. The outfit was also similar to the one he remembered, albeit half hidden under a gray cloak and clean bedsheets. The blue mask, however, was new. And so was the nasty scar it failed to conceal. What happened to you, Bo? Ace wondered out loud, unconsciously leaning forward to run his fingers through his brother's hair. There was something wrong with not being able to see his brother's face. Ace wanted to look at him, needed to make sure it was him and not some fake giving him false hope. Pulling on the thin ribbon, Ace peeled the blue mask off. The man stirred at the contact, eyelids fluttering open. Blue met gray and time stopped for a second. Realizing that someone was dangerously close to him, Sabo sat up abruptly and, with a swift jab of the elbow, knocked his brother down on his back. He grabbed his pipe as he blocked Ace's move with his knees, straddling him and pressing his pipe onto his throat. Sabo was panting hard. His breathing was uneven and beads of sweat ran along his jaw. Ace knew that something was wrong, for his brother's hands wouldn't stop trembling. Damn it. Gritting his teeth, Ace rolled them over and disarmed the blonde, who was thankfully still too out of it to put up a real fight. Considering the bruises he could already feel on his throat, He was now certain that the pipe was coated with sea stone. Trying to off your brother now, Bo? Sabo looked like a scared animal ready to fight his way out at any cost. Ace kept his guard up for now. Neither dreams nor nightmares were supposed to be able to hurt someone physically, but on the Grand Line? Anything could happen. Ah? Ace rolled his eyes with a scoff. Finally awake, Sleeping Beauty? Ace? Sabo blinked the remnant of his tiredness away, mouth opening in recognition. You're Sabo, right? He couldn't help but ask, needing confirmation. If it turned out to be a dream, if it turned out to be another hallucination. My brother in all but blood, right? Yeah. Why are you ask? Ace decked him in the face. Seize, that felt good. Where the F were you all these years? Ace growled as he grabbed Sabo's collar, the texture of that stupid necktie way too familiar for his aching heart. How could you let us believe you were dead? Ace, wait. 10 years. 10 years, Bo. He repeated, hands and voice shaking alike. Lowering his head, he ignored the flash of hurt in his brother's eyes. It wasn't fair to corner him like this. Ace knew that. But anger and despair had been boiling deep in his heart for the past decade, and if he tried to bottle it up again, it would consume him whole. Dogra saw you die, shot by that FING celestial dragon, twice. Luffy stopped eating after that, he cried for days. Ace. I cried for you. Ace's voice broke. I cried for my brother. I have amnesia. Sabo shouted, covering his brother's mouth with both hands before he could interrupt him again. Or had. I remember some stuff now, but up until a few days ago I didn't have any memories of my childhood. Ace could feel him tremble. Or maybe that was just him. He pushed Sabo's hands away. There was so much to unpack here. His usual go-to answer was anger, to fight back, to yell and bite until he could bury all of those ugly feelings away once more. Ace stared at his brother for a few seconds, who mirrored him. Both were searching for their words, albeit having never been good at explaining whatever weighed on their mind. He took a deep breath in. Sabo forgot about us? Both men startled at the wobbly voice. Sheet. Luffy? How? How much did you hear? The youngest was staring at them. With wide eyes, hands clutching his hat nervously. He opened his mouth to answer but made no sound. Instead, tears rolled down his face. Scrambling to their feet, they made a beeline for their little brother and forgot all about their fight. Ace couldn't even think of telling Luffy not to cry, as he would have done with a snarl all those years ago, not when he had finally opened his eyes. Not when he had gone quiet. Luffy was not supposed to be quiet. Luffy, please trust me, I forgot everything, not just you, I swear, Sabo pleaded, kneeling before his bed. Ace pressed his shoulder against Luffy's as he sat beside him, listening intently to what Sabo was going to say. That day, when I left, I couldn't stay there anymore. I had to leave Dawn Island, or I never would have been free. Sabo lowered his head, shoulders curving under the weight of his family's expectations and crimes. There was no way that he, Sabo, their brother, the kindest and smartest of their trio, would have come out of this house the same, had he stayed imprisoned in that golden cage for too long. I had hoped that everyone would be focused on the celestial dragon's visit. They couldn't make a fuss, or that would have tainted the noble's reputation. They could not take that risk, Sabo insisted, voice hoarse with despair as he ran jittery fingers through his curly hair. But I hadn't planned for the celestial dragon to shoot my boat. I certainly hadn't planned for them to shoot me twice. Neither Ace nor Luffy acknowledged the shiver that shook them to their core, nor the renewed loudness of Luffy's sobs. Ace closed his eyes and sparks ran over his skin. Sabo, his brother, had to have been so scared, stuck between the darkness of the deep blue sea and the hellish fire on the surface. He had to have felt terrified and hopeless at the realization that he had only escaped one circle of hell to enter another. He clenched his fists tight with hockey, up until his nails left red crescents into his palms. Someone rescued me. Sabo smiled, something akin to respect puffing up his chest. Without them, I wouldn't have survived. They did all they could to heal me, but there were wounds even they couldn't heal. Burn marks that won't fade, and memories that did. Blue blended into pink as Sabo's eyelids fluttered closed, its scorched skin a witness of the price he had paid. Ace almost reached out toward his brothers, fingers longing to soothe the mark. It was terrifying. I was shot on a whim, when all I wanted was to be free. And if my name had not been embroidered into my handkerchief, I wouldn't even have remembered it. All I knew when I woke up was that I couldn't, and wouldn't go back, no matter what. Once more, silence enveloped the brothers. Words were stuck in Ace's throat. If he opened his mouth, there would only be anger spitting out of it. Anger at Sabo's family, at the celestial dragons, at the whole FING world and at himself, for not having gone back to High Town to bring him back home, where he belonged. All he wanted was to find the right words, to comfort Sabo. His brother looked like he would break if the silence went on any longer. He was staring at them, his deep blue eyes wide open and begging forgiveness for something he wasn't responsible for. Yet, Ace knew that nothing he could say would calm him down, for the only emotions he knew to express were wrath and frustration. Thankfully, they weren't a family of many words. So when Luffy wrapped himself around Sabo, hugging him with a cry so sorrowful it broke both of their hearts, they knew that their feelings had been conveyed. "Thank you for being alive," Luffy's tears said. "Thank you for still loving us," Ace's awkward embrace meant. "Thank you for welcoming me home," Sabo's wet laugh answered. "So, what's with the mask thingies?" Luffy sniffed. The youngest had his arms wrapped around both of his brothers, like the elastic anaconda that he was. For once, Ace wasn't complaining. They all needed the proximity. Ace also wouldn't tell any of them that he hadn't even paid attention to his own mask, too focused on the fact that Sabo was alive, as if the fact that he wasn't stuck in a cell deep underneath the ocean anymore wasn't already shocking enough. "What is the last thing you remember?" Sabo asked, uncertain. Ace flinched. Yeah, no, he was not answering that. Not when he had his brothers with him, not when they were safe, by his side, finally reunited. There was no need to tell them about the darkness and shackles, about the loss of a comrade and of a fight. Same as usual, Ace shrugged, as if he hadn't been about to spiral down, inner demons relishing at the thought. Nothing special happened, fell asleep in a place that definitely wasn't here. And it wasn't some nasty back alley either? Ace raised an eyebrow at the question. Luffy, who still hadn't said anything, shook his head. That's where I ended up, Sabo explained as he squirmed in Luffy's hold, worrying his lower lip between his teeth. I'm certain that I fell asleep at my desk. I know I did. But then I woke up in an alleyway and the two of you were there, unconscious and covered in wounds. I got my butt handed to me in a fight with someone from my division and no, I will not talk about it. Ace admitted reluctantly, hoping to nip this conversation in the bud. Got into a fight too, Luffy mumbled and hid his face against Sabo's shoulder, still sniffling. Wasn't in an alley either. Ace could see the cogs turning in Sabo's mind and knew he could count on his brother to solve that mystery. That still doesn't explain the mystery masks, though. Ah, about that. Sabo looked away sheepishly, a stupid smile stuck on his face. Sees, Ace knew that face, it always meant that Sabo had done something both smart and terribly stupid. Luffy and Ace's combined stares pushed him to tell them everything. So he did, explaining how seeing them, right before his eyes, had brought some of his memories back. Ace listened to the way he had thought of hiding their identities and his tattoo in order to protect them. Or to, at least, gain some time if someone were to find them, which had apparently happened, all while experiencing the worst headache of his life. Yet, he didn't doubt Sabo for a second. He, too, would have gone to the same lengths for his brothers. Something still wasn't making sense, though. Wait, why did the old man call me Hiken? Maybe he saw your wanted poster? The Fire Fist epithet suits you, Shishishi. Ah, no, this one's on me too, Sabo let out a heavy sigh, head hanging low. The first time I woke up was after they brought us here and let's just say that, my brain wasn't working at full capacity, okay? And I didn't want to use your real name but then I panicked and that's the first thing that came to my mind. So what, we use code names now. Ace snickered, and he saw Sabo's ears turning pink from embarrassment. I want a super cool mystery name. Luffy beamed, buzzing with energy. You're Lu. They deadpanned. Yeah? But that's not cool. You wouldn't remember any code name anyway, Ace mocked, but you know what? You get to pick Sabo's. Hey, really? Luffy jumped up and down on the bed, a risky feat, since he still hadn't let go of them. Then, Blue. What? And, really, why had they expected Luffy to be original? Lame. Hey! It was Luffy's time to be offended. As long as you remember it, Sabo, Blue, conceded. Now. Footsteps echoed outside the door. Despite the slouched shoulders and relaxed postures, Ace could tell that his brothers were just as on guard as he was. Their eyes twinkled with adrenaline and the taping of Luffy's foot left no doubt that he would run away with them if anyone he deemed a threat walked in. Elastic arms slowly unwrapped from around the brothers until they reverted to their normal length. Ace went to sit between them, protective instinct flaring up. Luffy reached out and grabbed the hem of Sabo's sleeve, still feeling the need to keep him close. They had just got him back, needless to say that they were ready to fight off anyone who would try and separate them. From the corner of his eye, he noticed Sabo give their youngest the slightest of nods, before putting his mask back on and taking both of their IVs out. Experience transpired in his moves, hands going through the motion in a matter of seconds without missing a single step. Ace wasn't sure he wanted to know why Sabo was so used to it. The door opened. No, Captain, I don't know if they're awake yet. The old man from earlier had returned with someone else in tow, careful not to raise his voice in case they were still asleep. However, the sight of the three of them, huddled close together, for free and ready to dart away, made him stop in his tracks. Silence only graced them for a second. "Kid! I gave you instructions. Don't care." Sabo elbowed him. "You fucker," Ace grunted painfully before jabbing his brother right back. Sabo was about to fight back when Ace straightened up abruptly, remembering something. Crossing his legs, he bowed his head down respectfully and smashed his hands on his brother's head so that they would imitate him, delicacy be d'med. "Thank you for taking care of my brothers. They're stupid and I know that Blue nagged you a lot, but they're my family. So thank you for keeping them alive and nursing them back to health, Doc. Duh. Since when did you know manners?" Sabo's glare seemed to say. "I'm hungry," Luffy's pout indicated, their current predicament being the last of his worries. Ace kept his head down until he heard the old man chuckle and step closer. "It's my job, kid. No need to thank me." Grateful nonetheless, Sabo chipped in, showing off his most polite smile as he slapped his brother's hand away. Had Ace not known him since they were 5, he would have fallen for it and missed the interested gleam behind his mask. "Can we bother you just one more minute? Could you perhaps tell us today's date or where we are?" Count on Sabo to gather information the moment he wakes up, Ace thought with a smile. Besides him, Luffy yawned loudly, mumbling about his rumbling stomach, and let his head rest against Ace's shoulder once again. Seize, Ace had missed him, no matter how clinging the little sheet could be. Wrapping an arm around his shoulders, he made sure that their youngest was comfortable before looking back up again. "No. Come on kids, don't worry too much. You can stay, till you're fully healed," beamed another voice, cheery like a child, yet deep like the sea. "You're welcome to hitch a ride, at least until the next island." "No way. Captain," the doctor pinched the bridge of his nose, pushing his glasses further up. "You realize you didn't answer any of their questions, right?" No. Neither of the men realized that he actually just did. The long, red coat. The matching hat. The mustache. His mere presence in the room told them exactly where, when, they had ended up. Wahahahah. Sorry, Doc. Boys, welcome on the Oro Jackson, best ship to ever navigate the Grand Line. The man laughed as he slapped the back of the doctor with too much force, stepping forward and holding a hand out in a greeting. "I'm the captain, Gold Roger." Ace stared at the hand before him. And bit it. While Luffy had only been awake for 20 minutes, he had already gone through a myriad of feelings. "Let go, you idiot." His tears of relief from seeing Sabo again, alive, he's alive, had turned into mirth at the sight of Ace biting off some guy's hand. The blonde was half yelling, half laughing at their brother, trying to stop him from amputating the man. It was a risk. The pirate whined in pain and childishly complained to his friend, yet made no move to retaliate. Luffy's instincts assured him that this man wouldn't hurt them, that it was safe and strong. And not a threat, never a threat, like Gramps, to laugh and relax around him. "Hyken, stop this or seize help me I'll make you." And laugh he did, his fits of giggles so powerful that he fell down from the bed, arms wrapped around his stomach. Ace shouted a few colorful insults that Dayton had accidentally taught them and Luffy cackled loudly and freely, bursts of laughter making his abs hurt. "You can't just bite people's fingers off. I'll do whatever the F I want and you can't stop me. Brother or not I can still kick your stupid little flat butt." And here it is. A brand new problem to argue about. Still lying upside down, Luffy watched them fight and bicker with a smile on his face. Now that was home. "Will you two stop?" intervened the other man, hitting them on the head. "Don't make me regret healing you, kids." The two stowaways quieted down and, as he sat up on the bed, Luffy noticed a pout on both of their faces. "Shishishi, s." He slapped both hands onto his mouth, eyes going wide. They had secret names now, he couldn't use their real ones. Blue and Hyken are in trouble. "Shishishi. Shut up, Lou. Gee, kids, where do you find all that energy?" The doctor growled, and Luffy knew he was a doctor because he had the same white coat that Chopper sometimes wore. Bent forward at the waist and with his hands on his hips, he reminded Luffy of Nami when they played too close to the tangerine trees on Sunny. The teenager immediately straightened up, even though he wasn't the one being scolded. He did have some survival instincts. Sometimes. Before them, the doctor went on and ranted about something? Their health, perhaps? He was talking with his hands and slapping the back of Ace's head with narrowed eyes every time he tried to bite the other man again. Luffy wasn't really listening, too busy picking his nose and staring at the guy. Something about him was familiar. Maybe it was the weird beard, shaped like an upside-down smile? Or the weirdly shaped hair. Was that even hair? It looked more like a flower, although some petals were missing. Could you have a bald spot when your hair was part flower? Luffy crossed his arms and pursed his lower lip out with a pout. Thinking was hard. And why did you kids take off your IVs? You do realize you could do more damage then. He narrowed his eyes at the doctor, face slowly turning red from the strain he was putting on his brain. Where had he seen this man before? Ayawa! Luffy's scream startled everyone in the room. He jumped up on the bed and pointed at the doctor. Flower Man. Crocus, you know the kid. The man Ace had bitten turned to his friend and mirrored Luffy's pose, blinking. You're Flower Man. The teen launched himself at the old man, laughing as he crashed into him. Luffy ignored the doctor's yelp altogether and held him tight, like a koala would a tree. Shishishi. It's been a while. What are you doing here? Is this what the inside of your house looks like? Oh. How's Laboon doing? Is he outside? The old man froze, staring back at the kid who was still hugging him with a raised brow. You know Laboon? Of course, he's my friend. Who the F is Laboon? Ace whispered behind them, Sabo answering with a non-committal noise. I've missed him. I'm gonna go see him. Shishishi. And just as quickly as he had launched himself at the doctor, Luffy dashed out of the room. Laboon. Luffy ignored the exasperated, worried, always worrying, yells of his brothers, too ecstatic at the idea of his friend being here. Now if only the others were there too. Despite not knowing the ship's layout, he easily found his way out to the deck, slamming the door open with too much force. From the pitiful whine the hinges let out, it would probably not close on its own anymore. Well, that's what shipwrights were for, right? Right. Laboon. A gentle breeze greeted him, salty air brushing against his face in a homey embrace. Welcome back, hello again, hi. With a grin stretching his lips, Luffy rushed over to the railing, almost falling overboard when he latched onto it. The whale was nowhere in sight. Actually, the only view that greeted him was that of the ocean stretching to the horizon. Deep blue sea and deep blue sky extending as far as the eye could see. Weird. Wasn't there supposed to be big mountains where Laboon was? And a lighthouse. There had been a lighthouse last time, hadn't it? Where am I? Luffy wondered out loud with a tilt of the head, frowning and setting his hands on his hips. Maybe if he stood there like Nami did when looking at the sea, he would understand where he was, like she always did. She always knows, she must know where everyone is. Where is she now? It didn't work. Lou! Sabo caught up to him, panting hard. The blonde fussed over him like the mother hen that Luffy remembered from their childhood, patting his face, shoulders and waist to check for any new wound. Once he was certain that he was okay, Sabo let out a relieved smile, and punched him on the head. It was a pale imitation of Gramps' fist of love, but it still hurt, okay? How many times did we tell you not to run off like that? But I want to see Laboon. Ace's fist met the top of his head as well, making Luffy cry out in pain for the second time. He was made of rubber, it wasn't supposed to hurt. Why did it hurt? Who's that? I sure didn't meet them when we met in Alabasta. Laboon's an island whale, the doctor answered. From the way he was leaning against the door frame, he had given up on getting some sense into them. For now, at least. He usually stays with me at Twin Cape. If you ever went through Reverse Mountain, you may have seen him. Why isn't he here? I wanted to see Hyam, Luffy complained as he slumped down against the railing, lips pursed in a childish pout and eyes set on the horizon. Laboon. Shall we assume that we are past Reverse Mountain? Sabo asked with a tilt of the head. And a tip of the hat. Welcome to paradise, first half of the Grand Line. The captain announced with a booming voice. We're on our way to. Shut up, old man. No one asked you. Ace bit back, sans teeth, this time. Oi. Watch your mouth, you dumb stowaway. Oh, these voices were new. Luffy turned back to look at the newcomers. They seemed younger than him, yet just as loud as he was. He crossed his arms over his chest and tapped his foot slowly. The red hair was familiar. The blue picking out of a beanie too. Luffy narrowed his eyes and felt his face heat up as he summoned his 2 remaining brain cells. C's knew he was making them work hard today. Their names sat on the tip of his tongue. Meat tasted better than half-forgotten names, that was for sure. I'm hungry, Luffy thought as he rested his hands over his now grumbling stomach. Why should I watch my? Sabo grabbed Ace in a headlock and slammed his hand over his mouth. He probably didn't want him to start a fight, again, always, Ace always fights, but Luffy smiled at the idea. Wouldn't a fight be fun? Please forgive him, he's still disoriented, Sabo explained without letting go of his brother, smiling despite the obvious annoyance on his face. And he has no manners. He's a disrespectful but is what he is. The red-haired boy straightened up with a hand on the hilt of his sword, eyes narrowed. Beside him, his friend held 2 knives up and gritted his teeth so hard Luffy could hear them creak. The 2 of them were tiny. Putting them on top of each other would probably be the only way for them to look Ace or Sabo in the eyes. This sight hit Luffy with a wave of nostalgia. None of the brothers had had their growth spurt until late into teenagehood, which had always caused everyone to underestimate them until they charged in, wielding broken pipes and cackling like madmen. However, it was neither the insult nor the weapons that actually got his attention. Anger erupted in his mind. There, sitting on top of messy red hair, was his precious straw hat. That's mine. Luffy didn't even think before he stretched his arm out to grab his treasure, rubber hand gripping tight. Hat. Whipping his limb back, he turned it around and over a few times, checking it for any new tear. Hey! The straw shone bright under the sun, good as new, safe. It was in an even better state than he remembered. Heaving a relieved sigh, Luffy pressed the hat over his head and... Why did he already have a hat on? Luffy blinked, lips pursed inward at the realization. Looking back at it, he did have his treasure with him back in the infirmary. This one, no matter how similar, didn't belong to him. Oops. He extended his arm back to the teenager and put the hat back where it belonged, gently patting his head for good measure. Sorry. I thought for a second that it was mine, shishishi. Luffy smiled as his limb snapped back in place. He kind of wanted to be friends with the cabin boy now, they had matching hats. The kid had to be a great guy. MH? Why was everyone looking at him? Damn it, Lou, Ace grumbled beside him, pinching the bridge of his nose despite the mask sitting on top of it. Whispers arose around the deck, pirates exchanging uncertain glances. Some looked like their jaws were about to fall on the floor. Even the doctor took his glasses off to rub at his eyes, disbelief written on his face. How? His arms stretched? The boy with blue hair yelled, head jumping up in the air. That's so cool. The red hair screeched back, voice 2 octaves higher than earlier as he grabbed his friend's shoulders and shook him, undeterred by his friend's floating head. That's not the point here. Oh. He bumped his fist into his other hand. 2 brain cells finally crashed into each other, the collision igniting a spark of understanding. You're red nose guy. It's been a while. The stream of swears that came out of the teen's mouth was more creative than any jab Zoro and Sanji had ever come up with during their daily bickering. If not for his friend physically holding him back, Buggy would already have thrown his knives at Luffy's face. The Straw Hat guffawed at the reaction. Shishishi, it's been a while. Buggy, you know this weirdo? The other asked, judgment and snark bleeding through his tone in equal measure. Of course not. Luffy whined. Pouting, he set his arms akimbo and puffed his cheeks up. Of course you do. Are you still mad because I kicked your butt last time? Suddenly, he found himself with the tip of a blade pressed against his throat. Luffy didn't budge, childish disappointment still shaping his features. Although the adults on deck had all gone silent and stiffened at his question, neither Ace nor Sabo had moved. Safe, no need to worry if they are not. You heard Buggy? Cold fury boiled under a straw lid, sharp eyes set on Luffy's. A second ago, the red hair had found his powers cool, now, he was ready to take his head off. Kid knew who, to prioritize, Luffy would give him that. Shanks? Oi, what are you doing? Buggy whisper yelled in a high-pitched voice, now having to be the one stopping his friend from committing murder. Luffy's answer died on his lips. Shanks? This tiny little thing was Shanks. Was this really supposed to be the man who had motivated him to become the Pirate King? But the kid couldn't even wear his sword on his hip like a proper swordsman, he couldn't even button his shirt all the way up yet. Oh, well, Ace has never been able to do that either, Luffy mused. Shanks? Luffy repeated, mouth gaping like a fish out of water. Shanks? That brat is. He's. Sabo gestured at the teen, looking between his brothers for confirmation. Like, Shanks. Now that you say it. He does look like the old man, Ace hummed and rested an arm over Luffy's shoulder, leaning on him. The way he nonetheless pushed the sword away from his brother's neck with a single finger proved that he had yet to lower his guard. Still, if I were you, I would think twice before threatening my little brother. AC. Hiken, it's fine. Even if he's pint-sized now, it's Shanks. Luffy retorted, as if that simple fact explained it all. You can't bully Shanks. Why do they keep repeating your name like that? Buggy panicked. I don't know. Ace didn't care for whatever the teens were saying, though. Luffy could see a vein pulsing on his brother's forehead, a telltale sign that he strongly disagreed with whatever he had just heard. I will fight whoever I want. Especially if they're threatening you. I can fight on my own. I'm strong and... No you're not. You're still a brat. And you're an idiot. Oh it's on you little. Both of you shut up. Sabo's pipe hit them on the head, sending both brothers face first into the floorboard. It hurt. It hurt almost as badly as Gramps' fist of love. Blue. What the F dash? The metal pole struck Ace's forehead this time, sending him back on the ground. Luffy blinked at the scene, hands still cupping the top of his head. There would be a bump, wouldn't it? Not as big as when Nami caught him trying to steal tangerines, but still big enough to serve as a reminder not to anger Sabo. Can you not start a fight every 2 seconds? Sabo shouted back with his pipe pointed at Ace, threatening to literally beat some sense into him. You're both stupid. Here I thought that you had actually learned some manners. Hey. I did. Yeah. He asked Makino. And what would Makino-san think if she saw you attack the very people who saved our buttes? DMN, why did Sabo always had to make sense? Being reasonable was boring, but he did not want to disappoint Makino. She had taught them not to be ungrateful brats, Gramps' words, not hers, never hers, and had always praised them when they did good. Jumping back up on his feet, Luffy kept a hand on his hat and bowed down, bent at the hips. Sorry for starting a fight. I guess? Well, at least you tried, Sabo sighed, a smile tugging at his lips, even as he nudged Ace. Come on. You too. No. I'll hit you. I swear I'll do it. Why should I? The brat threatened Lou. He's just a brat. You. Ugh. Sabo ummed painfully and fell to his knees. Blue. The two were back at the blonde's side in no time. His jaw was clenched tight and so were his hands, leather gloves squeaking at the strain. Despite his noble-like attire, completed by both his coat and the new cloak, Sabo was shivering, sick, no, not Sabo, not when he just came back. Blue, what's going on? Does your head still hurt? Do you need a doctor? Somehow, even Luffy knew that he sounded too young, his voice too soft and eyes too wide. The youngest clung onto Sabo's coat with much more delicacy than when they had just woken up, careful not to hurt him. Ace was tense, muscles strung as if readying himself to fight anyone who would come close. This time, he wouldn't stop at biting. Blue? Ace repeated without looking away. Just a headache, Sabo mumbled as he forced a smile back on his face, before resting his cheek against Ace's shoulder. The oldest wrapped an arm around his shoulder just like he used to comfort Luffy during their teen years. The blonde froze for a second and Luffy's breath caught in his throat. Why was he surprised? Why did he not expect comfort? Why? Oh. 10 years ago, Luffy had been the only one asking for physical affection. Back then, his brothers had never been strung on showing their love through touches or words. But here was the thing. It was before the unfairness of the world took one of them away. Before Sabo's presence and care had been carved out of their life, ripped away ruthlessly and leaving his brothers craving the love and hope he embodied. Ace had still been a tiny being made of spite and fury, and had yet to redirect his anger away from Luffy. Only after had he started to allow more and more hugs from his brother. Up to the point where he started to open up as well. He would give Luffy piggyback rides through the forest after rough fights and, after a year of being the sole focus of Luffy's love, had even started to initiate affectionate gestures. Ace would wrap an arm around Luffy's shoulder after catching a big prey or grab his hand to keep him close while roaming the streets of Hightown. Nowadays, he didn't even hesitate anymore to smother his little brother in warm embraces. Reality caught up to Luffy and he felt like he was drowning all over again. Their brother hadn't been here long enough to experience Ace's affection. Memories, Sabo mouthed silently, interrupting Luffy's panic. Ace's frown deepened and he brought the blonde closer. Of course your head hurts. Crocus finally snapped. Stomping closer with his fists clenched by his sides, he ignored Ace's protective snarl altogether and went down on one knee before the trio. Good, a great doctor, who cares, like Chopper. You should still be in bed. All three of you should. We are going to follow Doc's orders. A deep voice cut in. Luffy looked up to see a blonde swordsman with a weird, cagey goatee staring them down. The man had subtly stepped in between them and the cabin boys. Threaten one of us one more time and I won't hesitate to throw you overboard. Ray, you can't do that, they're kids. The captain complained, smart enough to keep his distance. Don't care, the man replied, hand on the hilt of his sword. So this was who Shanks got the habit from. Apparently they can fight and we agreed to help them but I sure ain't letting them threaten. Are you old men Rayleigh? The awe in Luffy's voice caught them all off guard. Startled, the swordsman found himself at a total loss for words. What happened to your hair? And what are you doing here? And, Lou, you know that guy too? Sabo's voice wobbled in the same funny way Ace's had when he had gone through PBRTY. Yeah, he saved me. Shishishi. Relieved and reassured, Luffy crossed his legs and sagged against his brothers. The now not-so-old man was fine. He had made it out okay, alive, and escaped the hellish battle. And wasn't that a relief? Maybe his crew was okay too. Luffy didn't want to lose him too. Despite not having known him for long, he liked the man. Rayleigh was strong, but not arrogant. Hardened by life, but still a dreamer. I'm glad you're okay, old man Rayleigh. Straw Hat declared with a gentle smile, jumping up and down after peeling himself off of Sabo's side. Are you going on an adventure again? Where are you going this time? Are you going to gamble all of your money again? Kid, how come you already know half of my crew? Luffy looked at the captain and shrugged, picking at his nose. The yellow mask made it itch even more than usual. I don't know you, though. Somewhere on his left, Sabo and Ace made a choking noise. Without missing a beat, they burst out laughing. No, that wasn't quite right. Ace was giggling. Maybe they did need to go back to bed? The captain and his first mate roared with laughter, whether it was at his ignorance or at the crew's offended gasps, Luffy couldn't tell. Didn't care much either, honestly. Which could also explain why the captain's booming voice echoed around him, but his words went through one ear and out of the other. Although the crew was yelling and encouraging whatever the pirate had said, it all went over his head. Ace, however, looked ready to pounce. A grin stretched his lips again. Once, back when they still wandered through Grey Terminal, a thief had been stupid enough to say that Ace was all bark and no bite. Luffy often wondered if these teeth marks were still there. Still don't even know your names. Shanks's angry voice drew him away from memory lane. Who the hell are you? I'm Lu. Two Hands slapped his mouth shut before he could finish with his signature, and I'm going to be the Pirate King. Did it stop Luffy from trying to talk? No. Did he think his brothers were total killjoys? Absolutely. Lu. He's Lu, right? Sabo insisted with a manic smile. You can call me Blue, and the grumpy one over there is Hyken. I'm not grumpy. Ace complained with a growl, immediately proving his sibling's point. It's EW. Lu, stop licking my hand, that's disgusting. Shishishi, ack. Don't wipe that on my face. Sorry Lu, but he's right. Needless to say, Luffy did not appreciate Sabo taking a leaf out of Ace's book and cleaning his hand over his face as well. Why were they always bullying him? That was younger sibling abuse. Oh, for FS sake, Rayleigh mumbled, jaw clenching in annoyance. I'm definitely throwing you three overboard. You're aware that it's obvious that these names are fake, right? Buggy piped up from behind the first mate, shaking on his knees. And yet they do the job just fine, Sabo remarked, fake politeness back in his voice. We cannot afford to let anyone know of our identities for now. Hiding our names appears to be a requirement that we cannot bypass. What? Got beef with the government or something? Rayleigh joked, the ghost of a smile finally showing on his face. Sabo tipped his hat and his grin turned vicious. You could say that, yeah. Wahahahah. I like your guts, kid. The captain laughed, leaning on his first mate's shoulder and immediately yelping as the latter stepped on his foot. It's always great to meet another fella who likes to mess with these idiots. Luffy watched as Sabo managed to joke about his dislike, hate, resentment, rightful hate, of the world government while slapping Ace's mouth shut every time the captain answered him. Leaving the boring socializing to his brothers, Luffy let his attention drift around. It was weird to be on such a huge ship. There were crewmates all around, and a lot more white noise than he was used to. Even if the crimson sails were cool, the rest of the ship was nowhere near as great as the Thousand Sunny, certainly not as original. Well, Luffy did have the best shipwright. His stomach grumbled once more and the corners of his mouth dropped like someone had tied Zoro's weights to them. When was the last time he had eaten? How many meals would he have to compensate for? Oh, how he missed Sanji's food. He should have packed an emergency lunch, or stuffed his shorts pockets with bits of meat. Perhaps he should ask Usopp and Frankie for a special, refrigerated bag so that he could always have fresh meat with him? Or, a big spot of white near the railing caught his attention. What was that? Some huge machi? Maybe this crew did have emergency snacks scattered around the deck? Now that would be smart. While his brothers talked with the captain and first mate, well, Sabo was doing the talking, and Ace was being kept from expressing his thoughts out loud, Luffy made a beeline for the giant machi. A few people tried to stop him, hollering at him when he simply dodged them. There was no keeping him away from a mystery snack. Somewhere behind him, Sabo was still using his I'm polite and not at all buttering you up for intel voice. Thank you again for the medical ATT. Wah-wah-wah. Luffy's yell put all conversations on hold. Again. Lu, what happened? The furry machi just meowed. The what? Ignoring all the weapons that had been drawn out in surprise and pointed at him, Luffy spun around and held the creature high up above his head. The furry machi meowed when I picked it up. Luffy shouted, eyes filled with stars and wonder. His name is ... Actually, Shanks offered casually, lowering his sword. Why are you telling him? Buggy yelled. Why not? Look how big he is. Luffy gaped and hugged the, admittedly, fat cat to his chest. Arms wrapped under the animal's front paws, he rushed back to his brothers with a beaming smile. The cat yawned, unbothered. Licked his paw peacefully, cleaning his tricolored fur. Carefully. Luffy loved it too, all white, with orange and black patches randomly placed over his body. It was pretty rare for calico cats to be males, if Luffy remembered right. Makino had fed one just like this, back when he was still living in Fusha village, years before he even met Shanks or his brothers. He had followed the feline around for weeks on end, fascinated by how free the animal had been. The cat had roamed around without a care, going from enjoying the scraps Makino gave her, to joining fishermen on their boat for a day or two. And no matter how many times Makino or the mayor told him the cat's name, Luffy had stubbornly been calling his new friend Calicat. A rough, calloused hand ruffled his hair. Luffy looked up to see Ace smile back at him, anger replaced by fondness. He is quite big, Sabo admitted with a grin that fell a second later when he tried to pet the animal and barely escaped a sharp set of claws. Hey! Lou called you fat too and you let him hold you. Shishishi. I like you too, Furimachi. Luffy giggled as he hugged the cat tighter, rubbing his cheek against the top of the cat's head. Dot's an old fella, Rayleigh explained, tone much softer than earlier. Bugs and Shanks named him when they were, 3? 4? Explains why the name's so lame, Ace snickered in a low voice. This remark got him to almost get bitten, finding himself on the other side of the aggressive jaw. It was amazing, to Luffy at least, to witness an old, fat cat hold his own against his brothers. What the hell? You dumb cat. Shishishi, Hyken and Blue lost against Furimachi. I'm surprised. Hasn't hit you yet, the captain mused, rubbing his chin and looking greatly entertained. He usually doesn't let strangers pet him, even less so hold him. Dot's green eyes looked up at Luffy, unbothered. The boy knew, in the same way that he knew that the sea was a nice lady, or that he knew to trust Ace and Sabo and his crew, that the feline would not hurt him. Not even if he were to annoy him during one of his naps or buried his face into his fur to enjoy its softness. Luffy wondered if would like to join his crew? Anyway. Crocus barked at them. Quick as lighting, the old doctor pinched Sabo and Ace's ear and tugged. Hard. You kids need to rest. No offense, Doc, Ace said through gritted teeth as he gently batted the man's hand away, but we. Out of the blue, Ace's voice dropped and so did his body. If not for Luffy and Sabo's reflexes, the oldest would have crashed onto the floor. As it was, he had already ended face first into the ground enough today for his brothers to take pity on him. Even though Luffy had grown accustomed to it, and having to catch Ace before he fell face first onto the ground had greatly helped train his aim, he was surprised to see that Sabo still reacted as quickly as before. Some habits never died, Kid, are you okay? Crocus. Did the kid just drop dead? Calm down, Roger. He's still breathing. See, Koala, I am not the one with the worst timing, Sabo muttered as he readjusted his hold onto his brother. Another fit of giggles bubbled up Luffy's throat. Ace had always fallen asleep at the worst possible times. Hell, even Gramps had better timing than that. There was no doubt that Luffy was greatly enjoying the sight of Ace being carried like a bag of potatoes on Sabo's shoulder. Something warm made Luffy's heartstrings play a sweet, comforting melody. The last time they had seen Sabo, the boy could never have held Ace up this easily. He could have given him a piggyback ride, perhaps, but it was impressive to see how strong the blonde had become. Luffy was so proud of him. Hurry! Bring him to the infirmary and... Please calm down, Doctor. He's okay, Sabo placated, nodding at Luffy to follow him. We're used to this, just like we're used to Lou's powers. I'm a rubber man. Luffy proudly announced. He tugged on his cheek and let it snap back in place with a laugh before readjusting more comfortably in his arms. He's a what? The captain gasped, eyes shining with renewed interest. So that's how he stretched his arm, Buggy mumbled, nodding along with Shanks. A rubber man, Sabo confirmed. And he sure isn't the weirdest thing I've seen on the Grand Line. Usopp and Chopper fought a gun that had eaten a demon fruit once. Luffy added seriously. But I didn't see it because I was fighting the Sandman. Confused whispers arose among the crew. What? Who the hell is he talking about? Wait, did he say that a gun ate a demon fruit? Isn't that too far-fetched? Are we just gonna gloss over the fact that the kid is made of rubber? Not bothering to wait for new questions to be directed his way, stubborn, hot-headed, Sabo and Ace are just as stubborn, the blonde made his way back to the infirmary with Ace on his shoulder and Luffy on his heel. Keeping tight against his chest, Luffy looked around as they walked further down in the ship's bowels. He already missed the fresh air and the ocean smell, but Ace had never liked being stared at when he woke from one of his sleep attacks, as Luffy called them. A soft meow broke the silence and Luffy whined back at his new friend. I knew. I'm hungry too. Sa. Blue, I'm hungry. I know, Lu. But our priority right now is hiking, so bear with it a little longer, okay? Stepping in the infirmary, Sabo made a beeline for the bed to lay Ace down gently while Luffy blocked the door with a chair. Made a rumbling sound of protest and jumped down, following after the blonde. Sabo raised an eyebrow at the cat, who knew what this beast could do. However, the feline simply purred as he rubbed his head against his leg before joining Ace on the bed and settling himself on top of his chest. Was smart. Ace was the best personal heater on board. Come over here, I'm going to check your bandages while Hiken's asleep. But I'm Fiian. Luffy complained, although he immediately jumped onto the bed to sit by Sabo's side. I want to go home. I need to make sure that my crew is okay. Let's go back when Hiken wakes up. Lu, do you not know of the situation we're in? We're on a pirate ship. Okay, but when are we? Today, duh. The room was silent enough for Luffy to hear his brother's disbelief. Needless to say that the way Sabo grabbed a pillow and muffled a scream in it helped a little. Sabo looked up and, despite the decade that has passed, proved that he still knew how to deliver his "oh this is going to take forever" look. Luffy had grown accustomed to this face as quickly as he had learned to ignore it. After having been solicited so many times today, his brain cells deserved the rest. Lu. Two hands settled on his shoulders. We time traveled. From what we've seen so far, we are aboard Gold Roger's ship, so we are at least 21 years into the past. I don't know why we're here and I certainly don't know how to go back to our current era. Oh, okay. Wait. No way. Yes way. Did seeing Shanks as a scrawny teen not ring any bells? Sabo yelled back, shaking Luffy back and forth. Oh. So that's why Shanks had been so small. Luffy set his hands on Sabo's shoulders, imitating him and narrowing in eyes, attempting to think. Maybe someone set a wizard off. What are you? Are not going to follow orders from anyone stupid enough to follow this man. Ace suddenly yelled as he sat back up, only to freeze when hissed at him, just as angry, and sleepy, as the pirate. Where am I? The infirmary, Luffy dismissed with a wave of the hand. Hey AC, No, Hiken, did you PSS a wizard off? What? No. Where did that even come from? But if I didn't PSS a wizard off, and you didn't PSS a wizard off? Sabo opened his mouth to protest. It however stayed this way for a few seconds, no sounds making it past his throat. After what seemed like forever, the blonde finally let out a nervous chuckle. Wait, did I PSS a wizard off? You what? It wasn't intentional. Sabo yelled with his hands raised defensively. I didn't even think he was said. I went on a mission on some weird, and I mean New World level of weird, island inhabited by wizards and druids. There was this guy, high as a kite but pretty chill. He said he wanted to thank us and that he had a gift for me. And you accepted? Ace was baffled. Even stopped grooming himself to stare at the blonde, tongue sticking out. What are you, 5? Was it meat? No, Lu, it wasn't meat, Sabo scoffed at his brother's pout. Look, he was weird and I just wanted him to leave me alone, so I shook his hand. And then his eyes glowed gold and he talked about me being destined for some great things but that it would come at a great cost if I didn't start being more honest. It was creepy as hell, so I nodded politely and left it at that. So, you ran away. I did not. Sabo spluttered indignantly. Take that back. You did. Hey Blue. Lu, stop interrupting people. I didn't know you also kept your Viver card in your hat, Luffy said, refusing to acknowledge his brother's reaction. He pointed at the thin piece of paper sticking out from under Sabo's goggles. It's going to fall though. The blonde took his hat off and frowned at it like it had personally offended him. I don't have a Viver card. A mystery paper it is, then, Luffy nodded wisely, convinced he made perfect sense. Like the one in Ace's pocket. The oldest's breath hitched for a second and he patted at his shorts frenetically. As a matter of fact, he did find a similar paper awkwardly tucked into one of his pockets. Luffy yawned loudly and went to rub at his eyes, but his mask prevented him from doing so. Ugh. How long would they have to wear these? Suddenly, 4 hands were grabbing at his face and pinching his cheeks as hard as humanly possible. When did you notice these papers? Ouch 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 ouch. Stay off, it hurts. Luffy whined, not even questioning how his brothers managed to make his face hurt when he wasn't supposed to feel pain. I am when we walk up. And you didn't tell us? It's just some paper with a lame poem. Sabo let go of his cheek with a loud snap, realization written on his face. Lu, how do you know that? Do you have one too? Yeah, of course. Ace's expression mirrored Sabo's. The oldest of the trio finally let go of Luffy, only to hit him straight on the head. Luffy was almost starting to miss Gramps' fist of love. Almost. Frantic, Sabo grabbed the square sheet of paper that Luffy had kept crumbled up in his pocket. He set each note down onto the bed covers and Ace leant in closer, trying to make sense of the words. Not only was reading not fun, but reading wizard poetry was Luffy's own definition of agony. I hate wizards. Ace announced with a nod, certain of this new fact. None of this sheet makes any sense. Told you so. Poem wizards are boring, Luffy insisted. I'm hungry, can we eat now? Come on, I want meat. Hell no. I'm not accepting any of their food. Ace growled and Sabo had to snatch the papers away before he burnt them to ashes. There was something here, something more than Ace's usual anger. Luffy couldn't quite pinpoint what it was. Still, he hadn't seen Ace be so aggressive, so willing to fight and burn the whole world since before. No, they were fine, alive, and together again. Luffy stood up without a word, startling both of his brothers. He grabbed the sheets and pillows of the bed they had slept in and went to create a comfortable nest in the farthest corner of the room. Before they could ask what this was about, he stretched his arms and grabbed their wrists. They immediately understood and he grinned, fishing them to his side like unwilling sea kings realizing too late that they had taken the bait. He answered their swears with a booming laugh, hooking his arms around theirs to keep them close and force them to sit by his side. They were together. It wasn't like before, would never be like that ever again. Sleepover time. Ace scoffed and, despite his apparent anger, threw a blanket at his face. Eventually, he relaxed enough to lean against Luffy as they heard Sabo laugh at their antics. It would be like the old times. The treehouse had been their house, a safe haven from the atrocities and cruel loneliness of the world. It had been the one place where nothing, nobody, could harm them. On his right, Ace yawned and settled himself comfortably, ready to conk out. For all of their confident bravado and loud behavior, Luffy knew that they would be dead to the world for a few hours the moment they closed their eyes. No matter what people believed, Luffy could see through their lies. As if he wouldn't notice what made his brothers wince in pain. Ace's back looked stiff every time he moved his arms, like he had grown and used to the motion, stuck in one position for too long. Sabo, for his part, would hiss when it got too bright, smile convincing enough to fool strangers, but not his brothers, never his brothers. We should fish together tomorrow, the blonde offered sleepily, tipping his hat forward to cover his masked eyes. I bet that with Hyken's power, we could roast even sea kings. Ace answered with a soft snore, already tucked comfortably in Morpheus' arms. Let's do that for breakfast. I can't wait to eat. Sabo nodded and snuggled a little closer, already dozing off. I'll take the first watch, Luffy chuckled confidently, happy to be looking after his brothers. Night-night, Blue. Wake me, when it's my turn. Barely a minute later, Sabo was fast asleep. Left alone with his thoughts, Luffy started to grow antsy. It felt like he had used his brain too much today, for it wouldn't shut up now that silence had taken over. Somehow, he knew that he wasn't in danger here, that anxiety ought not to be building up in his empty stomach, dripping its acidic venom in every inch of his body. But he wanted to see his crew. He wanted everyone to be safe and sound and by his side. He wanted more time with his brothers before they would go back to their respective adventures. He wanted so much, Nami was right to call him selfish, always had been, always would be. Eventually, flanked by Ace and Sabo's warmth, the sense of safety that he associated with them ended up quieting his hyperactive brain. Luffy felt his muscles unravel and his breathing slow down to a steady rhythm. Snuck out from the bed he had hidden under and purred as he made his way to them. The cat took his sweet time to settle down, kneading Luffy's lap a few times, sniffling at his hand and spinning around until he was satisfied with the new position. Luffy welcomed the physical affection, soothing his nerves by repeatedly running his hands through Dot's fur. His purring echoed louder, vibrations reverberating against his chest and deep into his bones. Smiling, he closed his eyes and started humming to himself. There's nothing wrong with wanting a little bit of freedom, so kick your boots off and dance like the pine does. The floorboard creaked as men went on about their day above deck, echoed by the eternal rhythm of waves hitting the hull. We're ordinary, carry out my scary wishes without the light. But keep me close at night. And tell me what you're dreaming about. Because I'll bring it to you. Voice no louder than a whisper, Luffy smiled to himself. Even if they were separated from their crews, even if they had no clue on how to get back home, Luffy didn't worry. I will never give you away. Oh, come home to me and I'll sing you to sleep. As long as they were together, they would be safe. Right? Up. Crocus repeated for the third time as he paced around the room. Those stupid kids were already up when I went to check on them. Can you believe it? Oh, he could. What Rayleigh could not do, however, was finding it in himself to care. And apparently, cool, the brats are feeling better, how is that even a problem? Was the wrong thing to say. Not a prob? Not a prob. Crocus' face went from white to lobster red to crimson. Was smoke going to come out of his ears? That would be fun, quite hilarious, Roger would say. If that kid is a friend of Laboon, then I'm not letting him stupidly die from sepsis. That whale has already lost too many friends. Rayleigh stared at the doctor, taking a sip from the bottle of rum he had stolen away from their last raid. He knew better than to criticize the man's decisions when it came to Laboon. I haven't been able to get these brats to take their meds. They won't even let me check their wounds, which didn't stop them from ransacking the infirmary, Crocus complained, sighing with a dramatic cross of the arms and forlorn shake of the head. I understand why they won't trust us, but, as a doctor, I can't just ignore it. Sees, Rayleigh wanted to go back to sleep. He missed his hammock. If he could just go lie back down, he wouldn't even complain about Gabon's rumbling snores. Yeah, okay, no, he would complain, but he still wanted to go back to sleep. Couldn't a man get some rest? A grunt brought him back to reality. All of a sudden, Crocus snatched the bottle he had been holding onto and threw it overboard without a glance. What the hell, Doc? That was perfectly good booze. You are not drinking. The doctor answered flatly, poking him in the chest. Not until these idiots take their meds. You can't order me around. No matter how much he liked to laze around on deck, Rayleigh was the first mate. On the Oro Jackson, he was the second person with the most authority, and everyone was aware of that fact. Crocus narrowed his eyes, glaring him down. You can't make me. Rayleigh grinned confidently. He wouldn't be intimidated by some old lighthouse keeper. One of Crocus' eyebrows arched up. He would not. Nope. Sup, kids, want painkillers? Three heads turned to him. Even with their masks on, he just knew that two of them were giving him deadpan glares. Hi, Rayleigh. Lou happily waved at him. Dude, that was creepy, the blonde one winced, munching on? On? Breakfast ain't even ready yet, what are you eating? Chia, monster, Hyken answered as he reached for another serving. You don't get any, though, da. What, do you hate Roger so much that you wouldn't even share some fish with an old man like me? Stuffing his face faster than his brothers didn't stop Lou from answering him, not even as his cheeks stretched accordingly to the monstrous quantities he kept inhaling. We're pirates, not heroes. How was that supposed to explain anything? Rayleigh's fingers twitched, yearning for a bottle to lock onto. Why did he have to be sober for such a conversation? Why did it feel like having to learn a whole new language? The last time he had felt this way was when he had met Roger. To Rayleigh's dismay, the man's logic had never once aligned with common sense. Was he about to relive this hell all over again? Swiftly, the blonde hit Lou's head with his hockey-coated pipe, then spun it to slam Hyken's hand away from his plate. The red-masked boy hissed in pain but kept to himself after that, chewing on a massive fish bone. He means that pirates don't share their food. Blue tilted his head to the side and kept silent for a second. Being stared at this intently made Rayleigh feel like a riddle about to be deciphered. Instead of an answer, however, the blue-masked boy offered him a polite smile. Plus, you wouldn't deprive your guests from their food when you have a perfectly good meal waiting for you in the galley, right? Rayleigh snorted. I'm more of a sake guy, you don't have to worry about me stealing your food. Like Zorro. Lou perked up. Who the F was that? The brat kept talking like Rayleigh was supposed to understand him, as if those names were supposed to be familiar. Sure, the first mate would definitely get along with a fellow pirate who would rather live off of booze than roasted fish, but that didn't make the situation any less weird. Didn't give him any proper answer either. Yellow mask sitting on his nose, Lou stared at him while eating, not showing any intention to explain anything else. Was he taking the time to breathe in between bites, or was Rayleigh to expect him to choke on a bone at some point? Could Lou even choke when he was made of rubber? Wouldn't his throat adapt to the food he swallowed? Nope, not going there. Biology questions would be left to Crocus. It was not his problem and would stay that way. Help me here, brats. Rayleigh sighed with arms akimbo. I get how you may have caught a sea monster, even if you should not be stealing our fishing gear. We just bowed it. Hyken gasped, offended. But how the F, did you roast it? With fire. What fire? The three brothers pointed at the makeshift campfire they had lit near the railing, on the main deck. The wooden deck. Rayleigh pinched the bridge of his nose and mentally recited the alphabet backward. Seas forbid he threw them overboard after being tasked to keep them alive. Had those brothers been his cabin boys, however, he would have set them up for a short meeting with Davy Jones. Or used them as fishing bait. Yeah, that one sounded right. Delightful, even. Do you kids know what fire hazard means? Do we know what it means? My, of course. Blue amended cheerfully. Do we care? Absolutely not. Hey, old man. Hyken growled before he could snap back at the blonde, menacing him with what looked like a fish bone. Stop calling us kids. Stop being a kid, then. I'm not a kid. Sounds like what a kid would say, Rayleigh mocked. And you guys didn't exactly tell us how old you are. All three brothers went silent. The youngest looked away in a hurry, obviously avoiding his eyes as he bit down on his lips to keep his mouth shut. Bingo. While he could not get the satisfaction of using the kid as fish bait, he could worm some secrets out of him. Lou. Rayleigh smiled at him with a kind, yet threatening grin that always made Buggy and Shanks spill out all of their secrets. Are you old enough to legally drink? Hyken and Blue stiffened, hands jerking forward to try and cover their brother's mouth. I'm a pirate, everything I do is illegal. Rayleigh froze. Now the kid made sense? Lou looked at him with all the innocence and confused interest of a child, expecting an answer. Wrapped around his neck like the fluffy scarf that he was, yawned loudly. Together, they were the perfect picture of carelessness, bordering on childness. The last time someone so young had picked Rayleigh's interest had been when he had met Roger. Maybe it was the straw hat and black hair, maybe it was the signature D smile, but Lou kept reminding him of his captain. By refusing to take no for an answer and always doing as they wished, they both were the textbook definition of, where there's a will, there's a way. He couldn't even be mad at him. Wahahahah. DMN right, kid. Rayleigh grinned and toppled his hat off to ruffle his hair, like he would with Shanks. Now that's a pirate if I know one. Shishishi. I am a pirate. Lou beamed with pride. Are you, now? Yup. I'm a captain, and I'm gonna be the nothing. Blue and Hyken slapped his mouth shut, again. DMN, they're fast. What do you want, old man? Hyken asked, lacking Blue's subtlety as he changed the subject far from Lou's ambition, and narrowed his eyes. Did that shitty captain of yours send you to spy on us? What was going on with this one? Every time Roger was mentioned, or every time he had dared to open his mouth, the kid reacted with anger. No, scratch that, with hatred. Whatever had happened between them must have been quite traumatic, which made it even weirder. For all the man's loudness and destructive nature, Roger wasn't one to be purposefully cruel, nor the type to forget the people he had wronged. Actually, it was Crocus, Rayleigh grimaced, arms crossed. He made it clear that I'm gonna be sober, till you take your meds. Blue tilted his head to the side, picking at his nose. SCKS to be you, old man. These little. Rayleigh pushed his sleeves up his arms with a smile, a vein pulsing dangerously on his forehead. Okay. That's it. I'm drowning you. Whatever Roger would say, he would not be enduring this any longer. Laughter answered him as the brats leant onto each other, looking more relaxed than ever. Had he lost his touch or were they lacking survival instinct? Couldn't they understand a threat when they heard one? To top it off, stretched his front paws with a long yawn, as if mocking him. Witnessing him trust the yellow-masked kid so quickly, when most of the crew could barely dare to pet him, was almost as insulting as the trio's lack of survival instincts. Come on, old man. You can do without booze for a day or two. Blue chuckled with his hands up. With you three around? No way. He's right, you guys do be annoying, Hyken admitted bluntly, picking at his nose and flicking the booger away. That's big, coming from yo, keep your nasty boogers to yourself, Hyken. Yeah, Hyken, that's disgusting. Lou agreed, all while imitating him and wiping his own booger onto Blue's coat. Rayleigh stood there as Hyken burst out laughing, avoiding the blonde's hits, but not a flying . The feline stuck his claws to his head with an angry hiss, fur bristling. In the blink of an eye, the light bickering transformed into a proper fist fight. And just like when Buggy and Shanks brawled, Rayleigh put an end to it with raw strength. There was no denying the satisfaction coursing through him for each blow he delivered. Stop it. He started it. Wow, even their shitty excuses were perfectly timed. They really were weird. Or maybe telepaths. Whatever. I don't care. He shouted back with the same tone he used to scold the cabin boys. You can fight all you want but no fires on deck, and no getting in our way. Roger accepted you as temporary guests so we won't make you work, but that won't stop me from kicking your butts if you start shit. Understood? None of them dared to look him in the eyes. Their lips were pursed forward in a display of matching pouts as they rubbed the newly formed lump on the back of their heads. Understood? Sure, no getting in the crew's way, sir, Blue compromised sarcastically, sensing that neither of his siblings would. FING stupid first mate obeying a FING stupid captain, Hyken swore through gritted teeth, playfully pawing at his beaded necklace. Rayleigh's fist itched to throw another punch. Listen here, he said instead, unwilling to pursue any form of conversation with these rascals. We should reach the next island in 2 days. It's a nice place, with a nice town, where you can go and be someone else's problem. It ain't like we enjoy traveling with you. Blue's pipe struck Hyken's head in a clean hit. He politely tipped his hat at Rayleigh, who nodded in approval. Thank the seas for the one with a functional brain. Lou was still laughing when Rayleigh pointed a menacing finger at them. 2 days. I'm only asking for 2 incident-free days. You can do all the shit that you want when we get to Jaya, but until then, you're to play nice with everyone. He narrowed his eyes at Hyken. No biting people either, no matter how funny it is to see Roger get his butt handed to him by a kid. The red-masked pirate grinned back at him proudly, fangs almost shining at the prospect. Seas knew what he would do without Blue holding him back. Seas knew the hell it would be if Blue fed into his destructive ploys. Oh, and the boys raised their heads and stopped chewing on Hyken's necklace. Don't forget to thank Odin, he's the one who saved your sorry buttes. You'll find him easily, he's not known for being quiet. He's usually on the main deck with his wife and kids, can't miss him. Satisfied, Rayleigh nodded at them and spun around to walk as far away as he could from the chaotic trio. They may have been stupid and young, but even Roger could follow simple instructions. Surely, there wouldn't be any new incidents, right? Why is that name familiar? I thought Soft Blue was the one with a bad memory now, ouch. Not cool, Blue. Come back here, you idiot, don't think I forgot how you used me as a napkin. You were one around your neck, right? Hey, has anyone seen my fishing gear? 'Twas borrowed. Just follow the smoke. Gabon stopped mid-bite and looked at Rayleigh over his sunglasses. What smoke? The first mate chuckled and poured himself another glass of sake. Nua. It was not his problem anymore. Rayleigh? Rayleigh, what smoke? Sheet, who started a fire on the upper deck? Someone bring water, quick. Not his problem. Hey, old man Rayleigh. The first mate stopped in his tracks, turning toward the booming voice of their youngest stowaway. Childish joy transpired through his every wave as he sat on the railing with his legs crossed. Yes, okay, the kid was cute. But this fact alone wouldn't convince the old man to postpone his nap. Rayleigh was not such a softy. Hey Lou, what are you doing alone? Beaming, Lou jumped up and Rayleigh felt it, that sense of doom he was already associating with their youngest guest. Straw Hat lost his balance, feet slipping on the wooden railing and eyes opening wide with surprise. Without thinking, Rayleigh rushed forward. He grabbed his ankle just in time, forever thankful for his honed hockey skills. The kid's body stretched down and he bounced around, his laugh rolling above the waves like it belonged there, light as the foam floating on the surface. Thanks, old man. Lou said as he was dragged back up on deck, playfully. Clapping his hands when he landed. I really thought I was done for, shishies ouch. Hey, what was that for? Rayleigh hit him one more time, elated by the way the kid's head ricocheted against the ground. You're a demon fruit user, you idiot. You've got to be more careful than that. What, that's it? Lou blinked rapidly, confusing the first mate with the way his head still hung low, his too long neck making the man uneasy. There were supposed to be bones in there. That's okay. I knew I'd be fine, shishishi. How? Lou snapped his head back in place and, after making sure that everything was working, shot him his biggest grin, hand set on his waist. Because you were there, duh. Shock struck Rayleigh like lightning. The kid had been certain that Rayleigh would not let him sink to his death. Confident, even, that he could be as careless as he wanted, for the man he had met yesterday would jump after him if need be. This was more than just some devil fruit user who had grown used to relying on others and had been forced to come to terms with their newfound helplessness. This was trust. You still gotta be careful, kid, Rayleigh sighed, barely stopping himself from ruffling his hair. He was supposed to be scolding him, damn it. Where are your brothers? They're supposed to be your nannies, not me. What's a nanny? Someone who looks after brats when their parents aren't there. Oh. A serious expression crossed over his face. I guess they were my nannies then, Past tense? Had the kid been raised by his brothers? That would explain his lack of common sense and reckless demeanor. The sweet, savory taste of curiosity spread over his tongue. As a man who had spent most of his life sailing the Grand Line, he recognized crumbs of interesting stories when he came upon them. However, there was a moment for everything and, by the look of it, now was not the time to push. His instinct buzzed with wariness. Whatever had happened for Lou to be looked after by 2 brats instead of actual adults was not a territory he could force his way through, no matter how curious he was. While Lou couldn't lie for sheet, he could go quiet altogether in the face of danger. Bits and pieces of intel were always better than none at all. You didn't answer the question, though. Hiken fell asleep. So they left you? Shishishi. Silly old man, you don't get it. Lu chuckled, bouncing up and down in a happy little dance. It was so funny. Hiken fell asleep. He was talking with Blue about the wizard's poem and blam. He flopped forward and hit his head against the barrels. Shishishi, Hiken always did that, but now Blue is strong enough to take him to the dock. Rayleigh only managed to draw one conclusion from Lu's speech. A translator. I need a full-time translator to understand this brat. Was Lu really implying that one of his brothers randomly fell asleep at any given time of the day? Was that what had happened yesterday? How did he even live at seas like this? Could he survive on his own? What if he fell off of the ship and no one noticed? What the F is a wizard's poem? Rayleigh opted to ask, focusing on the weirdest part of the rant. A poem written by a wizard, duh. No murder, Rayleigh internally pledged. You can't go and murder him. Not after taking the time to save him. Again. Where did you get that? It was a gift, because Blue's a nice guy. Somehow, Rayleigh doubted that statement. He kept the thought to himself, though. That's why I called you. The kid suddenly yelled, fists raised. I need your help, old man. The rubber boy drew 3 papers out of the red band of his hat and handed them out to him, patting his hand impatiently. From the stars shining in his eyes, Lu clearly expected him to know what to do with that. This day was getting way too long and it wasn't even noon yet. Rayleigh stared, deadpan. Do I look literate to you? No. Lu deflated. You little sheet. At least pretend. You're the one who asked. Meow. Piped up, trying to climb up Lu's back by pitifully clinging to his shorts. See? Agrees. That's because he's almost as old as you, old man. Lu blew a raspberry at him, shoulders raised up to his ears. Meow. Not now, Sees, he was fighting with a child and a cat. Had he lost his head already? What had happened to his common sense? Rayleigh wasn't that old, no matter what they said. Do you want my help or not? You'll help? Lu's downturned mouth changed into a smile so quickly it made him dizzy. His grin was too bright for someone who had been angry at him a second ago. Remember that I don't know jack shit about wizards or poetry, kay? Shishishi. Thanks, Rayleigh. I knew you were a nice guy. Right, Furimachi? A loud purr answered him as Lu lifted up in his arms, nuzzling his head. Traitor. So, YC, I found this one in my pocket, and Blue had this one in his hat. Hiken's was in his pocket too, but it looks weird and Blue keeps saying that it must have a special meaning, Lu rambled as he pointed to the papers Rayleigh was holding. Dropping to the floor, the kid crossed his arms behind his head as made himself comfortable on his chest. While Rayleigh crouched down, he noticed how Lu's mouth had turned downward again. I don't even know some of the words the wizard used. Man, I wish Robin or Nami were there. They always understand weird puzzles. Rayleigh decided to remain silent. He was starting to understand that it was smarter to just nod along with whatever the kid said. Pushing his glasses up his nose, he looked at the papers in the order he had received them, Lu's, Blue's, Hiken's, and started to read. After all, even if he was no scholar, he wasn't stupid either. Time moves on but people don't. You've kept your lies for far too long. Speak your truth and break your won't. Or your stay could be years long. He was not stupid. You can't change the past. You can't change their fates. But may you cross these gates and find peace at last. Bringing the papers closer to his face, he narrowed his eyes and stared at the words. Beware of the consequences of your actions. For death won't grant you no pardons. Your choices bear no weight to those around you, but may shape a loved one's rescue. Rayleigh was not stupid. He was simply lacking some context, alright? Sorry to break it to you, brat, but apart from telling you to be honest, this poem doesn't make much sense. Yeah, Hiken said it SCKEDDS. He snorted. You could say that. Rayleigh gave him the poem back and rubbed his goatee pensively. It's a weird text, that's for sure. It tells you to stop lying but also that your actions won't have consequences anyway? And it insists on the fact that if you die, no take-backs. They stared at the sky pensively. Something told him that there was more than met the eye in those lines, and from the kid's silence, Rayleigh knew that it wasn't some prank the brothers were trying to pull. It mattered enough for the rubber kid to try and use his brain. The straw hat sighed loudly and stretched all 4 of his limbs to the sky. This is so boring. He whined before he settled back down on the ground like a worn-out starfish. But thanks for trying to help, Rayleigh. Didn't do much, the first mate shrugged. Good luck with that, kid. Shishishi. Thanks, old man. Standing back up, he turned away when Lu shot him a too genuine, too kind, grin. It wasn't like he had actually been able to help him, so why did he look so bright? Walking back down the stairs, Rayleigh made a beeline for one of his secret stashes of booze. A drink would make his day better, would make him forget his want to help the brat and laze around in the sun with him. A drink would solve all of his problems. As long as Crocus didn't find out about it. Hey, did anyone else hear that? Hear what? I don't know, man, sounded like a splash. Or something. Comfortably tucked in his hammock, Rayleigh kept his eyes closed. This was not his problem. He hadn't heard a thing, thank you. What are you? Oh, sheet, Lu. Not his problem. Shishishi, I thought I was dead. Hike and start a fire, gotta warm him up. Rayleigh jumped out of bed. What did I say about fire hazards? By the end of the next day, Rayleigh was sober again. Crocus had caught him every single time he had had a bottle of sake in his possession. At this point, Rayleigh was persuaded that the doctor had ordered the whole crew to spy on him. What kind of pirates were they, fearing their ship doctor more than their first mate? Smart ones, a voice that sounded like blues whispered in his mind. Ray. Psst. Ray. Over here. Looking over his shoulder, Rayleigh spotted today's troublemaker. Roger. The man was crouching down behind the railing separating the quarter-deck from the main one. From the finger placed before his lips in a shushing gesture, he really thought himself as inconspicuous. For FS sake, Roger, you're 9 feet tall, Rayleigh mentally cursed. What do you? SSHHHH. Roger interrupted immediately, mischief making his silver eyes gleam. See him here. Come on, hurry. Don't shush me if you're gonna yell anyway. I'm not yelling. So much for discretion. Not bothering to hide his grimace, Rayleigh moved up to the quarter-deck and leant his back against the railing. Besides him, Roger stretched back up and wrapped an arm around his shoulders, forcing him to turn around. Look. Rolling his eyes, Rayleigh humored him. What now? What do you mean, what? The kids. It's the kids. Roger insisted as he gestured in the direction of the 3 stowaways. Okay, he could do this. Roger couldn't be worse than Lou. And OCs, it had taken forever to explain to the kid that no, he could not jump off of the Oro Jackson to catch shiny fishes, and no, but hikin' or blue or you will find me, was not an acceptable argument. On the other side of the main deck, the brats were lying down together, fast asleep. They had been playing a weird game of tag for the past 2 hours that had Lou shamelessly jump over the first mate's back, as he claimed him a safe spot. After the third attempt at wrapping himself around him like the tiny monkey that he was, Rayleigh kicked him down the stairs. And if he added a little bit of hockey into it, well, no one could blame him. They're on the deck. Roger empathized dramatically. Rayleigh raised a confused eyebrow at his captain. They usually are, yes? No. All of a sudden, Roger was in his face. Quite literally, their noses were barely 2 inches away. They never are. They may be avoiding you, but not everyone gets that privilege, Roger. Do you know how many times Lou's tried to eat a raw seagull today? 7. I've had to free 7 stupid birds from his ravenous butt. The fact that he had to be sober through it all had to be taken into consideration as well. And what did you do for hiking to hate you so much? It ain't your style to hurt kids, even the unhinged ones. I don't know. These kids act like we've met 100 times before, Roger grumbled, turning his gaze back to the sleepy cuddle pile. But considering everything they've done since they woke up, I wouldn't have forgotten them that easily. The blonde's eyes quickly wandered to his captain's bandaged hand. Not even Crocus could tell when the bite mark would fade away. Slightly pushing Roger away to gain some of his personal space back, the swordsman took a moment to observe the trio. The man was right about them being unforgettable, however, that only made the whole ordeal even weirder. How come they had never heard about these kids before? If, as Lou said, they were pirates and navigating the Grand Line, why had they never seen anything about them in the news? There was no way for these brothers not to have drawn the Marines' attention. Plus, Blue's explanation for their masks and code names confirmed that the world government was already keeping an eye on them. Letting out a heavy sigh, Roger leant forward to put his elbows on the railing, chin resting over open palms. How's the rest of the crew taking it? Rayleigh asked, cleaning his glasses. They're not complaining much. Not more than they do about Odin, anyway. The captain's pout grew some more. The kids keep away most of the time. We can't even lure them to the galley with food. Tell me about it, Rayleigh groaned. These scorch marks are a hell to clean up. Roger blinked up at him. What scorch marks? From the campfires? Another blink. What? It was his turn to be baffled. They keep catching and roasting sea monsters on deck. And they don't even share? His fist moved before he could even process the words. Is that all you have to say? If they use our fishing gear, we should get part of their catches. Roger stomped his foot as he slammed his fist on the railing, damaging the wood in the process. See? They avoid me so much that I didn't even know about this. How do they always manage to run and hide when I get near? Well, you are loud. It's my ship. I should know all the good hiding spots. So that's why you've been pouting all day? Roger deflated suddenly, slumping over the railing with a long whine that reminded Rayleigh of a sad balloon. It ain't fair. I'm the captain, so why do you get to play with them? In Rayleigh's opinion, it was more cleaning up after them than playing. Roger didn't need to know that, however, or his tantrum would never end. Tomorrow, Rayleigh went for a change of subject, subtlety be d'med. Was Hyken rubbing off on him? Damn it. Tomorrow, we'll reach Jaya. Kids won't be our problem anymore. But I like them being our problem. They're fun. What'd you actually think of Roger? Because that was the thing, wasn't it? As childish as Roger could be, he wasn't dumb. He was a man of dreams and of selfish ambitions, towing the line between selfishness and selflessness when it came to the people he cared about. Him wanting Odin to travel with them? That made sense. The man could read poneglyphs and help them reach the end of the Grand Line. Roger's dream had become the cruise years ago, long before its time limit was determined. This would be their last adventure as the Roger Pirates, the last dream they would share. So, contrary to when they had picked Shanks and Buggy up, they didn't have any time to spare for new kids. If Roger wished for the trio to stay a little longer, he had to have a reason. Maybe not something the man could put into words. Neither of them had their way with those, not like Odin, or any poet-wizard. Yet, his captain had to have something in mind or he wouldn't have become so obsessed with these brats. And Rayleigh hated to admit it, would never do so out loud, but he was just as intrigued. These brothers were endearing. They look so free. Roger's rough voice sounded strangely calm, matching the serious look in his eyes. And they're so determined to be free. They could have hid in the infirmary, till we reached Jaya, or kept quiet the whole time. But what do? Whatever they want. For real, they're borderline stupid for not fearing any of us. They don't trust us but don't doubt that we'll keep our word? How can they constantly be on guard yet nap the afternoon away out in the open? Tickling his nose, the salty smell of the sea mixed in with the bitterness of those words. More doubts sat heavily on Roger's tongue, questions that would remain silent. But after all of those years, neither the captain nor the first mate needed to state their thoughts out loud for the other to catch on. Why do they look like they've already experienced the worst life could offer when they're this young? Why isn't there anyone looking after them? Why shouldn't they stay? Hushed whispers broke the harmony of the waves softly brushing along the ship. Both men turned to the stockpiled barrels a few feet behind them, eyes set on the two hats sticking out of the improvised fort. What are you two plotting now? Rayleigh picked the teens up by the back of their shirts, feigning nonchalance. Held up this way, not only did Buggy and Shanks look like kittens, but they hissed the same way when they realized they got caught. Ack! Rayleigh-san. Whined Shanks pitifully, making grabby hands toward the man. Can't we reach Jaya tonight? Excited to go explore, kiddo? Roger grinned. The cabin boys exchanged a glance. As usual, they mirrored each other and the same angry, petty pout appeared on their face as they crossed their arms over their chests. The faster we get there, the faster we get rid of these punks. Yeah, Buggy's right. The red hair nodded, cheeks puffed up. They only cause trouble. They're suspicious. One of them has a stupid devil fruit. They wear funny masks. They could be spies. They hide their names too. And they've got no respect for the captain. By the end of their rant, the cabin boys were panting hard, faces red from the lack of oxygen. Rayleigh and Roger were biting their lips, trying to hold their laughter in. These boys were so DMN angry, for no other reasons than Hyken's constant disrespect toward their captain. They were ridiculous. Dropping the kids on the floor, Rayleigh burst out laughing. He couldn't help it, the whole situation was too DMN funny. Count on the kids to have inherited Roger's overprotectiveness. I thought you found fun? He asked in between two bouts of laughter, wiping at his eyes. Funny. Shanks corrected, hands on his hat and legs crossed. His shoulders were hunched up, to the point of looking necklace from where Rayleigh stood. As in weird, or crazy. Rayleigh snorted again, which only made the cabin boy squawk louder. Glaring at his laughing captain, the red hair ranted about the three stowaways and their shady masks. However, Buggy's quietness drew the first mate's attention away from Shanks' complaints. Usually, the red-nosed kid was even louder than his best friend when it came to expressing his discontentment. Rayleigh crouched down with an arm resting over his knees and smirked at the boy, pinching his cheek playfully. Speak up, boy. What's going on in that big brain of yours? Spluttering, the blue-haired teen batted Rayleigh's hand away. But instead of accusing Rayleigh of calling him a sad clown even if he had said nothing of the sort, Buggy kept quiet and curled up onto himself. Thin arms wrapped around a frail pair of knees, chin set on top of the gangly articulations. His eyes were set on the sleeping trio, holding a tenseness that didn't belong to such a young face. What if they're really Marines in disguise? His voice trembled, raspy and weaker than usual. What if they're acting stupid to make us lower our guard? What if there's a trap waiting for us on Jaya? Shanks gulped loudly beside him, hands clutching his sword's belt as he stared at his feet. What if? Buggy looked up at Rayleigh and his eyes shone with fear. What if they're not wearing masks to hide all of their identities, but just so that we don't recognize one of them? What if they really aren't pretending to know us, because we've actually met before in a battle? A shiver ran down the cabin boy's spine and he hit his face against his knees, curving his back as much as his body could without the help of his devil fruit. Shanks moved closer and wrapped an arm around his best friend's shoulders, attempting to comfort him despite being just as distressed. Right hand still fiddling with his belt, the red hair opened his mouth a few times to try and soothe Buggy, but the only thing he managed to do was bite down on his lips, worrying the flesh silently. If one of their cabin boys was all about taking things as they came, the other was a professional overthinker. The first mate knew Buggy was smarter than he let on, smarter than any kid his age ought to be in such a world. But with intelligence came worries, and although the teen could understand other people's ploys thanks to his brains, it came with its own share of paranoia. For every great idea or prank he came up with, there was a suspicion that anyone could guess his plans too. What-ifs piled up in his mind on a regular basis, occupying all the available space and stealing the oxygen away, leaving him erratic and breathless. A rough hand ruffled the top of Buggy's head, slipping his beanie backward to mess with his hair. "Hey Bugs," Rayleigh said with a rare, soft smile. "What did Roger say about overthinking everything?" A pout replaced the fear on the teen's face, the corners of his mouth dropping low as he repeated, "It won't stop the bad things from happening, but I'll miss out on the good ones." "Exactly." Roger cheered and grabbed him under his arms to lift him up in the air. "No more worrying. Let's play a game." "Ack. Captain. Let me down." Rayleigh laughed along with the man. The kid looked much better when blushing in embarrassment and pretending to hate the affection. Shanks grabbed onto Roger's leg, wrapping himself around it. "Not fair. I want to play too. Wahahahah. Let's go, kiddos. How about you show me what you've learned in training today? And then we could play a prank on Odin, what d'ya say, 'bout it?" And just like that, it was as if nothing had happened. The teenagers jumped up and down, running in circles around their captain and reveling in the attention. Roger, as excited as they were at the prospect of playing around, grabbed their hats and ran away laughing, bragging about his loot. He still cast one last meaningful glance at his first mate, a Cheshire grin plastered over his face. Sighing, Rayleigh flipped him off. Somehow, he couldn't believe that the brothers were trying to double-cross them. For all the dwelling over Buggy's theories deserved, Rayleigh doubted that these brats were out to get them. Okay, Hyken would attempt to murder Roger if the occasion arose, but he would do so on impulse, not following a plan. These brothers were wrapped with layers upon layers of mysteries, too many of them contradicting each other. And yet, they had something. An energy that drew people to them, like planets to a sun, that made even Rayleigh want to tag along and see for himself the hell they would rise. A soft meow rose from around his feet. "Oh, so now you like me again, old fart?" Purred against his leg and he snorted. Yeah. Let's get some food for you, and some booze for me, 'kay?" Whatever Crocus would say, Rayleigh knew he deserved a drink for having survived the past 2 days. Waddled beside him, meowing his approval at the man he always ignored once his stomach was full. As he stepped into the galley, Lou's voice echoed on deck. Bellowing for meat, he immediately started another fight with his brothers for having woken them up so suddenly. And if Rayleigh thought that it would be fun to travel with them for a little longer, well, no one had to know. "Come on, Blue, just a little bit." "No. Whyy? You said that it won't change the future." "No. Don't be such a wet blanket. For the last time, no, you are not murdering anyone." "You know what? I don't need your permission. Hyken. Drop the axe." It was a rookie mistake, truly. Ever since Sabo had told his brothers his interpretation of the wizard's poem, Ace had been set on committing patricide. "I knew it," he mentally cursed as he kneed his brother in the face, once more wondering where the idiot had found the weapon. "I knew I shouldn't have told him." For the past 2 days, Sabo had been obsessing over the text. One of the main problems he had encountered was that some rules seemed obvious. Too obvious. No matter how many times he read them, they looked too easy. And if Sabo had learnt one thing from life, it was to run the other way when things went too well. Had he done that 10 years ago, when he had believed it simple enough to sail away from Dawn Island, his life would have been radically different. For one, I wouldn't have missed out on so much. What I told you, Sabo threw away the battle axe his brother had stolen the moment he had looked away, cracking his knuckles with a smile. Is that it probably won't affect our future. I can't guarantee it to be true. If I were certain, we wouldn't be hiding our identities or trying to play nice. Live a little. Ace grumbled, holding his reddening nose. Sabo should have hit it harder, he would have made a great rendition of Buggy. You're too cautious. Well, someone has to be. They engaged in a staring duel, eyes narrowed and jaws set. Oh, this was on. A battle of wills where only one person would win. Sabo may not have been AD, but Dragon always said that he deserved to be an honorary member of the bloodline, with how stubborn he could be. Koala insisted that it was an insult. From the man? Sabo took it as a compliment. Thank you. Plus, he refused to let Ace win one more fight, the idiot would never let him hear the end of it if he did. I'm hungry. We're busy over here, Lou, Ace answered without looking away. Wait till we get to Jaya, I'm sure we'll find food. But I'm hungry no. You can wait one more hour. No. Luffy whined as he dramatically draped himself over Ace's back, resting his head onto his shoulder. I'm gonna starve to death. Haikinin. We ate an hour ago. An hour ago was an hour ago, I'm hungry now. Losing patience, Ace eventually looked away to focus all of his anger on his new target. Years of habits transpired through the smoothness of his moves as he caught Luffy in a headlock. Sabo grinned at the sheer display of brotherhood, some things did not change, no matter what. Reveling in the satisfaction of having won their staring contest, the revolutionary let them bicker freely while his thoughts drifted back to the mysterious poem they had received. Again. There weren't many points that he was certain of, but he had nonetheless managed to establish 3 solid conjectures. First was that if they died in this timeline, they passed away in theirs as well. There would be no magic bringing them back to their time as if they had simply lost a game. The problem was that the trio was known for challenging death quite often, having way too much fun when it came to defying fate and whatever ruled human CNCPTN of common sense. Second, they couldn't actively change the past nor the future. Those who were destined to die would, and none of what they would say would cause the future to have changed once they were back. As expected, Ace loved this theory. It allowed him to murder Roger without it having any repercussions, such as erasing his own existence. Sabo, however, didn't want to take any unnecessary risks if they could avoid it for now. They didn't have enough information to be reckless, no matter how hypocritical that sounded. What would happen to this time PRD and its people? Would they just forget all about them once they were back home, or were they already creating a brand new timeline that was straying away from the original one? What consequences could it have on the pirate era of this timeline, if Ace killed its king before he was even crowned? The whole thing was directly linked to his last discovery. Whatever spell they were under had conditions to fill for them to be sent back home. If they didn't clear them, or if they messed around too much and stayed stuck in this era, then they would reap what they sowed. As gross as the idea was, they would have to be reasonable and think this through before taking any important decision. Ugh. Disgusting. The breeze ruffled Sabo's hair gently, as if trying to soothe his overheating brain. A smell of skis and ale teased his nostrils. They were getting close enough for the wind to carry appetizing scents from the ports market. He wouldn't admit it in front of Luffy, but he, too, was getting tired of eating half-burnt fish. Don't want to buy anything from that place. The people here are mean and stupid. The youngest shouted as he rolled back his way, still roughhousing with Ace. Ah? Who said anything about buying food? Hyken's right, even if it pains me to say so, Sabo winked with a conspiratorial grin. Been a while since our last dine and dash, hasn't it? Luffy flashed them his biggest Cheshire grin, the idea of restarting one of their traditions making him beam with glee. The blonde couldn't even tease him for it, for he was just as excited. Food! 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 He chanted happily, literally bouncing around in the sun. Let's go! What are we waiting for? Let's get some food! Do you think they'll have any ramen? Ace's nudge and cheeky grin made Sabo's heart waver. When they used to trick their way into Hightown's restaurants, they would try and eat in as many places as possible to try out new dishes. The ramen place they often raided was the one he preferred. He had only told Ace once about it, as the subject of their favorite foods had come up during one of those late-night conversations in the treehouse, the winter bite forcing them to huddle close. What Sabo hadn't mentioned, however, was that he didn't actually care much for the food. Ramen became his favorite dish the moment Ace started to go out of his way to bring them there after he had admitted to liking it. Each bowl held heartwarming memories with his brothers, its flavor reminding him how loved he actually was in his newfound family. But, hey, he needn't give Ace more reasons to tease him. I want meat. Luffy insisted, ranting almost as loudly as his rumbling stomach. Roasted meat, and marinated meat, and meatballs, and Sabo's observation hockey tingled. Incoming. He warned quietly, casually setting his hat on his head. Ace sat back up properly to peek behind them, hissing at the sight of Roger. The captain and his first mate made a beeline for them, the latter fighting a smile at Luffy's enthusiastic greeting. The boy really had taken a liking to the swordsman. Sitting cross-legged on the floor, the revolutionary smiled politely at Roger. The man was towering over them, and that meant a lot from someone who had grown up breaking his neck to look Dragon and Kuma in the eyes. Hell, Rayleigh. Good morning, Sabo greeted before Roger could, refusing to let him ignite Ace's unending rage so early in the day. To what do we owe the pleasure? The man's eyes gleamed with understanding and approval. His brother's smug grin at the captain's offended pout did help with the general mood too. Sup, kids? We're going to dock at the island in half an hour. Cool. Thanks. Get the F away now. Oh, for F's sake. If Sabo's pipe crashed onto his brother's head, well, the Whitebeard pirate had no one to blame for it but himself. And, Rayleigh went on without acknowledging the interaction, having already grown used to their antics. We're curious to know what you're gonna do, now. The trio shared a look. Luffy was finally sitting down, moving his stretched legs along to the tune he was humming. To his right, Ace was begrudgingly keeping his arms wrapped around his middle, spine curved down like a bristled cat. Great, Sabo mused with a pointed grimace, go ahead, leave all the talking and thinking to me. No problem. Koala would lose her sheet. We don't really know, the blonde admitted with a shrug, trying to keep all of his anxiety at bay. They didn't need to know how lost they currently felt. We can't exactly go back home, so? We're most likely going to steal a boat and wander the Grand Line for a while. And, somehow, it seemed to have been the wrong thing to say. Roger lit up like a Christmas tree. Despite his height and stature, he raised his fists up to his chest with the biggest grin that could fit on his face, one that almost rivalized Luffy's when he saw meat. Gray eyes sparkled with joy and Rayleigh rolled his own as the man kept looking between him and the brothers. Sabo saw his own thoughts mirrored on Ace's face. Ugh. Gross. Do you want to sail with us? Wait, what? Would you like, the captain repeated with his arms opened in a welcoming gesture that felt out of place. To travel with us? If you're going to wander round anyway, how about you join us on our adventure? No way. Really? Sabo tackled both of his brothers to the ground. No. They were not allowed to answer that question. These idiots. With a sharp jab of the elbow and some hard-earned dexterity, the blonde wrestled them against the floor. Redirecting all of their attention to him, he managed to quiet them for a few critical seconds. He still took a knee to the nose and a punch to the guts, but thankfully avoided Ace's sharp bite and Luffy's fierce headbutt. You don't have to answer now, kids, Rayleigh coughed, not bothering to hide his amused expression anymore. From the shake in his shoulders, it was obvious that he deemed their fight entertaining. Besides him, Roger was glowing, a radiant smile still plastered over his mustached face. We've got things to do on Jaya today, you can take some time to think about it. Thank you for move your foot from my neck, for your consideration, Sabo managed to articulate through gritted teeth and in spite of Ace's fingers pinching his face. We would indeed rather take some time to think about your offer, if you would be so kind as to wait for us to discuss it. Privately. Sure. Of course, no problem, kiddo. Roger shouted gleefully, bouncing up and down like he was the one made of rubber and not Luffy. Just so you know, our next destination is Skypiea, a sky island. This is going to be so fun. What? They were going to a sky island? For a second, Sabo forgot all about his suspicions and worries. He could already picture it, a floating land, resting weightlessly over a sea of clouds. A white landscape filled with creatures he had only heard about in sailor stories, where the fog smelled of thunder and the sea of cotton. Despite all of his years in the Revolutionary Army, he had never got the occasion to travel there. Would it live up to the myths? Would its sight be even more breathtaking than what he had imagined as he read book upon book about it in Baltigo's library? How would it actually smell, where the sea was free of salt and of seaweed? How would the food taste? Would he feel lighter or heavier, standing on clouds thousands of feet up in the sky? No, get a grip of yourself. Slapping his cheeks, Sabo forced himself out of his reveries and back on dry land. Yet, from the stars twinkling in Luffy's eyes and from Ace's odd expression, he wasn't the only one to have lost himself in dreams of adventure. We are going to talk about it, smiling as if he wasn't stumbling upon his words, Sabo elbowed his brothers. Would it be okay if we gave you an answer tomorrow morning? Of course. The captain grabbed his hands and shook them vigorously, laughing and ignoring Ace's menacing growl. Let's do that. I can't wait, kiddos. Rayleigh glanced his way, a smirk lifting the corners of his lips. Damn it. So, where's this chestnut old man supposed to be? After Luffy had launched them at the island, too impatient to wait for the ship to dock, the brothers had spent the first half of the day in Mock Town. From what they understood, Luffy disliked its inhabitants. Not that he had actually explained, he still wasn't one for words, after all. But they knew him enough to know the signs, especially since their brother wasn't one to actively resent people. It had perhaps encouraged them to steal more than necessary. Not that anyone could prove that. What mattered was that they each had a bag full of groceries, clothes, and whatever trinkets had caught their attention. All of it for free, too. So for the past 2 hours, they had been making their way through the jungle, in search of what Luffy had called half a house on a cliff. It had been a while since they had last heard the hustle and bustle of the town, or any human voice. Lulled by the soft buzz of the wilderness surrounding them, the boys were finally unraveling. Walking through the forest was a welcome break from all the attention they had been getting, first on the Oro Jackson, and then in town. The rich canopy of trees protected them from the harsh sun raining over the island, and the fresh smell it carried was familiar in a way Sabo hadn't known he ached for. The soil was damp yet firm under the sole of his boots, making their little journey a lot more enjoyable than it would have been on concrete. Luffy, who had been delighted to finally take off his mask, giggled as he sang off-key and led the way, pointing forward with a stick he had found earlier. "Over here. You'll see, he's nice and his house is funny. And he's friend with 2 monkey dudes too. They even have their own pirate cruise, can you believe it?" Ace and him shared an amused look. "Yup, no use trying to understand, till we get there. So, what happened last time you were on Jaya? I'm sure you caused a lot of problems." Ace wrapped an arm around Luffy's shoulders. These displays of affection still made the blonde's brain freeze. Was this really the same person as 10 years ago? "Come on, tell your big brothers all about your adventures." One important fact about Sabo was that he considered himself a pretty reasonable man. Strong, smart, and with a great capacity for compartmentalization, which he had to have to live up to his title of Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army. He was a master at weighing difficult choices and at deciding when it was best not to rush headfirst into danger. His sense of priorities had been honed through each and every mission he had been sent on. No one could deny it. But he would still burn the world down for Luffy's smile. No warmth could ever rivalize that of their little brother who, in his totally humble and unbiased opinion, was the sun incarnated. From the fondness in Ace's gaze, tender and gentler than his 10-years-old self ever could have been, he knew that the feeling was shared. Which made him wonder, not for the first time, how much he had missed on for the anger to have melted into endearment. "Stop. You're here, now. And then, Chestnut Old Man told us this tale about his ancestor, landless or something? Everyone called him a liar, but he was right. I saw the giant bell he talked about, I even rang it, shishishi. Did you, now?" Sees, Ace looked like such a huge dork. There was no way for Sabo to let him live this down, not when he had turned into such a softy. "Yeah. It was a huge bell made of gold," Luffy exclaimed with a new bounce in his step, hat falling back. "I fought with God and sent him flying against it." "He what?" "It made this super nice sound, too. Like a DOON that went on forever. And even if it was loud it was very calming? Made me want a nap on the clouds." Wait. Ace stopped in his tracks, holding onto Luffy's shoulders and spinning the upper half of his body towards them. "Did you say you fought God?" "Yeah, he sked." A nod. "Oh. Hey, look. It's Chestnut Old Man's house." Before they could ask for more details, the boy sprinted away. Sabo was both terrified and unfazed by the fact that his little brother, a notorious rubber idiot, had challenged God and won, though if anyone could do that and get away with it, it was Luffy. Didn't make it any easier to process. On his right, Ace let out a baffled laugh, realization striking with a little delay. Count on their brother to drop major facts like this one as though talking about the weather. Sabo exited the forest with his brain running in circles and decided to focus all of his attention elsewhere before he turned crazy. Strangely enough, the house was as Luffy had told them, only half of the building still stood by the edge of the island. Sabo guessed from the neat demarcation that the other side must have sunk deep in the ocean, after a seismic shift or a similar natural event. From the plants creeping up the facade and its missing stones, he also doubted that the place was lived in. "Hey, Luffy?" Sabo ran gloved fingers over the wall, dust immediately staining the leather. "Did your friend always live here?" A few rusty cogs startled in Luffy's brain, his frown a proof of his attempt at setting them back into motion. It was easy to spot the moment where the pieces made friction, as his jaw fell onto the floor with a cry of horror. He isn't here. "We are more than 20 years into the past," Ace admitted as he looked around, using a lit-up finger as a torch. "Maybe your friend hasn't settled here yet? But I want to see High 3 him." The straw hat whined and dropped to the floor, about to throw the tantrum of a lifetime. He has to know about the Sky Island. I wanted to tell him myself. We can't do anything about it, though. On the floor, Luffy sneezed but kept rolling around in the dust, determined to complain. Feeling a tap on his shoulder, Sabo turned to see Ace's freckles gathered close between his frowned eyebrows. The very pinch of his lips confirmed Sabo's worries. Something was wrong with Luffy. He was antsy and, even if he loved to test their patience like the spoiled brat that they had raised, it wasn't his usual bout of selfishness. Twice now had he asked to see a friend and been unable to. However, it ought not to have made him protest for so long. The tremble of his lips, when he wasn't worrying them between a pouty set of teeth, was heartbreaking for those who knew to interpret it. Luffy was lonely. You know what we haven't done in forever? Ace suddenly spoke with a smile as wide as his opened arms, stomping forward and hovering over their youngest. Training. I'm certain that. You still can't win against me, Luffy. Oh, thank the seas. As much as it pains me to say it, Ace is right, Sabo added with an exaggerated shake of the head, going the overdramatic way. There is no way for us to lose against our crybaby of a brother, right? Yeah. No. I'm not a crybaby anymore. I can beat both of you, at the same time too. Come outside and I'll show you. My fist really is a pistol now. Line, hook, and sinker. Oh, look who's so confident now? Shall I remind you who saved your butt from the Marines in Alabasta? The oldest still enjoyed riling him up, that was for sure. Nodding toward the door, he wiggled his eyebrows playfully. What do you say? Wanna start our 100 daily fights against me? Bo can be our referee. I'm gonna beat you, just watch. They rushed outside, Luffy grumbling angrily and Ace laughing heartily. Sabo grabbed their bags with a sigh as he made his way back out in the sun. He couldn't even blame them for starting without him, it felt too great to see them so lively. I wonder if it did make a difference. Somewhere, deep in his heart, a part of him that had been missing slowly faded back to life, genuine laughter and impatient calls of his name filling the empty space. My absence. He smiled. Coming. It was no surprise that Luffy didn't win a single match against them. No matter how hard he tried, he still let his impulsivity get the better of him. Bull-headed as he was, those duels were more about letting out some steam than about displaying his new skills. They didn't even have to use their observation haki to guess his next moves. Sabo, however, was still petty over his loss. Or, more accurately, about Ace's never-ending bragging. The cocky idiot was smiling way too much, even though he had only won by one match. It had been an honorable fight and, were Ace not such a D-dash, there wouldn't be any reason to make such a big deal out of it. Tomorrow, Sabo planned with a bitter scowl, mentally glossing over a dozen new strategies. Tomorrow I'll show him who's boss. Hey, Ace, Sabo. From the other side of the fire, Luffy kept his face hidden behind the huge piece of meat he had ferociously been biting into a second ago. The jungle had proved itself to be as full of wild animals as the one back on Mount Corvo, albeit the prey here were much smaller. What do we do now? Sabo didn't need any hockey skills to notice Ace tensing as he sat with his feet in the campfire, something about disliking getting cold toes. Red and orange brushed over his face, softening his freckles and deepening the shadows haunting his gaze. His voice came out strangled. What do you want to do? MMH? I want to see my crew. But I can't, so. I don't care. As long as I'm with you guys, it will be fun. Shishishi. And didn't that make Sabo's heartstrings sing? Luffy's softness never failed to make him feel wanted. He could almost believe it, too, that everything would be alright as long as they stuck together. However, no amount of good faith and naive hope couldn't solve their biggest problem. They turned to the oldest, waiting for him to speak up. Neither of them would force him to stay if he didn't want to. Ace's hatred for Roger was no secret, not even to the man and his crew. Considering how deep-rooted those feelings were, it was a miracle that he had lasted so long without actually trying to kill him. Which was why Sabo hadn't expected the question that followed. Why? Astounded, his mouth snapped close. Sabo had been ready to cover his ears and keep quiet while his brother roared about his dislike of the man, putting his foot down at the mere possibility of accepting the pirate's offer. He had perfectly pictured it, too, Ace pacing by the fire and gesturing wildly as he taught Luffy more swears and curses, veins threatening to burst on his neck and forehead while his face turned redder and redder. Over the flames, gray met blue. Why are you considering staying, Bo? It wasn't an accusation. It wasn't even an actual question. It was a plea. Oh, Ace. Oxygen struggled to find a way past the lump clogging Sabo's throat. His brother's stare was steady, yet weak, certain, but lost. No matter how he tried to turn it around in his mind, the conclusion he came to was always the same. Ace needed him to be the sensible one. He needed him to make the best decision for their well-being, instead of the emotional response he could provide. The truth was that, despite always bragging about being the older brother and therefore knowing what was better for them, Ace relied on Sabo. He trusted him. Always had. Still did. Lights danced before him, blurred by the wetness of his eyes. Dropping his head just low enough for the brim of his hat to hide his turmoil of emotions, Sabo bit down on his lower lip. While Luffy had this bone-deep belief that Sabo would always know better just because he was his big brother, Ace had always been pig-headed about never changing his mind once it was set. And yet, here he was, considering putting his feelings aside if Sabo deemed it necessary. Ace, a man fueled by anger, resentment and spite for the world he had never asked to be born in. The one whose whole identity had been forged by hatred, like blazing steel by a blacksmith's hammer. Ace trusted him. Bo? The blonde gulped loudly, munching over his words and on a piece of meat to bid for some precious seconds. His brain was still not processing the waves of conflicting emotions his heart kept pumping through his veins. You aren't going to like my answer. And in my defense, I don't really want to tell you what I'm thinking because I kinda like my nose as it is, you know. Sabo began to ramble, his nerves taking control of his tongue over his brain. Was his voice really this high-pitched? Why was it squeaky? It wasn't supposed to be squeaky. No, he didn't want to sound weird. He had to be confident and strong and everything his brothers needed him to be. You already punched me the other day and, well, I always knew you could pack a punch. Bo, stop it. As a kid you were already monstrously strong, which I never really realized until I fought with other, normal kids, by the way. But now that you're stronger, it's even worse, and I bet that you weren't even using hockey. Bo, stop talking. Even if you must have used some, I guess? Because you're a Logia but you didn't burn me and you actually need a lot of control in order not to do that. Bo, that's pathetic, stop it. Plus, you know, I already got one burn mark on my face so I'm not really keen on getting a matching set, because that would actually kind of hurt Anne. Sabo? All of a sudden, two rough hands squashed his cheeks. Cupping his face firmly, his brother was staring at him, anguish lurking in light pupils. Oh wait. Blinking, he chased away the ghosts haunting his gaze so that Ace's eyes wouldn't reflect them anymore. They had enough inner demons as it was, Sabo needn't burden him with his. Before he could word vomit again, the pirate pinched his face harshly and stretched it almost as hard as Koala would have. Calm down. I'm calm. Very calm, super calm, calmer than ever, and certainly calmer than. Shut up. Ace ordered with one more tugging of his cheeks and a roll of his eyes. Stop it. I'm not going to punch you just because we disagree. Sabo and Luffy stared. Ace at least had the decency to look embarrassed, skin flaming red. Literally. I don't do that anymore. He conceded as he let go of the blonde, patting his face to extinguish the flames. Ugh, why is this so hard? Sabo, you want to stay with old man Rayleigh? Luffy piped up, grabbing the hem of both of their shirts and squishing himself between them. I thought you didn't like him. It's not that I don't like him. I wasn't sure that this crew was trustworthy. His voice trembled over the last word, which he thought unbefitting of the chief of staff that he was supposed to be. Ugh, he needed to get a grip. They haven't given us any reason not to tag along, apart from the fact that Roger is Ace's SPRM donor. If we traveled with them, they would provide food and shelter. We could travel without having to constantly look over our shoulder and could instead focus on finding a way back home. He winced at the lack of consideration in his own words, but there was no denying it. The only reason he was considering refusing Roger's offer was Ace's feelings toward the man. Also, Luffy and Ace looked at him, one with curiosity, the other with apprehension. I think that it might be part of the wizard's plan. Think about it, we traveled through space and time. We could have been reunited anywhere, but we ended up in the one place where the Roger pirates could find us. It can't be a coincidence. The way Ace's eyes widened would have been comical, if not for the terror it failed to conceal. Wait, the mustached captain is Ace's dad? No way. Not again. Luffy. The guy introduced himself. Did he? The boy wondered, humming and crossing his arms. Oh, now that you say it. Why did you think Ace was so angry at him? Ace is always angry. Well, now I am. Come here, you brat. Luffy took off with a yelp, barely avoiding his brother's punch. Despite his agility, he still couldn't escape Ace's flying kick. Thankfully, Luffy didn't land in the campfire. Small victories, Sabo chuckled. While his brothers were busy fighting, Sabo engulfed more than his fair share of meat. If they had wanted to eat more, they shouldn't have looked away. No one could blame him when their meals were a free-for-all. Moreover, scarfing down everything he could get his hands on was an amazing distraction from the fears still plaguing his mind. Okay. Let's do it. His head snapped back up so fast he heard his vertebrae pop. Mouth still full, Sabo stared at his big brother in disbelief. If you think that it's the sensible thing to do. Ace sat on Luffy's back, elbows set on his knees and face turned to the floor. He didn't budge, no matter how much their youngest whined about it not being a fair fight and Ace being a bully. Fiddling with his red mask, he avoided Sabo's eyes altogether, nervous energy radiating from him. Can't promise not to kill him, though. And if he hurts you or Lou, I'll turn him into carbonized steak. Wouldn't expect anything else, Sabo smiled, tempted to tease him for the shade of red his nape had taken. And Koala calls me overprotective. Shishishi, this is gonna be fun. Luffy cheered from the floor, lifting his arms forward. And it's not like we're joining their crew. From the sudden way Ace's shoulders slumped and the tight sigh that he wheezed out, the message had come across crystal clear. Just say the word and we're out of here. DMN right, Ace finally said, glee chasing the last remnants of anguish from his features. We already have our own pirate cruise. Oh. Sabo grinned back at him. Deep down, he felt a crack in his pristine facade. A broken piece of the perfectly crafted wall he had built as a revolutionary nested itself in a corner of his heart, not yet drawing blood but already making its presence known. It wasn't a sharp pain, like jaws tearing at the flesh, but a numb press over the organ. It would slowly fortify itself and slow down his whole system, poisoning him from the inside as time ticked by. We're free. F. Floating above the dark waters of the Grand Line, the Oro Jackson appeared a lot less impressive than the rumors had painted it to be. Yes, the sails were a deep, bloody red, as described by the tales he had heard in Grey Terminal. But it was a warm color, reminiscent of its captain's majestic coat. It fitted the man's smile, complementing his pale eyes and tan skin. It was the color of laughter loud as fireworks and of embraces that smelled like finely roasted alligator, furiously wrapping itself around him like a protective blanket of comfort. And safety. It reminded him of Ace. Not that he would say it out loud, Sabo may have been utterly stupid and reckless, again, Koala's and Hack's words, not his, but he wasn't downright suicidal. Hi kiddos. Roger roared from the railing, waving his arms like a father welcoming his children back home. Was exploring the island fun? Did you find anything interesting? There were many cool bugs. You should have seen it, old man. Luffy answered just as loudly, beaming under his mask. Convincing the two to put their masks back on had taken way longer than Sabo's patience could tolerate. To the point he had to resort to waging his pipe the way Garp did his fist. And we caught one of the weird birds too. Check this out. To be more accurate, they had spent half the night trying to catch the DMN animal. It had ridiculed them for hours, sending swarms of insects their way and constantly distracting Luffy from his original plan. By the end of the chase, Sabo had been dangerously close to setting the whole jungle ablaze. Ace was right? Arson is the answer. Perched on Luffy's forearm with its feet tied up, the purple bird cawed angrily as the straw hat turned its body around, guffawing at the stillness of its head. This is a south bird, Sabo explained while Ace went to make fun of the animal as well, muttering something about naming it Mini Marco. From Lou's experience, it might be useful to find the way up to Skypiea. Does that mean you're staying? Taken aback, Sabo scowled at the overexcited captain, who had nearly fallen over the railing. Why does he have to be so DMN loud? The revolutionary despaired, already covering his ears with gloved hands in order not to get deafened by his siblings' matching shouts. It feels more like facing an adult version of Luffy than of Ace. As we said yesterday, we do not have anywhere to go back to. We will not be joining your crew. We simply would like to take you up on your offer and hitch a ride until we decide what our next destination will be. It ain't gonna be for free, brats. Rayleigh warned as he leant over the railing too. In Sabo's opinion, the smile stretching his lips made his threat sound pretty empty. You won't escape chores this time. And you're getting a full checkup? Crocus cut in, pushing the first mate out of the way as he marched toward them with a raised-up index. Doctor's orders are law on the sea. If I catch you hiding any injury or illness, I'll end you myself. Is that clear? Sounds counterproductive, Sabo pointed out with pursed lips. What did you say? Nothing sir, Doc, Mr. Ficus. It's Crocus. Yeah. Cactus. That's what I said. Over the swear words the doctor elected to teach him, Sabo heard not only his brother's laughter but also that of the captain and of his first mate. Ah. One more proof that not everyone took offense when he forgot his allies' names. Take that, Hack. Wait. Are you young fellas going to sail with us? Came a voice that was even louder than Roger, a feat Sabo hadn't thought possible. A man wearing a bright kimono was staring at them with delight, a curious child sitting on his shoulders. From where he stood on shore, Sabo could tell that the stranger was tall, dwarfing even Roger and making Rayleigh stand out like he was the weird one. A flicker of recognition passed through his mind. Would you happen to be Odin? Rayleigh said that you were the one who found us. I would like to thank you for your help. My brothers and I are indebted to you, truly. Worry not, for it was the normal thing to do. Odin smiled and, despite his strange speech, looked genuinely friendly. It's too bad you didn't come back yesternight. Had I known you wished to stay, I would have waited for you to cook Odin. We already ate it all, Wahahahah. You cooked yourself? Man, you're weird, Luffy pondered out loud and tilted his head to the side, perfectly in sync with the south bird perched on his arm. You made Odin? Ace's sudden cry startled him, a fact he would deny for the rest of his life. Thank you. Ah, come on, that's not fair. I've been wanting some for so long. You know what Odin is? Wahahahah, I like you already. A friend told me about it in Wano. He was pretty insistent on it being the best dish ever. When did you even go to Wano? Its borders are closed. Sabo screeched out as if betrayed, feeling that, as a spy, he ought to have known about Whitebeard's 2nd Division commander going to the infamous land Kadu reigned over. Ace stumbled upon his words for a second, whistling sheepishly and looking away. You know what? It's a pretty long story. Shishishi. Hyken caused trouble again. I did not. Sabo let out a horrified gasp. Oh no. What did you do? Nothing. Come on, kids, stop stalling. Crocus intervened with an angry yell, accompanied by a kick to the butt. Don't think you can escape your fate. You are getting a full checkup and the vaccines I bet you're missing. You'll bicker later. Dibs for the comfy bed with ... Shishishi. Quick as lightning, Luffy stretched his arms up to the railing and, without so much as a warning for the adults standing there, launched himself on board. His laughter echoed as Rayleigh's choked groans and scolding rose from the mass of bodies tackles to the floor. He's finally relaxing some. Ace complained, but followed. As in, the doctor dragged him all the way up by pulling his left ear tightly, the younger pirate trying to plant his feet in the ground in protest. It must have hurt, but they couldn't be mad at the man. Crocus looked and sounded exactly like Gramps every time he visited them on Mont Corvo and discovered that they still didn't know any manners. Sabo's head stung at the reminder. Sees, I wish I had gone longer without remembering the Fist of Love. Shivering at the memory, the revolutionary shook his head and readjusted his top hat comfortably on his head. A new chapter was about to start. Unimaginable adventures awaiting them. This time, he would get to be part of the story instead of ending up as a footnote before the prologue was even over. This time, he wouldn't have to choose between his freedom and his brothers. This time, he had another chance at keeping his promise. Don't fail them. Deciding to move past the fears clinging to his ankles like heavy chains restraining his every dream, Sabo allowed his usual, fake smile to take over and complete the missing half of his blue mask. You already did, once. Stepping on board while actually being willing to stay felt strange. For the next few days, or would it be weeks? This would be their home. It certainly was more suited to protect them from the elements than their treehouse had ever been, but it lacked the sense of belonging that he craved, no matter what the crew said. All in all, without his brothers nearby, this was just another ship. No! Twin voices shouted over the near-constant hubbub of the crew, quieting the adults standing nearby. Sabo's foot hovered a few inches above the main deck, bewildered at the sudden announcement. Exuding almost as much anger as a 10-year-old ace who had been told no by Dayton would have, Shanks and Buggy glared at them with arms crossed over their chests as they stood on some barrels. We won't allow it. Life on the Oro Jackson was chaotic. This was an indisputable fact that no amount of denial could change, not that Buggy or Shanks would ever try to, since it had been that way for as long they could remember. From their experience, there had never been a single day without a fight erupting in the sleeping quarters or an eating competition being bet on in the galley. The main deck had borne witness to their first steps, unsteady yet determined. On the contrary, the stairs leading from the gallery to the gun deck had seen them fall for the very first time. Hell, even the butchered-up door frame of Roger's room was a physical testimony of their time on board. The captain had dutifully carved their growth spurts into the wood as years went by. The Oro Jackson was the cabin boys' home, and the crew, their family. They had to protect them. They don't belong here. Buggy Whisper yelled to his partner in crime, walking in circles in their shared bedroom, perks of being the youngest too. We gotta get rid of M. Like? Shanks shot him a blank look and mimed a stabbing motion. Murder? No. Ouch. Then what? He cried out when his best friend swatted his hand mercilessly, grimacing. Sticking his tongue out and blowing a raspberry, the red hair flopped onto the bed with his face into a pillow. No one's taking us seriously. Then why not do this the other way round? Did Buggy know that his grin was borderline terrifying? Yes. Did he care? No, and the mischief making his eye glitter was proof of it. The other teen slowly lifted himself up onto his elbows, pulling a face. You want us to be nice to them? No. Well, yes. But no. Frustration bled through the cabin boy's voice, though the way he shook Shanks' shoulders helped the latter understand just how disgruntled he was. If they don't believe us, let's have these punks prove how useless they are. Oh. How do we do that, though? Both teens sat down to think. Buggy's upper body was floating in the room, being upside down didn't bother him that much anymore. He just had to remember to hold on to his beanie. I don't know? In stories, heroes go through trials and stuff to prove their worth. But bugs? They ain't no heroes. He snapped his fingers. Exactly. That's why they'll fail. And everyone will see it. A victorious grin appeared on their faces. It was a soundproof plan, wasn't it? Why would they bother preaching to deaf ears when the brothers could show everyone how bad an idea it was to accept them on board? While the crew would believe that Shanks and he were making an effort to accept the newbies, they would actually have everyone see the trio for what they truly were. Frauds. Yup, this was perfect. Not a single flaw in sight. If Rayleigh-san catches us. Shut up. But, don't jinx us, bugs. The cabin boys waited until the next day to set their plan in motion. They had delayed the whole ordeal so that their cover story would look convincing, which was no easy feat, considering everyone was well aware of their dislike of the trio. The teens had also needed to work out all the thoroughly thought-out details of their plan. Not at all because they kept disagreeing on what to start with. Because that was what kids would have done. And they were not kids anymore. No, they were mature and trustworthy crew members. Plus, Buggy said it needed to be flashier, and who was Shanks to deny him that? The trio was just getting out of the galley when the twin terrors found them. It was still strange to see them act like they belonged here, moving around the gallery with a newfound familiarity that made Shanks' blood boil. As usual, Lou was walking with a bounce in his step and a cat in his arms, humming as he led the way. Blue and Hyken, however, were still snacking on bits of food they had taken away as they whispered in hushed tones. Hyken, are you sure that even before? No, the doc did not look at my back. Yesterday either. But you stayed in here much longer than Lou or I. I just had more stuff that needed treatment. Stop being such a mother hen. But, stop it. At least the doc said I have to eat more, so how about you, Lou, and I raid the pantry later? Hey punks. The blue-haired teen sneered, standing with his arms crossed and legs apart. Time for you to work. Three heads turned their way and Shanks gulped. Loudly. He wasn't scared. He had no reason to be scared. Nope. Listen here, brat. We accepted to do our part on board, but you don't get to. Hyken's voice cut off with a choke. What Hyken means, Blue smiled as if he hadn't just caught his brother in a tight, painful headlock that didn't give him any room to protest. Is that, as the oldest brother, he would be delighted to be of help. All of a sudden, the blonde pushed his sibling forward and ran away, without even enjoying the sight of Hyken crashing down on the hard planks of the gallery. Saluting with 2 fingers and a smile, Blue disappeared around the corner a second later. Shishishi. Hyken really is the best big brother, was all Lou said before he catapulted himself to the other side of the gallery. He may have struck 3 people as he did, laughter echoing against the walls. What, wait. Spluttering, Hyken rubbed at the newly formed bump on his forehead and, understanding that he had been abandoned, proceeded to make the bitterest grimace the cabin boys had ever seen. These idiots are so dead. That wasn't part of the plan, Shanks whispered to his friend with all the discretion he could manage, which, admittedly, didn't amount to much. Roll with it. Buggy hissed back, gulping loudly when Hyken looked back at them. So? What's this about chores? Why wasn't he yelling? Where was the explosive anger? After a drawn-out yawn, Hyken raised a questioning eyebrow up. His whole body was relaxed, free of the animosity they had already come to associate with him. You're not angry? Eyes going wide, Shanks slapped his hands over his mouth. It's just chores, the newbie shrugged, yellow shirt ruffling as he did. It did look one size too small. You're housing and feeding us, that's the least we can do. Why yeah. Exactly. Buggy recovered with a victorious shout, hand trembling as he pointed a finger at Hyken, who looked cross-eyed as he tried to follow the gesture, the digit only inches away from his nose. US should be thankful to Captain F for taking you in. The previously raised eyebrow fell back down into a frown. Don't push your luck. So. Chores. Shanks yelped, electing to ignore the full-body shudder he got from the other's glare. How'd you feel about keeping watch? Yeah, that's it? Easy peasy. Get up. Hyken startled awake, a bubble of drool popping at the corner of his mouth. Hair and clothes disheveled, he blinked sleepily and narrowed his eyes at the newcomers. The cabin boys were sitting on the edge of the crow's nest, hands cupped around their mouths. Glaring daggers at him, and keeping two on his belt in Buggy's case, they crossed their legs under them and their arms over their chest. They did their best to make him feel how disappointed they were. From his nervous shuffling, Buggy deducted that the man was at least feeling some guilt. Half an hour. You only kept watch for 30 minutes. And you said that this was an easy task? You're even stupider than we thought. Even the captain can keep watch longer than that. And he has no attention span whatsoever. Do you guys always finish each other's sentences? That's creepy. What the hell? Buggy's previous deduction fell apart altogether, them yelling at him wasn't having any effect. The dark-haired man stretched his arms above his head with a satisfied yawn, unbothered. The teen's mouth had yet to close, obfuscation still preventing them from reacting. The blue-haired boy didn't even know what words to settle on to scold the idiot sitting before him. A nap. He had taken a nap while on watch duty, after guaranteeing them that he could easily complete the task, and he wasn't looking remorseful in the slightest. Whispers arose from the deck and, with a glance over his shoulder, Buggy was relieved to confirm that they had garnered the crew's attention. An elbow to Shank's sides was all it took to drag him out of his own bafflement and look down. At least, their plan was working. I'm hungry, Hyken whined, hands pressed over his growling stomach. Hey, can you take over for a minute while I grab a snack? Eat sheet and die. So I just gotta do the dishes? Buggy ran a hand over his face and groaned desperately. It was the fourth time, that Lou had asked this question. Did he not have any short-term memory? After the whole debacle with Hyken, who had thankfully laughed at their insults, they had managed to catch the youngest brother. It had been easier than planned, too, as he had been taking a nap on the figurehead of the ship, lying down like a starfish with ... curled up on his back. Buggy wasn't jealous that the cat was showing the newcomer so much affection. Not at all. He was not this childish, no matter what Gaban said. Nua. Yes. Come on, get to it. The red-haired growled, pushing the laughing pirate forward. Humming happily, Lou went on with his task. Crouched before a basin of lukewarm water, he scrubbed at the dirtiest, nastiest dishes the cabin boys had gathered. They hoped it would disgust him enough so that he wouldn't want to touch it. However, the boy washed it all without a care, singing about southern islands and the idiots living there. Oi! Isn't this going too well? SHHHH. Even though they were both standing on opposite sides of the table, Buggy elbowed his friend in the ribs, one of the few perks of his devil fruit. I'm sure we'll find something to complain about when he... The lovely sound of porcelain breaking graced their ears. Oh. Lou's mouth flattened into a confused, flat line. Brows drawn tight above his mask, he stared at the broken mug in his hand. Its handle was separated from the cup, which also happened to be missing its bottom part. Shrugging it off, the yellow-masked boy threw it over his shoulder. He never acknowledged the way it almost landed into Buggy's hand and crashed into the wall instead. As if nothing had happened, Lou went back to his task and sang louder to cover the noise of the plates breaking one after the other in his hands. Stop it, Lou! Hey, Gaban, did you see Blue? It's his turn to clean the bathroom. Now that you say it, he was here a minute ago? I wonder where he went. Oh, for FS sake, not again. Don't let Crocus hear you swear. F dash. Rayleigh-san. Did you see Blue? Yeah, he was just asking me some details about our next destinations. Why? Do you know where he went? Nah, why? Sheet. Why are you searching for him? Brats? Answer me, brats. Where's your brother? From how said you look, I'd say not around. Don't F with us, Hyken. But it's fewin'. Hyken's right, shishishi. Ugh. Enough. I give up. Wah, Bugs, come on. Wait for me. Throwing the cleaning supplies on the floor, Buggy stomped away, making sure to put his whole body weight into each of his steps. 3 hours, they wasted 3 hours running after Blue, who was clearly having way too much fun making them go crazy. Stupid brothers, all of them. Well, needless to say the brothers had failed the first ordeal. And yet, Shanks wasn't celebrating. Not enough people had complained about it, though Rayleigh had looked more tired than usual, while the captain had laughed the entire time they told him about the trio's misfits. The cabin boys needed to move on to the next part of their plan if they wanted the crew to side with them. As a result, they decided to spy on the brothers during breakfast, or, well, they sat closer than they usually would. Buggy called it assessing the enemy's weaknesses, and Shanks knew better than to contradict him when he grinned like a madman about to commit mass murder for fun. But as the meal went on, something they had refused to acknowledge so far came crashing back into their face. All three brothers were voracious, bottomless pits. To be honest, monsters was the only word Shanks' brain settled on, and for once it wasn't because he lacked vocabulary. They truly were monsters. The trio was scarfing down one plate of food after the other, fighting as they stole from each other's servings as if they didn't all have tiny mountains of food in front of them. It looked like a competition their captain wanted to be part of, if the stars in his eyes were any sign. He probably was the only one who could actually defy them, too. However, after the third knife sent his way 2 days ago, he had learnt not to sit at the same table as Hyken if he wanted to keep all of his fingers. The sole sight of the gargantuan amount of food they were wolfing down made Buggy want to barf. He looked green around the gills, which made his red nose really pop in the middle of his face. In other circumstances, Shanks would have teased him about it, but if Buggy puked in the galley, Rayleigh would make him clean it up and he didn't feel like smelling rancid, half-digested food so early in the day. Stuffing his face with more buttered bread, the red hair mentally crossed over the options that had them helping with groceries or cooking. In front of him, Lou choked over one of the ribs he had been feasting on. Both brothers abruptly slapped his back without batting an eye. It didn't stop them from eating either, as their hands and jaws kept moving faster than nature was supposed to allow. "Wee-you, I almost died. Hey, that's my meat." "Yup. Monsters." Since they didn't want to risk the whole crew starving because of the trio's unhinged gluttony, Buggy and Shanks had sent them on fishing duty. After all, they had proven themselves adept at it. And the cabin boys were kind of hoping to see a sea king take the bait. If it ate them, it ate them. The problem, however, was that even after 4 hours, there was still no sign of Lou even though they had asked all 3 brothers to work. Even if Shanks was far from being as smart as Buggy, he still knew how to count. There were only 2 brothers sitting cross-legged on the railing. Sure he won't talk or look? For the last time, yes, Blue. The guy's a good doctor, promised and everything. But what if? I'm telling you he won't look unless it's an emergency, okay? Leave it. Oi. Stop babbling so much, you're scaring the fishes. Shanks pestered, making sure to be loud enough for a few crew members to turn around and listen in. If the brothers jumped in surprise and glared, well, that was just a bonus. "We don't care for the small fries," Hyken shrugged. "Not enough meat on their bones and not even good enough to use as bait." Indeed, Blue tipped his hat and nodded approvingly. "If you want a bigger catch, you need a bigger bait." The 2 brothers grinned. Shanks felt his body go cold. Anohattidiudo, Buggy rushed over to the railing and floated his head further away, sweat gathering on his forehead. "What the hell?" And, yeah, Shanks agreed. "What the hell?" Wrapped up in the fishing cane's wire, Lou was laughing and singing some sea shanty. A splash of foaming water hitting him face on did interrupt his song for a second. Still, it didn't deter him too much since he went on with the next verse of the song after some coughing and spitting. "Oh, hi Shanks. Hi Red Nose." The boy greeted with a smile, finally noticing them. "Who's a clown with a red nose?" "You are. Shishishi. That's not the problem." Shanks shrieked and clung to Buggy's body, pointing a trembling finger at the youngest brother. "What are you doing?" "Me?" He blinked. "Fishing." "That's not how you fish." Confused, Lou tilted his head. "It's not?" "No." "Relax, brats," Hyken snickered, moving his fishing rod to bounce his brother up and down. Laughing and giggling as he did so, the youngest ended up with a mouthful of seawater and whitebait. "See? He even gets a snack. That's still dangerous." The blue-haired teen shouted, voice doing that weird tremolo it always did when he was scared. "What if he gets eaten?" "Wouldn't be the first time, shishishi." Shanks must have heard it wrong. Sees, he prayed he heard it wrong, because otherwise, there was no way for the guy to still be here, unless he was some sort of zombie. Shanks kinda wanted to meet a zombie, though. Lou's got a nasty habit of ending up in the stomach of the animals he's hunting. Blue grimaced at the admission, nose scrunching up. "I stopped counting after the 10th time he got eaten by an alligator." "Don't freak out," the oldest assured, flashing them a confident smile. "We always get him out of trouble. He's our precious little brother after all." It was almost sweet, the overprotectiveness. The soft grin on Blue's face matched the fondness expressed by his older brother. Exchanging a glance, they both started cackling like madmen the moment Hyken asked Blue if he remembered anything about some snake eggs. Leaning against each other and laughing, their shoulders dropped low while their heads hung back, mouths wide opened into dazzling smiles. Both men relaxed at the memory, nostalgia unraveling their muscles. Unraveling it a tad too much, according to the loud splash that followed. Blinking at their now empty hands, the brothers stared at each other, then at the cabin boys, only for their horror to grow at the terrified looks they found there. "Oh, sheet, Lou." Once more that day, Blue took off his coat and jumped. Another day passed. Exhausted and in dire need of inspiration, the cabin boys were lying down in the middle of the main deck. They had elected to ignore any and all complaints thrown their way. Half the crew had already almost stepped on them. The pain in their arms and shoulders attested that they hadn't skipped their morning chores, unlike 3 idiots they knew of, which was why they were now rewarding themselves with some cloud gazing. It wasn't an actual activity, but Shanks, after being told repeatedly by Crocus that he couldn't stay awake to stargaze every night, had to find a new pastime. The more he insisted that cloud gazing wasn't a verb, the more Shanks used it. Bright rays of sunshine peeked through the white, fluffy masses and warmed their skin as it fell upon them. Buggy was determined to tan. Today, he would not burn red, no matter what his genetics dictated. Screw it. Blue, too, had pale skin and yet didn't get any sunburn so far. Sure, the guy wore a top hat and too many clothes for someone who spent half the day out in the sun, but it still wasn't fair. Bouyuwugs, Shanks whined from under the straw hat covering his face. What do we do? We're going to Skypiea tomorrow? We gotta kick em out before then. Do something. Do some? You do something. You're the one with the brain. Start using yours. No, the red hair deflected, pouting. His friend didn't even have to see his face to know it. Shanks kept his arms crossed behind his head defensively and wiggled his feet pettily against the planks. That's too much work. You do it. Frustration taking over, Buggy sat up and detached one of his hands to throw it in Shanks' face. Shrieking, the teenager thrashed around for a second. His voice jumped 2 octaves higher than usual, depriving him of the little dignity he had left. It was music to Buggy's ears. Bugs? You're dead. And you're stinky. Blearg. Perhaps if Buggy had been more on guard and less busy blowing raspberries at his partner in crime, he could have avoided the latter's punch. Pain exploded through his nose. The force of the jab made him roll backward and right into the nearest wall. He pulled himself up with a grunt, recalling his separated hand to his side. Now sporting matching red noses, the teens held each other's glare as they both walked forward. Shanks grabbed Buggy's collar and the blue-haired boy mirrored him, snarling. You guys train outside too? Time stopped. Crouching down beside the teens was Lou, with his happy-go-lucky smile and precious straw hat. They froze and stared. And screamed. Aya, when did you get there? Why are you yelling? Lou jumped back as they did, equally as shocked. He was not supposed to be quiet, so how in hell had he managed to sneak up on them? Rayleigh said we could train on deck if we wanted. No. I said you could train on deck as long as I supervised it. I do not trust you 3 not to damage the Oro. The first mate cut in, holding a bottle that was already well underway. The bags under his eyes were proof that the brother's tendency to cause problems didn't stop when the sun went down. And only because you harassed me all morning. I asked nicely. You harassed me. I said please and thank you. Lou pouted, using the same tone Shanks had when the captain refused to let him join a fight. Buggy preferred to hide until the storm was over, because he had healthy brain cells he knew how to use. Like Makino taught us. You didn't get any death threats from any of us, did you? Blue patted the first mate's shoulder. Consider that a win. See? We can be nice. Hyken added, arms crossed behind his head. From the direction the corners of Rayleigh's mouth pointed to, he was not convinced. Still, Lou must have been quite stubborn for the man to indulge them and be out on deck. Buggy wasn't jealous. No, because there was no point in envying an idiot who would be gone by sunrise. It would have been illogical. Shanks, however, did not get the memo. Rayleigh-san, are you going to train them? Despite his best efforts, his voice and shoulders trembled. Buggy couldn't blame him, it wasn't fair. Rayleigh couldn't do that, it wasn't fair. Only if they need it, the man shrugged casually. I'm mostly here for damage control. Unbeknownst to him, the boys' hearts tightened at his words. Rayleigh was their teacher. No one else on board was being trained by the first mate. No one else needed it, as they were all adults and experienced pirates, but it still meant that they were the only ones supposed to have that privilege. They ought not to share, even less so with some punks who had yet to prove their worth. That's not fair. The red hair repeated out loud, suddenly getting up and resetting his hat on his head. You're supposed to be training us. Rayleigh crossed his arms, a crooked grin showing on his face as he raised a single, challenging eyebrow. What, you think I can't supervise all of you at once? You're too old. Shut up, brat. He snapped back at Hyken, losing his smile. Sighing and pinching his nose, the first mate shook his head and muttered a few curses the boys certainly weren't allowed to repeat. Buggy would never admit it out loud, but it was comforting to see the man be even less patient with the trio than with them. Shanks. Bugs. Start with 10 laps around the deck. What? Not run the ring. Rayleigh smiled. You wanted me to train you, didn't you? Let's get started, then. It was hell. Their teacher had found new favorites and now wanted them dead. There was no other plausible explanation for the torture he was putting them through. The scorching heat lapped at their faces and made their shirts cling to their skin uncomfortably. Drops of sweat ran along their neck, dehydration gaining ground at every new lap they completed around the deck. Its dreary, dry fingers were coming closer and closer, their grip a death threat that neither wanted to confront. No, Shanks was not being overdramatic, running under the blazing sun was just that bad. The one good thing they got out of this was the joy of watching Lu get his butt handed to him. Repeatedly. Somehow, the brothers had created a weird tradition, each of them got 100 daily fights, that they divided equally between them. Buggy called them crazy, Shanks favored the term nuts, especially since Lu's head almost got cracked open like one in his duels against Blue. How do you always know where I'm gonna attack? The youngest protested, massaging his reddening forehead. That's just observation hockey, Lu, Hyken snorted, helping him up on his feet. It'd be about time you start using it, too. What's hockey? Silence answered him. Only the soft lull of the waves crashing against the ship could be heard. Even Rayleigh had frozen and lowered his bottle. Lu, you're kidding, right? Even we know hockey. Shanks piped up, breath still uneven from their run. How much of a rookie are you? The boy picked at his nose, unbothered. Blue grabbed him by the shoulders and shook him like a rag doll, a nervous giggle escaping him. Lu, I know for a fact that you fought a Sand Logia. He what? Hyken, Shanks and Buggy yelled. The red-masked brother joined in on the panic, checking his brother for injuries and running his hands through his own hair repeatedly. If he kept tugging at it like this, Shanks could bet he would end up with a haircut worse than Crocus. I kicked his butt. Lu corrected with a proud smile, one hand on his waist and the other on his hat. It was a while ago. How did you beat him without hockey? Shanks questioned, half awed, half terrified. Who the hell fought a Logia without using any hockey? An idiot. An idiot like Lu totally would, Buggy's baffled expression told him. Oh, that? I used water. He beamed, then immediately went back to pouting, jutting his lower lip forward. He almost got me thrice, though. Man, getting stabbed with a shiny hook and dehydrated to death in the desert was not fun. That was in Alabasta? Hyken's voice echoed on deck, so high-pitched and unsteady that even the cabin boys flinched. What I'm getting from this, Rayleigh's eyes shone with a glint of interest as he rubbed his goatee, deep in thought. Is that you fought a Logia without knowing hockey and came out victorious? Yeah. My bounty went up to 100 million berries after that. Nami was so said. Lu guffawed, still not giving his brother's near hysteria any attention. It has tripled now, Shishishi. I told you I got stronger. Try. Pled? No. No way. Neither of the cabin boys could believe what they had heard. It was too big a lie, wasn't it? This punk did not have a bounty of 300 million berries. Impossible. And yet? Call it instinct, Shanks' gut feeling had never been wrong, or call it a hunch, Buggy's observation hockey had always been too sensitive, but they knew, deep down, that Lu was not lying. The guy had a bounty, a pretty high one, for a Paradise rookie, and pretended to have the matching skills so. Why had they never heard about him? Why had they never seen his wanted poster in the newspaper? Why? Please. Blue and Hyken's voices snapped them out of their thoughts. Yeah, please. They repeated, bowing down at the waist. Both of them kept a hand pressed on the back of their brother's head so that he would imitate them. Teach hockey to our idiot brother. You, who have been nothing but murderous and discourteous, would trust me with his training. The first mate croaked, surprised but still smiling. We would be incredibly thankful if you were to do that, Hyken said, more polite than they had ever seen him be. Please. We are not patient enough. You, on the contrary, have experience mentoring younger pirates. I also believe that we wouldn't be qualified teachers, Blue continued, lifting his head up while still bowing. Hyken relies more on instincts than actual lessons about hockey, and I use my brain too much for Lu to learn the same way. The adult snorted. Well, I've got time to kill, so what's one more brat under my wing? Thank you very much. We're counting on you and we'll leave our idiot brother in your care, Rayleigh. What? No. He wouldn't. Boys. Rayleigh turned to them. A wild grin stretched his lips, the type that gave them goosebumps. You're gonna help. Go fetch a BLNDFLD and a bucket of projectiles. Nothing sharp, understood? Oh. Right away, Rayleigh-san. As amusing as throwing rocks and pebbles at Lu's head had been, the teens were back to moping around the deck. Shanks stuffed his face into his hat and groaned in frustration as loud as humanly possible, knowing that, for once, Buggy wouldn't even tease him for his childishness. Their plan had failed. The trio was still here, and most of the crew found them more entertaining than annoying. Why? Why was everyone accepting their presence so quickly, when it had taken Odin weeks to be approved of? I don't know. They're fun to be around? Gaban pondered when Shanks asked him, leaning onto the helm with his arms crossed. They SCK at basic chores any swabbies should know about on a ship, but sure are DMN useful to move sheet around. Oh, I know what you mean. Another pirate pitched in, and Shanks recognized Seagull's rough voice. I saw the one with a top hat crack a coconut open bare-handed. Yesterday? Hyken? I think his name's Hyken. Okay, so, Hyken helped move cannons on the gun deck, by lifting them. He had one on each shoulder like it weighed nothing. Wahahahah. I heard Crocus complain about that. It is a reckless thing to do, Gaban amended. But it did go much faster this way. And have you guys tried to keep an eye on Lou? The kid's even worse than Captain. How many times a day does he fall off the Oro? Too many, dude, too many. Sunbell shivered. The fishman had been put on Lou drowning duty after Rayleigh grew tired of fishing the kid out every 5 minutes. He can't be too bad. Wouldn't stay with him if he were, you know? Honestly, I'm surprised that darn old cat is still sticking round. Gaban sighed, his dark, round glasses slipping down his nose. Lou's been dragging him round everywhere like he's some kiddie's cuddle toy. Arg. Enough. Shanks suddenly exploded, reaching his limits. Face red as his hair and shoulders hunched up to his ears, he kept his eyes stuck to the ground and his fists clenched to his sides. We get it, you love these stupid punks. No need to keep spouting all that nonsense. What is it, brat? Gaban teased, wrapping a massive arm around his shoulders and poking at his cheek. Jealous? What? No. It's okay, you and Bugs will always be our favorites. The helmsman laughed. Ignoring the cabin boy's shrieks, he enveloped both of them in a warm embrace. See 'em here, ya idiots. The teens hissed and insisted, as loudly as their vocal cords allowed, that they didn't care, that they had no reason to be jealous, since the trio wasn't even part of the crew. They, however, didn't try to get out of the man's embrace. Hugs from the crew were nice. Everyone was so tall and so strong, Shanks could admit that it made him feel safe, like nothing bad could happen. Seas knew it wasn't easy to feel this way on the Grand Line, even less so when you were 2 heads smaller than everyone and weighed less than most pirates' favorite weapons. Thankfully, no one got time to tease them about it. The door to the gallery opened wide and a panicked, sleep-deprived Odin stepped out with a crying toddler in his arms. His wife followed soon after, trying to soothe a wailing baby while talking with a distressed Roger. For all his usual bravado and confident smile, the man was utterly useless in front of a distressed baby. I am deeply sorry for the inconvenience, they do not usually cry this much, she sighed and a frown took over her features, worry transpiring through her every move. Hiyori has been crying for hours. And Momo's been crying because she's crying. Odin paced around, wincing as the boys' laments worsened. There Lou winced and covered his ears with his hands. Give them meat. Meat always makes everything better. Shanks jumped in surprise. When did they get here? He could have sworn they were still exploring under the deck. From his best friend's wide eyes, he could tell that his friend had been thinking the same. Well, the fact that Buggy's head was floating 2 feet above his crumbled body, pieces scattered down onto the ground, helped a little. Curiosity leading them, the 3 brothers walked closer to the newcomers. Despite their relaxed demeanor, Shanks could tell that they were on the lookout. They stood close to each other, with the 2 oldest checking out their surroundings as if they needed to make sure they still had a way out. What really made Buggy and him tense, however, was the way Toki stared back at the trio. If Shanks remembered correctly, it was their first time meeting. The brothers always went to the galley before the rest of the crew gathered there to avoid crowds altogether. Pushing her long, green hair behind her shoulder, Toki rocked her daughter softly against her chest. Roger's stress went right over her head, as she kept her gaze on the 3 guests. What was going on? They're too young, Lou, children have a different diet at that age, Blue gently explained, although he, too, was keeping his ears covered and wincing at each renewed wail. Hyken, however, stood silent. His focus was on Hiyori, tears straining her red, chubby face and tiredness making her chin quiver. Immediately on guard, Shanks nudged Buggy and stepped closer to the couple. It wasn't because the guy was stupid that he couldn't be dangerous. Is it because of the weather? Maybe we should dock at Jaya again, so that you and the kids can sleep on land? The captain offered, pulling on his mustache nervously. Sensing the children's emotional pain was distressing him more than those in the crew who could just ignore their voices. It pained Shanks to see Buggy in the same predicament, cold sweat making his beanie stick to his forehead. Maybe, move. The red-masked brother pushed Roger out of his way, eyes still set on the baby with a determined expression. Immediately, Odin made to stop him. However, his wife interrupted him and held his gaze for a second, before shaking her head. Confused, her husband opened his mouth to talk but she ignored him and walked to meet the pirate halfway. Smiling softly, she kept her baby close to her chest. "Hello, I'm Toki, and this lovely lady is Hiyori. We haven't had the pleasure to meet before, have we?" "Oh, suddenly losing all of his composure, Hyken stumbled upon his words before bowing properly, bent at the waist with his arms close to his body. "It's a pleasure to meet you, ma'am. You may call me Hyken. According to my brother, you are also traveling with the Roger Pirates without being part of the crew." "Indeed," she chuckled, blue eyes still staring at Hyken like she was missing a puzzle piece. "I am traveling with my husband and our 2 children, until he is done helping the captain with his adventure. This is a great way to pass time and discover what the world has to offer, but I can't wait to finally visit the land of Wano." "Oh, I see. I hope that you can visit Wano soon, it is a beautiful country." Hyken smiled and finally raised his head back up. Toki was gloating with approval and nodding intensely, eyes shining with 1,000 questions. Seize knew the woman always wanted to hear more about her native land. "I know that we just met but, I believe I could be of help with Hiyori-chan, if you would let me try?" It was Shank's turn to lose his voice. What? That barbaric dumbass thought he could help with a crying baby? Did he have some hidden babysitter skills that no one knew about? Blue was mimicking his and Buggy's stunned face, in tune with the rest of the crew. The sight only made the red hair more cautious and wary of Hyken's intentions. Someone who was constantly out and ready to murder their captain ought not to be trusted blindly around a civilian. No matter how polite an act he could pull. "Are you going to hurt my daughter?" "Wah! No." The pirate gasped, shaking his head and hands frantically. "I would never, ma'am." "Then I hope you can help her." Toki nodded appreciatively, showing him how to hold the wailing baby. "Here, be careful with her head." "So small," Hyken whispered, his voice sounding almost reverent. As carefully as possible, the man held the baby up in his arms. There was a nervousness about his shoulders. Paradoxically, it reassured Shanks. It meant that Hyken would make sure to carry their youngest guest with care. If he didn't, the whole crew would be at his throat, after Odin had his turn, of course. Gulping and biting down on his lips, Hyken slowly pressed a clenched index to the baby's mouth. The reaction was immediate. Hiyori started to munch onto his knuckle vigorously, painful cries dissolving into woeful sniffles. "Oh, thank the seas. Is Hyken a magician?" Lou asked, voicing Shank's very thoughts. "Since when did you know how to care for babies?" Blue questioned, too surprised to actually tease him. "I've never once seen you be delicate, not even when Makino visited us." Hyken blushed at the jab nonetheless, embarrassment making his shoulders rise up like a hissing cat's spine. "I had just met lots of kids when I traveled. And many old crew members settled down in the Blues and had kids too, sometimes we visit them so." "Ugh, shut up, Blue." "But how did you know how to help her?" Odin asked over his shoulder, the ghost of a smile appearing on his face despite the state of panic he was still in. "First you know of Wano, and now you make my daughter stop crying? I like you more and more, young man." At this point, it was becoming difficult to differentiate Hyken's skin color from his masks. Wait, had Shanks and Buggy spent the last 3 days searching for fatal weaknesses when they could have just praised the idiot to death and be done with him? "It ain't much. She's just teething, I think," he mumbled, lulling the baby as he gave her back to her mother. "She's too young to be teething," Toki frowned, imitating Hyken and letting her daughter bite onto her finger. "Momonosuke didn't get teeth until he was 7 months old. Didn't. The adult who raised me always complained because I had teeth before I even turned 4 months old. Always had to give me stuff to bite onto so that I would stop crying." "You must have made the mountain bandits nuts," Blue grinned, elbowing him and wiggling his eyebrows. "Think they got any baby pictures?" "Don't you dare." Before any of them could start a new fight, and what the hell was a Dayton and why would mountain bandits have Hyken's baby pictures? Momonosuke's cries doubled in intensity. His sister had been somewhat soothed, but he was still stuck with overwhelming emotions he was too young to sort out on his own. Hell, Shanks himself still struggled with some of his feelings and he was 13. "Hey, kid. Momonosuke." Odin panicked, holding him with his arms stretched before him. "Why are you crying? Are you hurt?" "Aya. Hey kid. Momo, was it? Come on buddy, look at me." Hyken tried again, gesturing to his face and grinning nervously. "Do you like fireworks?" The question drew the attention of every single person on deck. "Brat, don't you dare forget what I said about fire hazards," came Rayleigh's warning, only to be thoroughly ignored by the pirate. The 2-year-old sniffled, voice wobbling with tears and snot. "Fireworks. Yeah, fireworks. Do you like them?" Shyly, the boy nodded. Hyken grinned and held his hand up for Momonosuke to see. The kid's interest perked up when his skin started to glow green. Hadarubi! Shanks couldn't believe his eyes. Green fireflies erupted from Hyken's hands and flew high above them, bathing the deck in a soft, eerie light. Momonosuke and Odin rubbed their eyes, wearing the same wondering look on their faces. Usually, Buggy and Shanks would be nagging everyone to stay on guard around the brothers, but the sight was so out of this world that they couldn't even bother to care. Small fireballs floated over their heads and slowly drifted around, without ever crashing into anything or anyone. Hyken grinned when the toddler's tears eventually dried up and made room for awe, watching him reach his arms out to try and grab the flickering lights. "Whoa!" Lou exclaimed, jumping around with too much energy and bouncing aboard along. "Fireflies! So many fireflies! Hyken, that's so cool!" Beaming, the oldest brother grinned twice as much at the praise. I know. Don't try to catch Lou, it's... Ouch! That hurts! It's fire! What did you expect, you dumbass? How do you do that? Momonosuke tugged on Hyken's shirt sleeve, whispering but never looking away from the green lights twinkling above their heads like the most mysterious of stars. "I ate the Mara Mara no Mi," Hyken proudly stated, wiggling his still-on-fire fingers. "I'm a fire Logia now. That's so cool!" "Wait!" Buggy shrieked, pointing at the brothers. "Did you all eat a devil fruit or what?" The oldest and youngest ones turned to Blue, who shook his head. "Still a normal human over here. Sorry to disappoint." "What were the odds?" Rayleigh wondered, scratching his goatee with a curious smile. "Even in a crew as large as ours, there are only 2 people who ate a devil fruit, Bugs and Toki. But you kids managed to get yours hands on a Paramecia and a Logia?" "Lou ate his when he was a kid," Blue chuckled. "It was an, accident. He was awful at using it, too. Would brag all day long about being the greatest fighter of the island, only for him to punch himself in the face when he tried to show off. Hey, got mine when I left to be a pirate," Hyken remembered fondly, humming low. "I was stranded on an island and starving. You were what? But hey, I got a first mate and a devil fruit out of that first adventure." He laughed, cross-armed. Slowly, the fireflies vanished and dissolved into thin air. "That's where we built Striker, too. She's the best. Fueled by fire, so I can go pretty much anywhere I want thanks to her." Shanks was torn. On one hand, he had a million questions to ask. On the other, he didn't want to admit defeat so easily. Showing interest would only make everyone believe that he was welcoming the brothers. But Hyken's adventures sounded wild. Who the heck got one of the coolest devil fruits while lost on some stupid island? There had to be a story there? "Let's party!" Lou's shout startled them all. He jumped onto his brother's back and clung to him like the monkey that he was, stretching his arms around the other's body multiple times to force him into a hug. Despite Hyken's protests and nagging, Lou laughed and started to sing, terribly off-key, at that. "Oh brother, I hear your call. Oh sister, I know it seems unsure. Wahahahah. Kiddo's right, let's celebrate. Odin and Toki's kids are safe and sound, that calls for a party." Roger approved, raising both arms in the air. "Let's have fun. Shea anka awayanks." Lou crashed into the red hair, laughing and wrapping an arm around his shoulders while stretching the other to catch Buggy. When had he left Hyken? "Sing with me." "What? Come on." He insisted and threw his head back with a laugh. "Come daylight, we'll feel the sun. But tonight, we've just begun." "Ooh, I know this one. It's quite old, but still as good." Crocus smiled with nostalgia, and with an already half-empty tankard of ale in his hand. "Our hours will slowly fade. My body will be gone someday. I beg you, leave it all behind. In the peace of mind, you will find." Shanks didn't want to yield. "I believe that you wanted to love. And you hope that the love is enough." He really didn't. "I believe that you wanted to run. With the light of the fire, the sound of the gun." Not yet. But the song was catchy. His voice joined in, soon followed by Roger's and Gabon's rumbling ones. "Come now, sail away with me. Now, what do you say?" Both men wrapped their arms around Buggy's and Shank's shoulders, dancing and laughing just as much as the 3 kids squished between them. "We both know where we've been. And we won't go back there again." Buggy threw him an unimpressed look and, for a second, the red hair feared he had disappointed his friend. Instead, the cabin boy faked an overdramatic sigh before jutting his chin toward the idiots around them. He understood the motion's meaning immediately. Only his best friend would jump at the chance to pickpocket Lou and the adults while they were distracted. And Shanks laughed. He laughed so hard he made the whole dancing group stumble in their steps and lose their balance. Count on Buggy to believe that they could allow the newcomers on board as long as the 2 teens could line their pockets with a few misplaced wallets. They didn't have to yield. Not yet. A ceasefire, however, was tolerable. No. No 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 no. 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 After 20 years of existence, Sabo finally understood Toddler's love for this word. In his defense, he wasn't throwing a tantrum for no reason. His reaction was perfectly sound. Logical, even, if one considered the situation at hand. Are we going to die? I think we're going to die. In the Revolution Army, members were always sharing the information they had gathered as well as their upcoming plans. It was a necessity, for you never knew when one element could be useful to someone else's mission, or what to search for when your coworker didn't make it back. On the Oro Jackson, however, the crew always went along with their captain's decisions. To some, it was a great show of loyalty. To others, it meant that you could never assume that these choices would be rational ones. Take today, for example. No one had told him about the knock-up stream. In all 3 days during which the cabin boys tried to kick them out of the ship, no one had thought of warning them about the giant pillar of water they would ride along. Not a single person. So was it wrong of Sabo to have expected something else? No. If anything, he had, for once, been sensible. And as any sane person would, he had reasonably believed that they would take one of the numerous, safe roads leading to the Sky Islands. Revolutionaries often traveled through those paths. Koala herself had attested that one needn't endanger themselves or their entire crew to reach these places. Wahahahah. This is so fun. To the Sky Island. Let's go. Never mind that, Koala's equation didn't take the two captains into account. Luffy and Roger shared the same brain cell and it had already died from atrophy. Holding the main mast as tight as humanly possible, Sabo knew he made for a pitiful sailor. He grunted in shame, smashing his face flat into the wood. Dragon had taught him better than that. The man had taken on his personal time to make him a fearless and respected member of the resistance, capable of sailing anywhere on his own. Right now, however, Sabo looked like a monkey refusing to let go of its favorite coconut tree. A decade without us and now you're a scaredy cat, Ace teased, despite being in the same position. Shut up. Being scared when the helmsman is willingly directing us to the center of a giant whirlpool is normal. This, he gestured to the two captains, bickering over who would get to sit on the figurehead, is not. Following his gaze, Ace lost his smile. Unable to go fight the man himself at the moment, he settled for munching over his necklace in order not to grind his teeth to dust. The pirate was living proof that not even mountain bandits could tame a wolf child altogether. Why's Lou talking with this a-hole? He mumbled over the red beads. The guy's not worth shit. Stupid, useless shell of a man. Here he goes again, Sabo rolled his eyes. There was no stopping him when he listed one swear after the other, trying to find which term suited Roger the best. Or worse. It depended on where you stood from. The blonde pitied the poor soul who would tell Ace that the captain of the Oro Jackson was basically an adult version of Luffy. Not even worth half the worms he'll feed in his. On instinct, Sabo reached an arm out and caught his brother before he hit the floor. The number of sleep episodes Ace had had the past few days was worrying, no matter what Crocus had told the pirate. Since his brother had omitted to tell the doctor about the other symptoms he was experiencing, the man had no reason to believe otherwise. Sabo knew better. Yes, Ace needed as much routine as he could get in his daily life, as well as regular, quality sleep. It wouldn't magically solve all of his problems, but it did help. If they could get their hands on some medication, that could be useful as well and minimize his chances of falling asleep and overboard during watch. For now, Ace was still smiling and acting like he was fine. However, they didn't know how long it would last. The blonde had already noticed a few signs that set a few alarm bells ringing. At night, his brother never slept more than a few hours at a time. He would then be restless during the day and fall asleep at random times, ending up even more tired after these episodes. And every time Ace woke up groggy instead of well-rested, Sabo would see it, the way his dreams followed him into reality and lingered around, parasitizing his daily life and making him doubt where he was. Moreover, even if he did get the appropriate medicine and a new routine, the constant stress he was under from being around Roger would mess him up anyway. Grave. Where? Welcome back to the world of the living, Sabo greeted, amused to see him rub his eyes and yawn the exact same way he did when they were kids. How was Dreamland? Sleep? Yup. Thankfully, you've got yourself a big brother to lean on. Ah? Did that blast to your head take your brain away along with your memories? Ace scoffed, pushing his mask back up on his nose. I am the big brother. Grinning, the blonde set his hand horizontally over his head and slowly moved it forward, a mere inch above his brother's head. I am taller than you, therefore. That's not how it works. Therefore. Everyone, hold tight. The helmsman, Gabon, was it? Shouted for everyone to hear. We're about to go up. Up? Sabo froze. What? As if it had been waiting for Sabo's fear to kick back in, the ship rotated vertically. For all the blonde wished for adventures, he had never wanted to experience gravity that way. The floor under his feet lost all of its usefulness as he fell backward. Gravity mocked him as it grabbed him by the ankles and reclaimed him back. Making fun of Ace was so entertaining that he had forgotten to hold onto the mast like he was supposed to. I'm going to die. I'm going to die so stupidly, he realized, seeing the same thought mirrored on his brother's face as both of their eyes went wide. Ugh. I hope there's no afterlife because this is a dumb way to die. Gomu no. Oh no. Luffy's arms encircled them, saving them from yet another major head injury. Or so he thought. The brutality of the shock took him by surprise. Before he could even swear, he bounced back up and slammed right back into the main mast. A few centimeters to the right and he would have flattened his nose against the wood. Physics. His entire body winced in pain. Sabo was almost certain that it wasn't normal for his stomach to have moved all the way up to his throat. The world was spinning before him, and the fact that they were traveling along a giant pillar of water to reach the sky was not helping with the nausea. Shishishi. You guys gotta be more cautious. Lu, a professional hypocrite, laughed as he wrapped his arms around them and his legs around the mast. From how green he was, their oldest looked about ready to empty his stomach. For all he wanted to scold their youngest, Sabo found himself in the same predicament as Ace. The only thing holding Sabo back from puking was the little dignity he still held onto more ferociously than on the mast. This is so fun. Lu guffawed with his head tilted back. I wish we traveled like this all the time. And this? This was why Sabo felt genuine, absolute sympathy for Luffy's crewmates. Did they even know that his brother would only get worse as time went by? He didn't dare imagine what would happen when they would reach the new world. But he would pay to see their faces the day Luffy understood how log poses worked on the second half of the Grand Line. Oh, we're getting closer. Do you think we will pass through or bounce back down? It's another mystery cloud. Shishishi. The oldest two grimaced. And to think that this was just the beginning? Skypiea was as astounding as he had imagined. Colorful buildings stood on white clouds, overlooking the sea and its surroundings and bathing in bright sunlight. The clear, blue sky shaped the scenery into a picturesque painting, a postcard one would gladly use to depict heaven to a non-believer. Sabo breathed in the soft smell that came from the solid, yet bouncy clouds under their feet. The beach lacked the warm sand he loved to bury his toes in, but still featured a rich wildlife. Even though he recognized a few types of trees and plants that Koala had told him about, he wasn't capable of identifying the square fruit Luffy had stolen at the edge of the forest. His inner child dreamed of running around and of exploring the place thoroughly. Being the sensible one SCKS, he concluded wisely, reining in his impatience. There was nonetheless one element in the midst of this paradise that he deemed suspicious. The people. Especially those Roger was talking with. Among which, God. Koala sure didn't mention him. It had been quite a shock to be welcomed by such a man. Sabo had never been one for religion, and neither were his brothers. Still, seeing how happily Luffy greeted him, the revolutionary had set his distrust aside. Ace had been another problem altogether. The idiot had been ready to fight him until their younger brother mentioned that this was not the god he had brawled with. Is there a pantheon of gods? Or is this some sort of democracy where people vote for a new god every few years? What makes one qualified to be god? Did you have to be a certain age, or could a kid end up being god? As Sabo thought of new subjects he needed to research about, he noticed that the people before them, albeit used to greeting travelers from the blue sea, were staring at them. Not at the crew. At the brothers. Are our masks that weird? He muttered to Ace, who was keeping a hand on their youngest so that he wouldn't go off on his own again. It's your shirts, dumbass. The cabin boy's whisper yelled from where they hid behind them, leveling him with a glare. What's wrong with our shirts? Luffy blinked and looked down at his outfit. Oh sees, Sabo could write countless pages about their shirts. First, and he needed everyone to know it, was that this was not his idea. Second was the fact that he did vehemently oppose it. A fact he pretty much already affirmed in his first point, but he had to insist. And third, this was not his idea. It all happened because Luffy complained about the itchiness of his clothes when they explored Mock Town. Naively, Sabo had walked into a little shop along with his brothers, believing that they would get a few changes of clothes and move on. If only. Luffy and Ace were not known for their fashion sense. Nonetheless, they usually gravitated toward simple outfits, wearing primary colors most of the time. Which was why Sabo had thought it to be a joke when they told him that they wanted the ugliest, most cringy pieces of clothing available on the island. Wasting money on such hideous outfits would have been a terrible way to handle the little money he had stolen earlier, which he had told them unceremoniously. Hell, he had even braved the odds and kept his foot down when Luffy had used his puppy eyes on him. If that wasn't proof of his iron will, he didn't know what would qualify. One thing he forgot to take into account was that, over the years, his brothers had learnt new tricks. Among which, Ace's puppy eyes. When the two brothers had teamed up, staring and begging him to join in on their silly little idea, with their lower lip pursed forward in a woeful pout. When did Ace? He yielded. No word could express the sheer embarrassment he felt as he stepped out of Mocktown souvenir shop, holding a bag of pure atrocities. Why were his brothers so stupidly cute? Why was Sabo dumb enough to condone their every whim when, rationally, he knew they would be over it the moment they found another prank to pull? Why was the world so keen on bullying him? You just want them to be happy. At least, the 2DS had forgotten about it for 3 whole days. Peace had lasted longer than he could have hoped for. Maybe he had this god to thank for it? No one's gonna take you seriously if you keep dressing up like this, Shanks snickered, pretending to hide his mirth behind his hand. Your shirts are so ugly. They sure are. But did you see the face old Ficus pulled when we greeted him? Sabo admitted with a smirk. Worth it. You ain't supposed to wear gloves and a top hat with an orange Hawaiian shirt. But Bunny, blue and orange are complementary colors. Nothing felt as good to Sabo as making fun of others with all the seriousness of a businessman. His blank facade dropped when Buggy jumped at his throat, armed with both knives and his enraged, cracked voice. Laughter erupted from all 3 brothers, as well as from Shanks and Roger, who were always willing to tease the blue-haired boy. The latter's nagging flew way over the revolutionary's head, who was still cackling too hard to hear more than a few, "This is a hate crime to our eyes," and some, "If you're gonna be flashy then do it right." At least I am aware of how we look, Sabo thought as he patted Buggy's head, freezing him in the process. The boy mustn't have been used to simple touches if it was all it took to calm him down. Luffy and Ace still believe they're fashionable. Even poor Makino wouldn't have been sweet enough to compliment them. Only Ace would wear a vivid, green Hawaiian shirt with white shorts and combat boots, and still think himself stylish. Luffy did admit to having picked his purple Hawaiian shirt because it looked especially funny. The beanie he had stolen from Buggy, however, was an addition his straw hat hadn't needed. Had anyone told Sabo that he would one day willingly dress as badly as Monkey D. Garp did when he was out of his marine uniform, he wouldn't have believed it. Gramps would be so proud. Somehow, he was actually enjoying the way it made everyone cringe and look away in disgust. Maybe Buggy's right. Maybe being flashy is the best way to go around incognito, Sabo mused, nodding along with his theories. Koala will kill me if I try convincing her to dress up like that for our next mission. Worth a try, then. For any complaints, please consult Hyken and. The blonde paused. Oh. Where are Hyken and Lou? They left after the 3rd time Bugs called you a living fashion faux pas, Shanks answered, arms crossed behind his head. Sabo had planned on listening to God, really, he had wanted to get as much information as possible out of him. It would also have meant possibly understanding why the Roger pirates wanted to reach Skypiea in the first place. However, he knew better than to leave his brothers unsupervised. Trouble always found him, yes, but his siblings actively searched for problems and wreaked havoc on purpose. Yes, their purpose was to have fun, but their definition of the word didn't match that of your average civilian. Speaking of the 2 idiots, they had already strayed away from the group and found something to poke at. Hopefully, it wouldn't be anything dangerous or explosive. All that was left was for Ace not to light it up. Blue! Luffy shouted when he spotted him, rushing to his side to drag him closer. Sabo's heart melted, endeavored by the action. The Straw Hat always ran to his side to find him instead of simply stretching his arm to bring the revolutionary to him. Blue! Look! It's like Nami's white horse thingy. It's a boat made for one person, propelled by a dial, Ace explained, for which Sabo was thankful. Lou said that his navigator got hers repaired when they came here, and that you can use it on both the white and blue seas. Even if the sea is clouds it is sea. The youngest wisely said, draped all over the oldest's back. So devil fruits users will drown if they fall. Got it. I would advise you to be careful with this. Riding a waiver isn't for the faint of the heart. Sabo jumped up at God's voice, his hand already clenched in a dragon claw. He had been so focused on his brothers that he didn't notice anyone coming near. Nami said it was easy. Luffy frowned. And Nami isn't a liar. Well, sometimes she is, but only to steal your money. She wouldn't lie about that. Unless she is trying to steal your treasure or something. But if Nami said it's easy, then it's easy. Your friend must be quite talented, then, God soothed gently. The Straw Hat brightened up in a flash, smile wide and pride tangible. She is. She's the best navigator ever. I kinda wanna give it a try, Ace mumbled as he held the waiver up, inspecting its gears. Feel free to do so, we've got plenty to spare. But be careful, young man, God nodded with a smile, obviously amused by the brother's enthusiasm. You wouldn't want to be eaten by a cloud shark. You sure about that, Gonfall? Rayleigh asked, perplexed. I wouldn't trust any of us with such delicate objects. No, don't you dare try to deny it, Roger. You're the worst one. Don't worry, don't worry. The old man laughed, waving it off and playing with his beard. If anything, these young men can help us test out its sturdiness. Thank you for the opportunity, Mr. God. Ace bowed his head down, to Roger's indignation and Sabo's eternal disbelief. Part of him couldn't let go of the idea that his brother was probably being more polite than usual just to rile the captain up. It was a fun game. Less dangerous than his usual murder attempts, too. We shall do our best to bring the ship back in the same state then. Let's go. I'm sure I won't drown this time. You're not driving anything, Lou. Sabo's try at the waiver would forever haunt him. Not because of the utter failure that it had been. Not even because of the school of sharks that tried eating him. I don't know why you're all making a big deal out of it, it's not that hard. No. It was, as usual, because of Ace. Why is he always so talented? Not a single time had he fallen from the waiver, riding it around like it was but a mere extension of his body. Sliding off smoothly, the red-masked brother grinned as he took a sharp turn over a big wave and splashed foam all over the captain's and first mate's faces. At least he's having fun? Jackass. It's kinda like using a smaller version of Striker, Ace decided as he stepped back on land. Once you get the gist of it, it's easy. Yeah, we get it, you're a genius. Sabo grumbled with crossed arms. What, jealous? The idiot teased back, acting like the back of his neck wasn't turning red from the compliment. Of you? Never. Hi-keen, Luffy whined as he laid on the floor like a dried-out starfish, his mouth full of the clouds he had tried snacking on. I'm bored. It's my turn with the waiver. I want to play too. You ain't driving nothing, brat. Rayleigh forbade without missing a beat. How about I take you for a drive then? Ace crouched down and ruffled his black hair more tenderly than Sabo could have believed him capable of. You gotta promise to hold on to me, 'kay? Really? So easy. I wanna go. Let's go. If Lou's going, I wanna go too. Shanks immediately complained to the captain, dramatically tugging on his coat. What? Buggy gasped, turning to Roger as well. No. Shanks can't be the only one allowed to go on a ride too. That's not fair. If he's going, I'm going. There ain't enough space for all of you, idiots, Ace scoffed, stretching back up like he didn't have a literal monkey hanging onto his back. Let's go see the giant bean. Luffy babbled in his ear, eyes shining like they had evolved to shoot laser beams. And you should see the weird ruins too? Ah, but last time we stole all the treasures. Oh, wait. The forest's fun too. There's a giant snake and we can hunt the funny sky animals and eat meat. Lots of meat. Sabo smiled fondly as his brother kept ranting enthusiastically about the wonders of the forest hidden high above the clouds. He couldn't pinpoint who was the cutest, though. Luffy, who had already been deemed cutest younger sibling of the galaxy, or Ace, who was attentively listening to his every word no matter how little sense he made. You've been to the upper yard before? God asked, intrigued. Upper yard? A holy land, entirely made of Verth, he explained to Roger and Rayleigh, as serious as a religious representative could get about the matter. I also believe that what you are searching for is over there. Or so the legend says. This piqued the revolutionaries' interest. What could the future pirate king be searching for? Let's go explore. Lou interrupted, having already wrapped his arms around Ace's middle multiple times. Come on. Hurry. You heard the kid. Roger laughed and clapped Gonfal's shoulder, making him double over. Let's go. You're just as impatient, Rayleigh and Sabo rolled their eyes at the man. Yes, and? He scoffed. Ace was glaring daggers at the captain, while also bouncing on his feet, just as eager to go on a new adventure. The fact that the man indulged Luffy's every childish whim was the only thing preventing his brother from killing him on sight. You guys go first, Sabo winked at his brothers. They perked up at the offer, matching grins appearing on their faces. Sees, what he wouldn't do to see them happy. I'll tag along with the oldies. Let's meet up near the giant bean, shall we? Blue's not coming with us? Luffy's quivering lip almost made him change his mind. Nua. Unlike some rascals that I know of, I'm not too fond of constantly falling in the water, the blonde pulled on his brother's cheeks, making him giggle. And I don't trust Hyken not to try and feed me to the sharks. I wouldn't attempt murder on my brother. This time, not only his siblings but the whole crew stared. Ace's shoulders rose up to his ears, shame transpiring through his mask. Not anymore. Just go. He laughed, and didn't he do that often these days? Pushing the duo back to the waiver, Sabo waited until Gonfal's men had explained Ace where to go and had given him a map to go on with further instructions. Do not fall in the water. Come back near the ship if you want to try anything dangerous, so that someone can fish you out. And do not let Lou pilot, not even if he pretends that he can manage it. Let's meet up for lunch, okay? I want meat. Meat sounds like a great lunch. What do you take me for? Your personal cook? Thanks, Blue. See ya. Hey, idiots. Leaning against the sturdy atom wood, Sabo observed the mesmerizing sight of sunshine dancing over the white sea. Ace and Luffy had disappeared deep into Upper Yard half an hour ago, set on sightseeing and visiting all the places where the Straw Hat or his crew had fought. If he focused, he could still hear the echoes of their laughs. It felt great to see them play around freely and smile so much. It really did. Did it? Good morning, Blue, Toki's soft voice greeted him as she stood on his right. Hiyori was babbling in her arms, tugging on a handful of green hair as if she had found the greatest of toys. May I join you? We're on a pirate ship, ma'am, you're free to do whatever your heart wishes for, the blonde answered politely. From her chuckles, he guessed that his floral shirt really did clash with his manners. Is there anything I can help you with? Actually, I should be the one asking you that. A gentle guff of wind ruffled her hair, making it shine under the sun. Her gaze, however, was steady. Blue met Blue and a silent battle of wits sparked up. It only lasted for a few seconds, yet, to Sabo, it felt much longer than that. The woman before him was smarter than she led people to believe. She was not just someone's wife. The fact that she had kept quiet and decided to talk to him privately was proof enough. Sheet. Please, forgive my forwardness, Toki sighed loudly, gazing at the horizon and pondering over her next words. But I can tell that you do not belong. Sheet. You could say so, he attempted to joke, nervous. I'm far from. No, her decisive tone made him step back. You do not belong. I may not be part of the crew or look like to this era. She finished in a hushed voice. Looking down at the floor, Toki bit down on her lower lip as a frown took over her delicate features. Sabo smiled. Internally, he was already analyzing all possible escape routes and panicking, much more than when he had reunited with his brothers. He still tried to change the subject. Forgive me, ma'am, but I don't quite understand. Perhaps the heat is getting to you? Would you like me to accompany you back inside to sit for a while? I've been traveling longer than you have, young man, she chastised him with a slap to his hand. And do not worry, I haven't told anyone. Not even my husband. Sees know I love him, but it wasn't my place to share your secret. Buwa. Hiyori giggled with joy and tapped his hand as well, grabbing onto him with a strength that did not match such a small body. Sabo froze. A hand. His brain stopped functioning altogether, terror taking over. There's a small, tiny, Lilliputian hand entirely wrapped around my finger. You appear to be distressed. Yi. MMH. Eloquent as usual, Sabo. Bua. It was a disaster. Years of training thrown out the window. A decade spent learning and studying a large variety of languages as well as many types of codes. All to be rendered speechless by a bubbly, babbling baby. Who would have thought that the biggest weakness of a pirate would be my little Hiyori? Pirate. I'm not used to it. To kids. I'm not used to kids. Sabo quickly corrected himself without moving, his gloved finger still being held hostage. There aren't any children where I work. None this young. Too dangerous. That's good. Kids should all get to enjoy a peaceful childhood. Toki smiled, sorrow making her eyes gleam. Is that why you're here? So that you and your brothers can hide a little while longer? Why are you so curious? How do you know so much? He wanted to ask. There used to be a saying about fate, a long time ago? I believe that nowadays you'd simply say of a situation that it is fortuitous. The woman slowly uncurled Hiyori's hand, gently prodding it away from the tense blonde. But this world has birthed numerous devil fruits and, back in my time, skeptic people called them mere fruits of chance. Slowly, the sound of birds flying around the ship and of the wind in the sail faded out. All that Sabo could hear was Toki's delicate voice, her words infused with reverence and humility. What she was sharing with him wasn't a simple thought passing through her mind. There was an indubitable weight to the theory she was sharing with him. Humankind is a funny species, we tend to despise, to fear the unknown. As such, finding meaning through a literal explanation is sometimes the easiest way to free one's mind from the anxiety that ignorance can cause. She lulled Hiyori gently, kissing her on the nose. The Revolutionary Army would definitely have benefited from someone so eloquent, yet soft-spoken. Chance, fortune, odds, these are typical examples of things that one can understand, but never accurately predict. Because of that, people tend to try and will their wishes into existence. You know, onomastics are often made fun of, but there may be a reason as to why so many people actually agree with it. Around them, the rough voices of crew members giving each other directions melted with the white noise of the sea. Cloud waves sounded different from what the revolutionary was used to. For one, they made a lot less noise when crashing against the Oro Jackson, as if muffled. Still, it could have been his mind playing tricks on him. Everything felt so far away. His brain was so focused on all the new theories and conjectures he was drawing from Toki's words that it had shut off most of his senses. Colors were dull, sounds quiet, and even the woman's floral perfume couldn't stir him free from his rising anxiety. Now that I'm a parent, I see the appeal to believing that names can bear testimony to fate's influence. That's when it hit him. No way. You're a time traveler? Sabo gasped, dumbfounded. Indeed. I got the Toki ability, around 800 years ago. She admitted, openly laughing when Sabo's jaw fell to the floor. I can move forward through time, and use my power on other people as well. Wait, through time, or through space and time? And what do you mean you can only move forward? Toki smiled brightly at him, blue eyes shining with pride, and patted his cheek softly. I knew you were a smart one. Oh sees. Sabo had been trained for the past 10 years, as a soldier, as a thief, as a spy, as a double agent, and even as an amateurish first aid worker. So why had no one prepared him against genuine compliments? Is this karma for mocking Ace? Why did she look so proud of him? They met yesterday. He and his brothers had only been here for 10 days, among which 3 where they were dead to the world. No sensible person would get attached so fast. Moreover, it wasn't like understanding the barely implicit message purposefully laid before him was any great achievement. Nothing to write home about, as Koala would say. It was a good idea to come chat with you, Toki added, pinching his face playfully. Never once had he been so thankful for the mask he was wearing. He could feel his ears turn red. I probably won't be able to help you with the situation you're in, but I can always listen to whatever is burdening you and keep your secrets. Most pirates don't have a home to miss, so they usually don't understand, but as a fellow time traveler, I know what homesickness feels like. With a warmth that he had never once felt from his biological mother, she brushed his hair back behind his ear with a satisfied nod. Sabo couldn't do anything but stand there, frozen and trying his best not to let his shock show on his face. Toki chuckled when a few seconds passed in silence. Rearranging Hiyori so that she would stay still against her, she rolled her eyes playfully and slowly raised a hand toward his face again, giving him time to step back. He didn't know what she wanted, and his confusion only grew when she took his hat off and offered it to her daughter as a distraction. Turning back to look him in the eyes, she smiled and, ever so gently, patted his head. You're not alone, Blue. Nothing could have prepared him for the wave of feelings that hit him. Emotions he had buried as deep as possible years ago surfaced back, growing in intensity with each loving slide through his golden hair. No oxygen circulated through his body, it was impossible, not with his paralyzed lungs and petrified heart. And yet, he felt warm. His skin prickled against the heat, ticklish yet relaxed, like one would be when sitting near a fireplace. It was a welcome sensation, soothing him the same way stars never failed to comfort Luffy. Is this what a mom is like? Electing to ignore the mess that his brain turned into every time he let his heart have control of it, Sabo took a small, leathery notebook out of his BRST pocket and grinned coyly at Toki. Maybe if he didn't acknowledge any of these feelings, or the fact that his skin now matched Buggy's when the boy was left out in the sun for too long, he could forget the embarrassment of it. So, I take it that you're not a wizard? Unfortunately, no. She laughed wholeheartedly. I am but a mere devil fruit user cruising with her family around the world, admiring what has changed since she left home. Yeah, about that, he clicked his pen. May I ask a few questions? Considering Sabo's terrible timing, the day was going well. Too well. Despite the terror he experienced with the knock-up stream, followed by the humiliation of piloting the waiver, there hadn't been any major incident so far. He had formed a budding friendship with Toki, Buggy, and Shanks hadn't tried to kick them out yet, and Ace had even found new hobbies to distract him away from trying to decapitate his bloodfather. Hell, even Luffy was behaving. That's weird. The one problem he was currently facing was Roger's and Rayleigh's mother henning. Or that was what he called it, for the men would never admit to it out loud, and he feared Ace's wrath too much to share that thought with any of his brothers. Don't you really want to go with us? The captain asked once more, hoping for the trio to change their mind. I'm not going anywhere with a BSTRD like you. Ace barked back with a burning passion, yes, his fists were on fire. Again. I've already been there, Luffy frowned, looking like a puffer fish. I'm not going twice on the same adventure. You're a boring old man. The sheer look of shock on Roger's face was priceless. Falling to his knees, the man dramatically hit the floor with his fist. Sabo didn't hear much more than a few of his woeful complaints, something about super mysterious treasures and still cooler than Eddie, damn it. As a wise man, the revolutionary decided that this would be the first mate's problem. I already have 2 overgrown kids to handle, thank you. We'll be back for dinner at the latest, so you kids are in charge of hunting. It will be a nice change from fish, Rayleigh told him, knowing better than to give verbal instructions to the other 2. Don't forget to feed ... when you'll go find those staying on the Oro this afternoon. Also, no arson. Yes, Hyken, I'm talking to you, but don't think that I don't know about those matches you stole, Blue. He raised his gloved hands up defensively. Isn't it a bit harsh of you to accuse me of stealing without any actual proof? For all you know, I am merely borrowing them to have some on hand in case of an emergency. You got no intention of giving them back. Rayleigh scolded, and DMN, his fist hurt almost as much as Gramps. It was in moments like this that Sabo was thankful for the top hat cushioning his head. We may have landed in Skypiea, but don't think I live in Cloud Cuckoo Land. Blue, I don't get it. Is old man Rayleigh senile already? Hush, guys. I don't know either. It must be an expression that incredibly old people use. Stop calling me OLD, you DMN brats. Shanks and Buggy cackled along with the brothers and, thankfully, all of them had enough survival instincts to run away from the man before he could throw them back in the blue sea. He still caught up to them when Luffy made them all fall down some ruined stairs, their brother's clumsiness literally being their downfall. It was almost poetic. Sitting on his knees along with the other 4, the blonde emptied his mind of any rational thought. Rayleigh's nagging and scolding should have scared Sabo, and yet, it only awoke in him a nostalgia he hadn't been able to feel in a very long time. He sounds like Dayton. Glancing to his brothers, their sheet-eating grins confirmed that they all agreed on it. They knew a grumpy, reluctant parental figure when they saw one. The only one unaware of that fact was the man himself. Behave! He insisted loudly, his glasses shining with a dark aura. Sabo hadn't listened to a word he said, but Roger's impatient little dance told him that he hadn't missed anything important. That's all I ask for. You're asking for too much, Shanks snickered. Ouch! Why did you hit me? Don't encourage them. Rayleigh warned his student, narrowing his eyes. We can't stay here too long anyway? Okay, I'm done. Let's go, Captain. Finally. Roger grinned at his best friend, grabbed one cabin boy under each arm and took off toward the giant bean. Odin had already disappeared from sight long ago, too excited to explore the place, so the crew didn't bother rushing. They knew that they would find him along the way, or would hear him come back since he wasn't known for being quiet. Glancing their way one last time, Rayleigh narrowed his eyes at Ace in what the man believed to be a threatening look. From the chuckles and snickers arising among the crew, they weren't the only ones thinking that the first mate, unlike the Whitebeard pirate, was more bark than bite. Quickly enough, they were left alone, with the crew being either gone on the expedition or resting on the Oro. Ace turned to him with a glint in his eyes and a rusty cabin key in hand. Wanna scatter all of Captain A-Hole's belongings in the forest? Sabo grinned back, holding up a similar object. Only if we also hide all of Rayleigh's booze. Shishishi. This is gonna be fun. Once they were done preparing the most annoying, hellish treasure hunt known to mankind, the brothers scoured the place until they found a clearing large enough for them to train in. Today, they had the possibility to fight without fearing anyone's wrath. There was no deck that risked being punched through, no mast that could break from Luffy's strenuous gigs, and no sails that, according to Ace, burned way too easily. Luffy being Luffy, aka an adorable but impatient little sheet, he and Ace started the first round of daily. Although fight may not have been the right word. That's AOUCH. Avoid it if you don't want to get hurt. That wasn't a pebble. This rock was bigger than my head. Then you really should have sensed it. Coming, crybaby. I'm not a crybaby. Why do we always come back to the same arguments? While Ace trained their youngest so that he would finally awaken his observation hockey, the blonde sat more comfortably against the rough trunk of a tree. There was no breeze to soothe his mind, no melody of the sea to lull his hyper-awareness, not even the buzz of wildlife around them. Not for the first time, he wondered about the impact of gravity and of the weather on life above the clouds. Logically, there were some insects on upper yard, since they had found some berries and fruits when Ace had walked through a thin layer of clouds he had thought solid. However, he didn't know what size they now had reached. The south birds, for example, had evolved to be much bigger and sturdier than their counterparts on Jaya. Left unattended with his overworking brain, and having no way to answer his previous questions, Sabo couldn't help but obsess over Rayleigh's words. He took his notebook out. Why wouldn't they take their time on an island they clearly have been fantasizing on for weeks? Hiken, we said no sharp objects. He warned without looking up from his notes. Gonfall said that they were searching for something. He scribbled down some more thoughts in what Dragon qualified as unintelligible chicken scratch, which is actually disrespectful to the poor bird, for it would definitely manage cursive better than that. Needless to say that a lot of people complained when he was in charge of handling paperwork, spending hours writing down detailed reports and mission orders until the piles of documents towering over him diminished a little. For a while, he had actually enjoyed it, adding his own thoughts in the margins, and sketching what was supposed to be his coworkers on the corner of pages. Koala and Dragon, tasked with deciphering those same notes, hadn't liked it as much. He wasn't in charge of paperwork anymore. Are they after an object? A person? Who or what could help them, here, in their quest to reach Raftel? If it's a person, they would indeed need to get to them before they leave Skypiea? Tapping the tip of his pen against the rough paper, he watched Luffy fail at avoiding whatever Ace had thrown his way for the 47th time. But if it's an object, why are they in such a rush? Hey, Goldilocks! Ace dropped beside him and elbowed his side playfully. Leave your brain cells here for a while, it's your turn to bully the crybaby. No, he won't. Luffy stomped his way to them, rubbing at his new bruises. Because Blue's the nicest brother. The blonde laughed more at Ace's face than at the compliment. Luffy's stubbornness had yet to compensate for his lack of hockey skills, but Sabo didn't doubt that once he got the gist of it, he would only grow stronger. He couldn't wait to witness it, and definitely hoped to be told about Gramps' reaction the day his baby brother realized his dream. Who knew what kind of problems that would bring? The Whitebeard pirate's elbow nudged him with insistence and Sabo rolled his eyes, getting up. Ace's senses needn't be so sharp, he mentally cursed as the other stole his hat, under the pretense of keeping it safe. Their eldest always knew when he and Luffy needed a distraction, which didn't make sense since Ace had as high an emotional quotient as a coconut wandering the calm belt. Despite his lack of vocabulary on the subject and his inability to find the right words, he always intervened at the perfect time so that neither of his little brothers spiraled down. Ace always knew what was wrong. Does he, though? Hey, Lou. Let's focus on armament hockey today. Stop. Smile. Smile bright and keep the rest at bay. Yeah? But that hurts. Did he notice how I've changed? Pulling onto his gloves, the revolutionary stood before the young pirate and cracked his knuckles. Stop. You want to get stronger, don't you? Luffy's eyes hardened. Here's that iron will, Sabo smiled proudly. It's okay. Let's get started, then. They don't need to know. Not yet. Luffy lost. Miserably. He also happened to be the only one genuinely surprised by that outcome. Sabo didn't have the heart to tell him he went easy on him. He could crush a human skull with bare hands, if prompted to. Thankfully, a few hugs and praises made their youngest beam again. The only thing that could have made it even better would have been meat. Fortunately, their 50 fights had gone fast enough for Sabo to still have plenty of stamina. After all, training Luffy to develop armament hockey mostly meant beating him up with it until he got the gist of the technique. It was a primitive regiment, but one that definitely suited the pirate. On the contrary, his fights against Ace took much longer, especially since they didn't have to restrain themselves as much as they did on the Oro Jackson. And he lost. Again. Tomorrow, I'll get you. He promised and pointed his pipe at the pirate. He wished he could have simply gone bare fists against him, but unlike Luffy, Ace had had people mentoring him and supervising his fights for a while now. Stop laughing. Just wait and see, next time I'll crack your head open and everyone will finally attest that it is empty. Wahahahah. You're still a sore loser. No, I'm not. You so are. No. You are the one with anger issues. Me? Ace batted his lashes innocently. I'm super, duper calm right now. You, however. I'm not angry. Shishishi. It's like watching Zoro and Sanji. Luffy laughed as he wrapped his arms around Sabo's waist. It's okay, we'll win tomorrow. The blonde immediately relaxed and returned his embrace protectively. Cuddling with Luffy was always the solution to all of his problems. As a result, his glare turned into smugness as Ace's expression slowly morphed into a jealous pout. Ah. Take that. Was it childish of him to relish in his brother's affection? Well, it wasn't like Sabo cared about social expectations in the first place. Not. Knowing how long this would last only made him want to enjoy it as much as possible. Therefore, he would soak up even the tiniest bits of love he could get before it ended. Before they know. Resting his chin on top of Luffy's head, he closed his eyes and took a deep, calming breath. This was what he imagined sunshine smelled like. The scent of salt always lingered more than that of the forest on Luffy, a constant reminder that their brother belonged to the sea, not the land. Unfortunately, unlike his eyes, his nostrils didn't benefit from any rose-tinted glasses around the straw hat. "Lou, I love you, but you stink," Sabo ended up admitting when his disillusion shattered under the acrid smell of sweat. They had spent the afternoon running around. "Let's go shower. How about we hunt first?" Ace gave him his top hat back and stretched his arms above his head. "I ain't gonna wash up just to sweata. Meat. Meat. Meat." In a flash, the straw hat was catapulting himself to the other side of the clearing, laughing as he moved around by using his arms like portable lianas. The brothers sighed but readied themselves to go after him. Luffy's voice came right back. Birds flew away from where he arrived, an eerie silence taking over the forest. A huge shadow fell over the brothers and two yellow eyes narrowed as they spotted them. "What's that?" Ace wondered, smiling with his hands on his hips. Giant fangs gleamed when the monster opened its mouth and tensed his body, ready to pounce. Handing his pipe to the pirate, Sabo cracked his knuckles. "Dinner." The Roger pirates didn't come back until well after nightfall. Comfortably settled on some giant roots a good distance away from the bonfire, Sabo observed the crew's reaction with unconcealed glee. With a tankard of beer in his hand that was as full as his stomach, he snorted at the cabin boys' cries of horror. "SSS. Snake." Buggy yelped and hid behind Rayleigh, where Shanks already was. "It's a giant snake. Are these cloud wolves? It can't be. Why would wolves dance around a bonfire? And who's stupid enough to light a fire in a forest? You know who, he's dancing with the wolves. Is it weird that he doesn't look out of place at all? Is no one gonna talk about the giant snake? His name's Nola, actually," Sabo announced with his signature polite smile, loving the chaos that ensued. What he hadn't expected was for the cabin boys to rush to his side and cling to him, their tiny arms wrapping tightly around his middle. They looked at him with both panic and awe in their eyes, as if he would reassure them. As if he would protect them. "Shouldn't you do something?" the blue-haired one screamed. "How do you know its name?" the red-haired asked instead. "Well, Hyken and I planned on having him for dinner, but," the blonde let out a long sigh and fell backward, resting most of his weight on Buggy as if he had fainted. Growing up with the mountain bandits had only encouraged his love for dramatics. Alas! Lou decided to have him for dinner instead. He invited him to the party. Sabo opened an eye at the boys' confusion, saddened that no one enjoyed his flawless humor. According to him, they're friends. Even if he once ate Lou. Tried again today, but Lou turned all pink and smoky, beat him up in a manly duel, and now they're buddies again. "So," Shank's smile took over his small, round face. "We can go play with Nola?" "Play with? Why would you get near a giant snake, you idiot?" "Because he looks fun, duh. Come on, Bugs, I thought you were smart." "But, go ahead," Sabo encouraged with a shrug, trying to hide how entertained he was. "First up on his head is the best pirate in the whole world." "Wah, Shanks. You can't start before me, that's cheating." As fast as they had appeared by his side, the teenagers bolted off to Nola, screaming at Luffy to join the race. Sighing, the blonde couldn't help but chuckle. This felt right. The party, the bonfire, the great food and the constant laughter, it felt right. As if he had never left home. As if he belonged. "Wahahahah. Look at M go," Roger admired, standing proudly before him. "The more, the merrier, ain't that right? We should go get Gonfall too." Go, do that," Rayleigh pushed him forward with a kick in the butt. "But talk to Crocus first." "But Ray, the party. Go." Dejected, the captain dragged his feet and went on to find the ship's doctor, grumbling about it the whole time. To say he was an overgrown child was a euphemism. Sabo glanced at the Dark King. "Did anyone get injured? There's nothing for you to worry about," the man said, voice tight. No matter how great he was at controlling his facial expressions, Sabo noticed the shadow that crossed over his eyes. The fact that the first mate didn't look away from Roger until he was certain that he had Crocus' attention made him tick too. "Is that my booze?" Sabo looked at his empty tankard, its content having not resisted the cabin boy's assault. "It's the Vertha's, now." Rayleigh narrowed his eyes. "But was it one of my bottles?" "Worry not," the blonde winked. "For your secret stash of booze is well hidden from anyone who would covet it." The man stared a few seconds longer. "Ah. I'm not going to crack up so easily," Sabo cackled behind his polite facade. "He doesn't even make it to my top 5 scariest people. I'm not going to spoil tomorrow's treasure hunt so easily." Suddenly, a rough hand tipped his hat forward and ruffled his hair. "Good job today, brat." "What?" By the time he had set his top hat back on his head, Rayleigh had left to join his crew mates around the fire. Sabo gulped. "But I didn't do anything?" He mumbled to himself, feeling his face heat up like it had when Toki complimented him earlier. Playing with his empty tankard and replaying the interaction in his head, Sabo took a second to engrave this moment in his memory. Luffy was dancing on top of Nola's head with Buggy and Shanks, encouraging the snake to do the same. On his left, Rayleigh had found enough bottles to quench his thirst and possibly open a bar, sharing drink after drink with his laughing captain. Most of the crew had joined in on the feasting and dancing, but Oden was busy writing down their new adventures, all while excitedly telling Toki about it. Even Ace was actually being social, showing off his powers by teaching the wolves to jump through rings of fire as Momonosuke, on his shoulders, clapped happily. Sitting away in the shadows, Sabo wondered what he had done to deserve this. If he deserved this. Ever since the brothers had been reunited, each day had been nothing but joyful ones. He had been given a second chance at life, a second chance with his most important people. Luffy's clinginess was a welcomed warmth that made his soul sing with tenderness, while Ace's jokes and awkward attention made him feel more seen than he had ever been as a spy. They knew him, in and out, with all of his likes and dislikes, his childish dreams and dreadful nightmares. Do they, though? A vicious feeling snaked its way around his heart, squeezing it gently. Do they still know me? Its fangs nipped at the flesh, testing the resistance. It wouldn't take more than a few bites to pierce the organ and let his emotions bleed out for everyone to see. All that love, the care, the joy, the trust? How much of it would remain, once they learnt the truth? Sabo had failed them. He hadn't left Dawn Island on his own terms as he said he would. He hadn't written any book about his amazing adventures. He hadn't become a pirate. The promise. Would his brothers be disappointed? Would they resent him for having changed? Would they reject him for his betrayal? What if? And why were the Roger pirates so nice to them? To him? Yesterday, the cabin boys wanted him dead, so why were they now clinging to him? Why was Rayleigh praising him for what? Not setting the place on fire? Not getting in trouble? That wasn't praiseworthy, that was the bare minimum. To him, this didn't amount to anything more than a detail on a mission order. Then why? Why did he enjoy the attention? Shanks and Buggy's trust, Rayleigh's endless teases and scarce pats on the head, Toki's proud smile when he asked relevant questions about whatever they were talking about. Why did he fear having to let it all go? Because that's what I'll have to do, won't I? He closed his eyes and tilted his head backward, his feet firmly planted on the ground. When they all learn that I'm not a real pirate, they'll see me differently. Breaking out in a cold sweat, Sabo shivered as his shirt stuck to his back. Despite having showered earlier, he still felt dirty. Because you're a liar. His skin felt too tight and his mask too light, as if it had already merged with his body. It sat there on his nose, in plain view, yet unseen. It suited him too well. It made him wonder, too. Did he still know how to take it off? Blue. Shaken out of his thoughts, he opened his eyes to the sight of his brothers coming his way. Luffy stretched his arms to grab his hand first, laughing when Sabo didn't move as he tried to tug him along. Come on, come on. Let's party. What you doin' in ya corner of gloom? Ace giggled, cheeks red as he held onto his other hand. Sabo didn't dare ask how much he had drunk. Getting a Logia to be anything more than tipsy was a challenge he would never be stupid enough to take on. Come on. Up. Are you guys having fun? He joked back, sitting still. The two DS shared a glance. What? Blue's dumb. Yeah. Lou's right. Ace groaned, reluctant to admit it even when inebriated. Tightening his grip on his hand, he forced the blonde up on his feet. Come on, idiot. It's not as fun without you. Oh. Sabo desperately hoped that the brim of his hat would hide his face, for he was too far from the bonfire to blame the smoke for the wetness in his eyes. I'm an idiot. Biting down on his lips, he tried to contain his smile. Did Lou even leave us some meat? Nope. What did you expect? It's Lou we talkin' 'bout. But there's this bottle of sake we stole on Jaya. A big, stupid idiot. The blonde intertwined their fingers, feeling 10 years old again. He had another chance. And if hiding himself in a cocoon of denial could make it last a little longer, he wasn't going to leave it. They don't. Please. OCs, please. They don't need. Give me more time with them. They don't need to know. I don't want to say goodbye again. Waking up was worse than death. The party had lasted well into the night, with everyone indulging in more food and alcohol than Crocus would recommend on any other day. A majority of the crew was now regretting half of their life choices, grunting and moving at snail pace, for those that did move. Sabo startled awake to a foot in his mouth. Blurg Lu. Rolling onto his side and coughing, the blonde cursed his younger brother in at least 3 different dialects. Not for the first time, and definitely not for the last, he considered tying him up in his sleep. I just want one morning without new bruises, is that too much to ask? Sitting up slowly, he caught his mask before it fell off of his face. Weird, had he moved around in his sleep so much that he had untied it? Shrugging, he groggily tied it back up again, hoping that no one from the crew had noticed his mistake. Sorry Blue, Luffy yawned, still groggy. Hungry. Let's see if there are some leftovers then. Don't step on Hiken. Your voice is weird. The blonde blinked. He put his hand to his throat and massaged its base. They had yelled a lot during the party. He couldn't remember the last time he had sung this many songs in a row. Shaking his head, he stood up and held a hand out to Luffy so that they would go grab a snack. Instead of grabbing it, the Straw Hat stared, confused. Sabo, too, looked at his hand. He didn't remember his gloves being so large. He didn't remember his hands being so small. What? Mouth agape and panic slowly taking over, Luffy punched Ace awake and dodged the kick he had known would come in retaliation. Sabo tried to intervene and calm them down, but the damage was done. Now up and about, Ace was as unhappy as one could be about it and set on making this fact known to all. What the Blue? What? Ace shouted as he turned to the middle child. And wasn't that just the word? Blue? His brother's voice trembled, and so did his hands when he approached him. What happened? Sabo looked up, at his brothers. To his dismay, his eyes barely reached Luffy's navel. The hem of his shirt was brushing over his knees, when it ought to have been resting on his hips. How long had it been since his shoulder had last slipped through the collar of his shirt like it was now doing? He was supposed to be way past the time when Makino gave them two big clothes with the hope they would grow into it. Running a hand through his hair and over his face, he finally understood. Sabo was back in his 10-years-old body. Fing wizard. So you're sure, 100% certain, that he's okay? Yes. No bruises? No wounds? No injuries? No. Isn't he too small? He looks too small. Should a 10-year-old really be this small? Well, no, but... What? Oh no, I knew it. You've gotta help him, Doc. You can't let my brother suffer and... Will you shut up? Ace's jaw snapped close. Sitting before him in one of the least comfortable chairs of the ship, Crocus groaned desperately as he ran both his hands over his face. The frown wrinkling his forehead hadn't vanished once since they had brought Sabo to the infirmary. At first, it had appeared out of worry, now, it had fully evolved into annoyance. And it was, apparently, supposed to be Ace's fault. For the last time, the doctor grunted. Your brother is perfectly fine. He may be on the smaller size, but that's nothing a good diet can't fix. And I sure won't doubt his appetite after seeing how much you three can eat. Ace's shoulders fell and he avoided the man's accusatory stare with a pout. Needless to say that everyone had panicked when they woke up to a deeged Sabo. Captain A-hole, for example, had run around screaming and yelling for Crocus, frenzied as a headless chicken. It would have been an hilarious sight, had Ace fared any better. He, at least, had found Crocus. The only people who had proved themselves capable of keeping their calm had been Crocus, Toki, and Rayleigh. The latter, however, had lacked the grace and empathy of the other two. After having stayed eerily quiet for a good minute, he had gulped down half a bottle of rum and cursed about brats, pain in his butt, and too early for that sheet before going right back to sleep. Oh, how Ace wished he could have been this laid back. Rationally, he knew that Sabo was physically fine. There were no wounds on his small body, no traces of any sorts, nothing. What worried him was what he could not see. What if something did happen to him? What if Sabo kept getting younger? What if he lost his memories of the past 10 years? What if the doc had missed something? What? Hey, this one ain't too bad. Sabo smiled at him, tugging on the hem of his brand new shirt. It's ugly, but it fits. Red Nose is gonna be mad if he hears you, shishishi. I can live with that. Spinning on himself and stretching his limbs a few times, the blonde nodded approvingly. For the past 15 minutes, he had been trying on numerous shirts and shorts. Thankfully, since the cabin boy's growth was relatively slow, they had yet to get rid of the clothes they had just grown out of. Gon Fall had also offered to get him more outfits, if need be. Accepting the offer had left a bitter taste on Ace's tongue. It felt too much like saying that Sabo would stay stuck as a kid forever. It's your turn, Blue. You're slow. Geez, already? The kid chuckled, sitting back onto the floor with Luffy and ... 7? Go fish. Ugh, again? Meow. Yeah, you're not helping either ... Purring, the cat rolled over onto his back to be petted. His contribution to the game was mostly biting off the corners of the cards and meowing for attention. All in all, he was as good a player as Luffy, if a little bit more defensive of the deck under his paw. Will you finally tell me what happened? Now that would help diagnose Blue. If we knew that, Hiken wouldn't be bothering you to death, Marcus. It's Crocus. That's what I said. But are you sure you're okay? Ace asked once again, twiddling his fingers in a repetitive motion. Do you feel any different? Do you still have your memories? Or is there anything weird that we should keep an eye on? All three of them sighed. Hell, he could swear that even the DMN cat was leveling him with a glare. When did you turn into such a mother hen? Sabo complained with a tilt of the head and a roll of the eyes. I'm not. Hiken became super overprotective after a bear almost killed me. Shut up, Lou. Ace turned as red as his mask, a habit he was quickly developing against his will, as the shame of his face grew along the horror mirrored on Sabo's. It was an accident, and I always protected you after that. Shishishi, you did, yeah. Because Hiken's the bestest. Narrowing his eyes at the yellow-masked idiot, Ace tried his best to act like the compliment wasn't making him melt like a marshmallow above a flame. I'm fine. The blonde insisted after the eldest turned his glare to him, refusing to let go of the matter. We'll find a solution in no time, okay? For now, I just gotta deal with the whole back to being a kid thing. But I am fine, stop asking. You know, you seem more worried about how Blue feels than about how he got deeged, Crocus mumbled suspiciously, closing his notebook. How weird is that, And how was Ace supposed to tell him that after traveling back in time, their best explanation for the age regression curse was that it was most likely a wizard's fault? What do you mean, Blue? He asked instead, deciding that his habit of changing the subject altogether had worked quite well until now. The blonde looked up for a brief moment, a slight frown pinching his eyebrows too close for comfort. It's just, I feel exactly the same as I used to, back then. All of the anger, of the worries? And I feel even more impulsive. Like, I'm dying to see what happens if you make a Molotov cocktail out of the bottle of rubbing alcohol. Don't you dare. I know, Brutus. Sabo rolled his eyes and stomped his foot down. And, yeah, Ace was starting to understand what he meant. But I really, really want to. Just like I don't want to eat greens for lunch, or how I want to go explore more than I wish to sit down to find a solution to this whole debacle, even though it would be the sensible thing to do. Wow. You really are a kid again, perfect. His brother was going to be just as bratty as he used to be, if not worse now that he had actual knowledge on how to purposefully set the world ablaze. And they expected Ace to be the reasonable adult stopping him before he burnt the world down. What had he done to deserve that? Oh, yeah. He was born. That makes sense, if you think about it, the doctor mused, cleaning his glasses. From a biological point of view, this would be perfectly normal, since your prefrontal cortex must have gone through the same physical changes as. Disconnecting altogether, Ace tuned out whatever scientific theory the man had come up with. The last time he had tried following such a conversation on the Moby D-, he could swear he had felt his brain melting and leaking out through his ears. He could do without a repeat of that experience. Luffy's glazed-over eyes confirmed that he, too, wasn't mentally present. He wondered how his younger brother survived out at sea before he met his crew, seeing how he couldn't bother to listen to any explanations whatsoever. Poor Makino had most likely attempted to, kindly, drill into him the basics of navigation, to no avail. The Straw Hat must have sailed with a bag of meat, a water bottle, and the clothes on his back, at best. Anything more than this couldn't have crossed the barren land that some still called his mind. A quick tap on the knee brought his focus back. Standing beside him, Sabo was snickering. So, as any good brother would, he flickered his forehead in retaliation. Long story short, Crocus coughed to politely acknowledge the lack of education of the brothers, before he tapped Ace's forehead as well. This is the part of your brain that controls your inhibitions. It's also the last one to fully develop, which explains why your brother would feel even brattier than usual. Great. Sabo was 10 and about to act like it, which, according to his memories, meant a fuckton of problems. The wizard's really good at mystery stuff, shishishi. Ace hoped that the death glare he sent Luffy's way conveyed just how much he needn't hear his conclusions right now. The blonde, however, laughed as hard as the Straw Hat and used the distraction to help the cat cheat, sneaking him new cards. It felt strangely nostalgic to see that Sabo still cared more about making Luffy lose than he did about winning, even if that meant that ... would beat them both. Sitting before him, Crocus looked utterly confused. You know what? I don't want to know. Smart decision, Doc, he winked. Now. Get out. The flower man barked, pushing all three of them toward the door. Don't you kids have chores to do? The party's over, a new day's starting, go. A scream of terror interrupted him. Or, more precisely, Roger's prepubescent shriek did. All of a sudden, all hell broke loose up on the deck as doors slammed open against shaky walls, loud feet making just as much noise as they stormed around. Rayleigh's hoarse voice joined the confusion a second later and the three brothers cackled. To the doctor's surprise, they joined hands and even celebrated with a happy, little dance, Ace beaming the brightest. Finally. It's starting. Yes. OFING hell, I can't wait. Let's go, I don't want to miss it. Dumbfounded and clueless about the events unfolding above their heads, Crocus' eyebrows took the shape of a sharp V. He quickly opened his mouth to question them but, being the doctorate-worthy man that he was, promptly closed it. Nope. I'm better off not knowing anything. Get out. Now. You're a wise man, Blue complimented, putting on his now too big hat. I know a mess I don't want to be part of when I hear one. Shishishi. Let's go, Furimachi. Grabbing both Sabo and the feline around their waist, Luffy ran out laughing, unable to wait any longer. Ace grinned, just as excited to see the treasure hunt begin. A hand on his shoulder stopped him. I don't know what is going on, but, Crocus coughed, placing something into his hand. If anyone asks, this Kamiko isn't mine. Yes. Bursting out into laughter, Ace held the snail carefully and slapped the old man's shoulder with a renewed enthusiasm. I like you more and more, Doc. One good thing with Sabo's new curse was that no one had had the courage to scold them for their prank. If anything, most of the crew had rewarded them for their stupidity, the adults being just as entertained by their leader's struggles. Never once did anyone try to help Captain A-Hole nor really find their scattered belongings. Gabon, as any good helmsman would, particularly enjoyed sending them in the wrong direction when they asked for clues. He, too, was slowly making his way onto the list of people Ace didn't hate. Unfortunately, this only reinforced the first mate's desire to torture them. The moment the man was done gathering all of his precious bottles, he dragged them back onto the Oro Jackson and into the crow's nest. At first, they had laughed it off, the sheer anger on his face was too funny to ignore. However, after 3 hours sitting under the sun while staring at the unmoving horizon, Ace found it a lot less entertaining. Yes, they were to keep watch, but the Oro Jackson was still docked in port. Resting his head over the edge, he stared at the clouds under them. Did you have to tell them I have good observation hockey? He complained for the nth time, cheeks puffed up in annoyance. Now I'll be stuck here all the time. I believe that what you mean is, oh, thank you so much for getting me out of bathroom chores, Blue. You're such a nice brother. So smart, too. The blonde imitated in a falsetto voice from where he and Lou sat, playing tic-tac-toe thanks to a piece of chalk Gabon had snuck them after the first hour of watch. The pirate took a second to think it over. And, yeah, keeping watch was definitely better. On such a big ship, cleaning the bathrooms was more of a punishment than a chore. Hey, Lou. Get down here. Both his brothers perked up, reminding Ace of meerkats. Yes, despite lacking an actual education, he knew about meerkats. Pops loved to stop on Creve Nam, an autumn island under his protection where the little mammals thrived and prospered. Marco hated it. Dragging their captain away and back onto the Moby D was a hassle, for the man enjoyed sitting still for hours, letting the tiny suricates climb him like he was part of the landscape. Ace found it hilarious. Why? Luffy shouted back, right into his brother's ears. Because I said so. Rayleigh yelled in response, running low on patience. Come on down, brat. Confused, Ace and Sabo shared a look. This was suspicious. As a man of stupid habits, Luffy didn't hesitate for a second to jump down. He landed with a perfect, powerful bounce in his step. Yahoo! Ouch! The punch Rayleigh greeted him with was no surprise, and neither was the scolding that followed, for that matter. Shouldn't Luffy's main victim have gotten used to his antics by now? Grinning, Ace followed soon after and landed in a burst of fire, laughing as the first mate spun around to lecture him as well. Thank the seas, at least one of you has a bra. Sabo's fall onto his head interrupted him. Bursting out into laughter, Ace wrapped his arms around his middle as his abs started to ache. Having launched himself from the crow's nest, the blonde had dived right onto the first mate, thus using him to cushion his fall. Rayleigh's good mood was definitely a thing of the past, now. What the hell, brat? The man shouted, set off. Wahahahah. You should see your AOUCH. Mid-sentence, Sabo received a brand new bump on the head. Okay, that's fair. Ace wasn't going to protect his brother when he should have thought of running away as soon as he had touched ground. He wasn't going to stop laughing either. Why do you always need to complicate everything? The first mate grumbled with crossed arms, a vein pulsing dangerously on his forehead. Lou, you've got a new chore. I do. Yes. And since Blue wanna be a brat, he's gonna help you. He stated, an evil smile stretching his lips when Sabo's face fell. From now on, you two are in charge of keeping the decks clean. From the quarter deck to the upper one, I want it to shine. Why's Hyken exempted? The blonde rebelled with a chubby finger pointed his way. Oh, his new chore is worse than yours, don't worry. Hey, for once, I didn't do anything. Nothing can be worse than that. Rayleigh grinned. He is to supervise you too. Ace's jaw met Sabo's on the floor. It was a nice place to lay down, when one fell as offended as they did. While the blonde felt insulted from having to be looked after by an adult, Ace was baffled by the unfairness of this decision. Sabo and Luffy may have been his brothers, but that didn't mean that they would behave. He knew firsthand how exhausting it was to keep an eye on them, as he was the one who had taught these two gremlins how to grow into little devils. He loathed how smart Rayleigh was for passing him the buck. Chop chop. Grab a mop, you're gonna be there for a while. The first mate saluted with 2 fingers, whistled, and turned away. Hey, where are you going? Gonfall invited the crew to explore Lovely Street on Angel Island. He answered without looking back, his voice betraying just how much he was enjoying the situation. Too bad you guys got work. Yeah. With a loud clunk, Luffy's jaw joined theirs onto the floor. Rayleigh stepped off of the ship, laughing heartily at their mutual despair. His vengeance was a terrible one indeed. Ace had hoped that he would maybe punish them by forcing them to clean a little, or by having them help hunting to make up for all the food they ate. Instead, their sentence would last for as long as they stayed on this godforsaken ship. No. I escaped all chores, till now. Why must I be babysat by Hyken out of all people? God hates me. Oh, that little. By sheer coincidence, Ace's hand and the back of Sabo's head met in a violent slap. Stop complaining and get to it, Goldilocks. Don't call me that. The child snapped back without missing a bit, which had no effect on him when the brat sounded and looked like a tiny chick. And we're not gonna work, right Lou? Lou? You sure about that, Goldie? The look on Sabo's face when he turned around was one Ace wished he could have framed. Holding a wet mop and poking with it, Luffy cackled as he started his new job. Life with his crew must have made him accept that he, too, had to help with housework. That, or he may just have been that bored. Water was splashed around far and wide, and there was no doubt that Luffy had put twice the needed amount of soap in his bucket, but Ace was not going to complain when he was, for once, actually getting the job done. Hissed and ran to hide behind his leg, seeking his warmth and protection. Come on, Lou. I thought we would go play. But we can play. The Straw Hat grinned, pointing his mop at Blue and sprinkling half of its content on his face. Let's duel, Blue. That's stupid. Yeah? But it's fun. You don't have to be scared just because you won't win. Who won't win? Sabo gasped, offended. Pushing Ace out of the way, he ran to Luffy and grabbed a mop. I'm gonna show you what happens when you underestimate your big brother. I'm the big brother now, though. No you're not. Sighing at their antics, Ace shook his head and pinched the bridge of his nose. Hey ... he mumbled to the curious cat. I think that this is how Marco feels during commanders' meetings? 2 green orbs looked up and, as expected, reflected absolutely nothing. Not even the ghost of a thought. What did I expect? He's just a cat. Since he didn't have any physical labor to do, Ace went to sit by the railing for a well-deserved nap. With his arms crossed behind his head and his stretched legs crossed at the ankles, he closed his eyes and listened to the world around him. Even if Luffy's voice was deeper now, having him laugh alongside a 10-year-old Sabo hit him with a wave of nostalgia. Had the smell around him been that of the earth and not of the cotton clouds, he could have believed they had never left Dawn Island. The only noticeable difference was that, back on Mont Corvo, none of them would ever have bothered with chores. While he would never tell Rayleigh, he had to admit that mopping the deck was a great way for his younger brothers to burn off some energy. Everyone knew that Luffy was a hyperactive kid. The brat looked like he would straight up implode if he sat still for more than a minute. C's knew he had had to tie him up numerous times as a kid to stop him from running off after colorful bugs. But Sabo? Ace didn't remember him having this much energy to spare. This may be because he, too, had been a child back then. He had thought it normal for the blonde to be able to keep up with 2DS. Now, listening to him race Luffy to the other side of the ship and challenge him to see who could slide the farthest on the soapy deck made him reconsider his opinion of the brat. Apparently, Sabo was not the most sensible one of the trio, not unless someone coerced him into it. Is this how Deuce felt as my first mate? Man, I owe him so many crackers. A flurry of curses and screams reminded him that not everyone had left to explore the island. Opening an eye, Ace spotted his brothers easily. They had crashed into Odin and the cabin boys like bowling ball into pins. At least, Toki and her kids had been spared. Wahahahah. Looks like you're having fun, young men. Hey, Mr. Benben. Sabo greeted with a toothy smile as the man lifted him up by the ankle. You didn't go with Rayleigh and Roger? We were waiting for Momonosuke to wake from his nap. I promised him we. Odin blinked and looked around him, confusion quickly turning into panic and draining all the color out of his face. Momonosuke? Momonosuke? EW. That's the bucket of dirty water. Shanks grimaced and shook the object off of his leg, promptly throwing it into Luffy's face. Wahahahah. You look so stupid like this. Blurg. The Straw Hat coughed, hurrying to rub the nasty taste off of his tongue. Ziff taff like Zoap. Momonosuke? Ugh, the world spinning a little too fast. Sabo slapped both his hands over his mouth, turning green as Odin ran around the deck while still holding him upside down. Momonosuke? A small body collided with Ace's chest. When he looked down, two big, shiny eyes stared back at him in wonder. Hiken. The toddler giggled, grabbing onto his shirt. Fireflies. Sup Momo? Ace grinned back. Holding him close, he stood up slowly. His nap would have to wait. Whatcha doin' here? Fireflies. The toddler yelled with raised arms, batting his legs freely and trusting the pirate not to drop him. Do the fireflies. It's too early for that, Spurt. You won't enjoy them as much when it's still daytime. Ace refused with a kind smile, keeping him against his chest with one arm so that he could poke at his nose with his free hand. And you're about to go on an adventure. Aren't you excited, Momo? Momonosuke? Odin wailed as he finally found his son. It was only thanks to his inhuman reflexes and to the years spent with Luffy training to master his demon fruit that Ace managed to avoid being tackled to the ground. You can't disappear like that. Come here Momonosuke, we're going to explore the city. The child stared at his father's outreached arms for a few seconds with a concentration few children his age would have been capable of. He turned to look at the pirate, then at his father again. Ace raised a confused brow at Toki's smile. What was so funny? Nah. I'm going with Hiken. Momonosuke declared. Yeah? You can't do that. Luffy opposed before the information had even registered in Ace's brain. Suddenly, a pair of elastic arms wrapped themselves thrice around his waist and the straw hat slammed headfirst into his side. Had Ace not been trained against flying monkeys, he would have toppled over and broken at least 2 ribs. He's our big bro. Rayleigh told him to look after us. You can't steal him for your adventures. But Hiken? Momonosuke's voice trembled, tears piling up in his big eyes as he tugged onto Ace's shirt. You done wanna play with me? Hiken's staying with us. Luffy insisted, blowing a raspberry at the child before he stretched his neck around them, looking his brother in the eye. Oh. These dipshits were cute. Who gave them the right to be so cute? DMN, he wanted to squish them into a hug and never let go. Maybe he could stop being a pirate and just do that. It did sound like a great life. Maybe Pops was right, who needed to be Pirate King after all? However, their adorableness also meant that Ace didn't know how to answer them. He was bound to break one of their hearts. On the one hand, Momonosuke was clinging onto him. With such trust, such admiration, how could he possibly hurt the feelings of a 2-year-old? On the other, there was no way for him to risk damaging even the tiniest bit of Luffy's love. It had taken him a decade, but he had learned to welcome the affection. He wasn't going to waste years of effort so easily. Sheet F, what do I say? Once more, Odin confirmed why he deserved the first place on Ace's not-hated list. Come on, Momonosuke. Adventure awaits. His father exclaimed and, without giving him a choice, grabbed him by the back of his kimono. Ah, I believe this one's yours. The pirate handed Sabo back with a smile and Ace, being the amazing brother that he was, mimicked him and held the blonde upside down by the ankle, like one would a prized fish. Put me down. Oh, my, thank you. That's indeed our munchkin of a brother. I'm not a munch, UGH. Shishishi. Blue's all green. See? Tiny munchkin who can't handle a little bit of fun, Ace teased playfully, bouncing him up and down. Look at ya, lighter than a seagull. I could easily lift 4 of you without breaking a sweat. Wanna bet? Buggy asked, popping in from behind them. I bet that Hiken can't carry all of us around for 10 minutes. Shanks raised his hand immediately, a Cheshire smile on his face. I bet he can't do it without having a sleep attack. Luffy added, to his horror. What? You're the bestest, but you always fall asleep when you shouldn't, duh. How dare you? I bet Hiken can't do push-ups with all of us on his back. Sabo joined in, wiggling his eyebrows. Hey, I bet Hiken-kun can't do all of that while holding up all the kids and my husband. Shock silenced them. All of the men slowly turned to gape at a chuckling Toki. None of them had been expecting her to take part in their game, even more so when she was supposed to have better things to do. Yet, here she was, with a challenging smile on her face and a 10,000 berry bill in hand. Ace was the first to laugh. Oh, it's on. This was how he found himself holding Odin onto his back and Momonosuke on his shoulders, his brothers hanging like marmosets from his arms while the cabin boys had wrapped themselves around his legs. Scaring unfortunate crew members as he ran up and down the stairs outside made them laugh even more than they had during the treasure hunt. Odin's booming laugh almost made him stumble a few times down the stairs, the giant man shaking so hard on his back that he had to pause to balance them all back. It was truly a great moment. No matter how authoritative Momonosuke could get, the boy knew how to give orders, that was for sure. It was radically different from Buggy's screams of terror when he decided to jump off from the quarter deck and onto the main one, or from Shank's absolute admiration at his physical abilities. Nonetheless, nothing could beat the joy and pride he felt from entertaining his brothers. It was easy to make Luffy smile. One could do that by pinching the boy's ears and tying them together above his head, and the Straw Hat would have a new joke to pull at every party. However, making Sabo guffaw around people he didn't trust yet was an actual challenge, one that Ace was ready for. Following all of the stupid ideas the blonde proposed, he did his best to make him cackle in glee along with the others and forget about whatever was making him keep his distance. Still, running around for a good 20 minutes before moving on to do a dozen push-ups did take a toll on Ace's energy. He may have had a greater strength than most, but even he could get tired after exercising for so long. Moreover, his stamina was running lower than usual because of his current bursts of insomnia, which didn't stop him from winning every single one of the bets that had been made. Ace was exhausted and smelled like he hadn't showered in days, his shirt drenched with sweat, and, unfortunately, it wasn't only his. But it was worth it. The genuine smiles on his brothers' faces were blinding. So worth it. After that, the rest of the day had gone by in a flash. They teamed up to scare Captain A-Hole and Rayleigh when they came back on board. Nothing could have prepared them for it. Who would expect to be welcomed by Ace throwing barrels at their faces, in which not only Odin but their cabin boys were hidden? After that, Odin taught them weird, ridiculous dance moves that Sabo and Luffy took to immediately. Ace not only received his prize money, which he had yet to decide what to use it for, but also a few pictures that Toki had stealthily taken during the afternoon. His favorite had to be the one where he and his brothers were laughing as they ate the cloud cakes Gonfal had gifted the crew yesterday. The one where they had all crumbled into a pile under the sun was a close second. All in all, the day had been delightful. A fact that didn't apply to Ace's night. It pained him to think that it had almost been easier, in Impel Down. Stuck in the dark depth of the sea and left to starve more often than not, he hadn't been able to tell days and nights apart. Forced to adapt, his circadian rhythm had ended up considering that his routine would be made off of sleep and of discussions with Jimbei, who had a better grasp on reality than he ever would. Hell, one could say he had even been pretty relaxed. No man condemned to death would waste time worrying about their already planned-out future. It was one of the few, if not the only, advantages one could get out of their execution. Now, though? Now, he was constantly thinking and he despised it. First, he was confronted with Roger's very existence on a daily basis. The man was not only trying to make friends with them, but he also came to check in on them multiple times a day. The fact that he couldn't outright murder him when he was this close to him was probably the root of his too high blood pressure. He was sure that, if not for Sabo's interference, he would have managed to kill the man by now. Second and third, eternally fighting for their place on Ace's mental podium of worry, were his brothers. Be it on the piece of Spadil or on the Moby D dash, there had never been someone that Ace cherished more than them. Having them by his side, having them back before he would kick the bucket was a blessing he never would have dreamt of. However, he could tell that they were far from being as fine as they liked to pretend. Ace didn't even need his big brother's instinct to notice it. Luffy avoided any and all discussion about where he was before they reunited, and Sabo had literally turned back into the distressed kid that he was. Ace had tried to help. Okay, words were not his forte, but he had genuinely, wholeheartedly tried comforting them. The distractions he had come up with were becoming more and more creative, for he hadn't succeeded at hugging them better. Still, as long as they didn't talk about what was on their mind, he wouldn't have any clue on how to actually help them. Ace yearned to know what had caused his twin brother to regress back in time. Seize knew he had never dared calling him as such out loud, no matter how many times Makino had encouraged him to. But even if he couldn't say it yet, he had always felt as such. The blonde was his equal, his best friend, and his brother. They had fought tooth and nail, be it against each other or together, ever since they were 5. Sabo was his younger twin and Ace wanted him back to normal and happy, instead of the anxious, suspicious child he had turned into. Cue his narcolepsy getting worse. Spending the whole day with a deeged Sabo had only further aggravated it, too. Which wasn't his brother's fault. No, the problem lied in his appearance. While Ace could handle his nightmares after sleeping a couple hours, he couldn't do as well when he woke up to the sight of a ghost. Is this reality? Sweat drenched the thin sheets of the infirmary bed the brothers shared. Despite the nature of his devil fruit, Ace felt the cold creeping in. Breathe. 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 Keeping his eyes wide open, the pirate laid there, immobile. Trying his best to ignore his quick heartbeat, he focused on anything that could anchor him. The rough sensation of the shirt he was sleeping in, the ticking of the clock on the wall, or even the tight pull on his hair, stuck between his head and his pillow. You can't stop breathing. His brothers. He had to make sure that they were still here, safe and sound and within reach. You have to breathe. Clinging to Ace's shirt with a hand, Sabo was sound asleep with his head resting on his chest. His snoring was light compared to Luffy's, who was sleeping with his limbs splattered over them and half of his body hanging out of the bed. Is this another nightmare? All sounds were drowned out by the silence of the night and the loudness of his heart. Paralyzed by the horrors he had just woken from, his body refused to follow what his brain ordered. His eyes were stuck on Sabo's small silhouette, and yet, all he could think about was his cell and impel down. Am I back? Was this all a dream? A large, trembling hand hovered over the blonde curls. He could touch him. One brush of a fingertip and he would know. But what if? What if it was another illusion? What if his hand phased through and darkness swallowed him? What if he lost Sabo again? Is this a dream or a nightmare? The blonde grunted in his sleep and Ace flinched. Rolling onto his other side, the kid hid himself further away under their shared blanket, hogging it all to himself like he used to do back home. Amidst the stillness of the room, Ace was in apnea. Outside, the starless sky was hidden by the thick fog resting heavily over the waves. After 1, 2, 3 rolls of the smoke against the window glass, Ace found it in himself to move. As he sat back up, he noticed a warm weight slipping down from his chest and onto his knees. Mo! Oh, he paused and winced, petting the animal gently despite the shaking of his hands. Sorry. Surprisingly, the cat didn't bat his hand away like he usually would. Instead, the fur ball curled up closer to him and purred quietly, pawing at his abs with the dexterity of a chef kneading dough. Ace felt some of his tenseness melt away. Just a little. Thanks, lil' guy, he whispered as he scratched him behind the ears, forcing himself to take a deep breath. This had to be real. If not, his mind wouldn't have created the image of some random feline, not when he could simply have used kotatsus to torment him. Pushing the animal off of him with a quick sorry buddy, Ace got up as silently as possible. Despite knowing that his brothers were heavy sleepers, he did his best not to jostle them before he tiptoed his way around the bed. A quick change of clothes later, he came back to tuck Luffy and Sabo in. Safe. The moment they were comfortably engulfed by the blanket, jumped back onto the bed and settled between them, seeking their warmth. Yeah, I know the feeling. Shaking himself out of it, Ace made a beeline for the exit. With a lit-up finger illuminating the way, he went out onto the deck without bumping into any piece of furniture or open door. His power was handy in more ways than one, and never having to stay into total darkness was a perk he hadn't enjoyed enough before his arrest. Fresh air hit him with the taste of freedom as he stepped outside, its coldness calming his boiling anxiety down. Because of the fog, it felt heavier, damper as he gulped down one big breath after the other, akin to a man finding water after a week in the desert. Around him, the wood of the Oro Jackson cracked and whined, disliking the freezing humidity of the cloud sea. Howling arose from deep inside the jungle from time to time, followed by inhuman noises and cries that would have made any hardened pirate go back under deck. And yet, nothing residing in the upper yard could frighten him like what lurked inside his mind. Running on 2 hours of sleep, Ace elected not to waste his hockey so early on in the day to check whether or not he actually was alone, and decided to set his hands on fire and look around instead. Thankfully, apart from whoever was on watch duty, and a sleepy buggy running errands here and there for the cooks, everyone was still asleep or under deck. Stretching his legs with a series of rapid squats, Ace soon launched himself into a strict training regimen with the hope that his brain would be too short on oxygen to plague him with his deepest fears. And it worked. It really did. After half an hour repeating over and over the few fishman karate moves he had learned from watching Jinbei fight, Ace's breathing had slowed down, his focus following the steady lull of the waves. Until he heard him, that is. Are you leaving again? But it wasn't possible, was it? He couldn't be here anymore. He couldn't say those things again, no matter how true they were. Hey, Ace, the voice repeated, giggling as he pitter-pattered to stand before him. Is that it? You will leave us again? The pirate froze, his blood turning cold. Blonde curls, a blood-stained pipe too tall for his size, that stupid missing tooth and the familiar, worn-out hat encircled by blue goggles, none of that left any room for doubt. It was him. Only a few feet away, a lifeless Sabo stood proudly, with mirth in his smile and curiosity in his eyes. He took a step forward and Ace repressed a full-body flinch. You're not real. What are you saying, Ace? The child joked, honeyed innocence dripping through his tone. Of course I am. You are not real, he reasserted through gritted teeth, unable to look away despite the utter disgust sitting on his tongue. Blue's in the infirmary, with Lou. Safe and sound. No thanks to you. A sharp pain stabbed him through the heart. Hearing those words, spat with his brother's voice. It wasn't fair. Narcolepsy-induced hallucinations weren't supposed to hurt so much. They weren't supposed to follow him this far into reality either. You left, last time, Sabo's ghost sighed, disappointed. Will you do it again? I didn't. The accusation made his voice tremble. I wouldn't. I would never. But you did. He stepped back. You never came to get me out of High Town. The childish voice bled with a level of anger, of resentment, that Ace had only ever seen in a mirror. You never came to get me out of the water. The air was taken out of his lungs. I thought. I wanted. The ghost moved forward. Each step he took made a wet, squelching noise as he dragged his ragged feet against the floorboard. You didn't even say goodbye. You left the island, he accused, pointing out one failure after the other, each of his words infused with vitriolic indignation. You left Luffy alone, for 3 whole years. You could have waited for him. Why couldn't he breathe? He wasn't underwater, why couldn't he breathe? No, we promised. Because of you. The burst of laughter echoing around the deck held none of the wetness of his steps, yet embodied all of his dry, burning hatred. Because of me? He scoffed and ran a hand over his face, a mad smile stretching his parched lips. No, no, no. You were supposed to protect him, but you left. And now? Ace felt the sharp bite of the railing against his back as dead, mismatching blue eyes stared right through his lies. Now, you're gonna die. Alone. Without saying goodbye to any of your brothers. The ghost cackled giddily, ignoring the horror taking over Ace's face as burn marks began to char Sabo's pale skin. You're going to abandon us because you were too weak, because you can't protect anyone. Each new inspiration dried Ace's lungs from deep inside, setting the oxygen he desperately needed ablaze instead of processing it like it ought to do. He had never felt this cold before. Covering his eyes with the brim of his decaying hat, the ghost let out a manic laugh, shoulders shaking almost as hard as Ace's knees. And you dare call yourself our older brother? Guilt coiled around his throat. It wrapped itself around his neck in a suffocating vice, like a collar embodying all of his sins. He couldn't breathe. He couldn't do anything to make it stop, and for every laugh erupting from the cadaverous ghost standing before him, the pressure tightened. Even though the sky behind him was getting clearer, his mind wasn't. Some said that the hour before dawn was the darkest one. Ace could see why, now. Darkness was creeping up on him and gripping at his limbs greedily, the edge of his vision dimming under its assault. This isn't real. The ghost was still guffawing, relishing in his agony and taunting him with the same accusations over and over again. If only these words had been the only ones plaguing him. This is just a nightmare. Remnants of the fog still lingered around, torn pieces of a ghostly sheet searching for a life to leech on. How bad was it that he could hear their complaints, could hear the screams of Impel Down's residents among these specters? Unfortunately, the voices never came along. The foul, bitter smell of death always followed. This isn't. Hey, Ace, isn't it funny? Sabo's phantom giggled, impatient. In the end, you're going to be just like your dad. Terrified pleas echoed in his mind, drowning even the voice of his brother, and the stale smell of burnt flesh made bile burn the back of his throat. It almost felt comforting, that repulsive, repetitive pattern. Am I back? Be it in nightmares or in reality, it always stayed the same. For every piercing cry Ace tried to ignore, for every squelching noise of a torture session, a variety of nauseating smells spread around. They clawed at the walls and snaked their way into every single cell in the vicinity, making it impossible for any of the criminals to deny what was happening nearby. Am I? Only those stains, of blood, sweat, and worse, ever lasted in the lower levels. For a brief moment, they became proof, became the only thing attesting the existence of prisoners since long executed. Ace was but a washable stain on the world's pristine history. Rinse and repeat. Hey, Ace. Ace. As the sun rose behind him, so did the wind. With its wild gust enveloping him, he could barely hear Sabo's ghost mocking him, even though he was standing much closer than before. With its tiny arms wrapped around Ace's waist, he could almost have been a comforting presence, if not for the carbonized smell and decaying flesh around his uneven smile. A damp cold spread through Ace's limbs. Its bite was sharp and icy, freezing him to the bones and reminding him once more of the cell he belonged to. His heartbeat fastened and corrosive guilt pulsed through his veins. Will you leave again? Even his voice was distorted now, syllables bleeding into one another. Can you leave again? A familiar, heavy weight encompassed his ankles and wrists. It pinched his skin red and his shoulders curled down, burdening him with more than their weight. He abhorred how accustomed he had grown to seastone shackles. Somewhere in his mind, he was aware that it was a nightmare. It wasn't possible for him to feel that tear in his back from having his arms held up for days on end, not when his hands were free and by his sides. And yet, he couldn't move an inch. "It's okay, Ace, don't worry. We all knew this would happen." One day, the ghost whispered kindly, looking up with his burnt-off face squished against his waist. "Your best never was enough." His heart sank. They expected him to fail, everyone did. And for good reasons, too, because he had failed. He failed at beating Blackbeard. He failed at avenging Thatch. He failed at being a good son and a good brother. A bucket crashed on the ground. Finally, Ace tore his eyes away from the ghost. There, on the quarterdeck, stood Buggy. Considering the mop in his hand and the short apron at his waist, he was still helping the cooks with morning chores. The ice clogging up his veins boiled up to a burning shame. The cabin boy's eyes were wide open, and so was his mouth, though it was downturned similarly to his eyebrows. There was no way for the boy not to have understood that Ace was having one of the worst hallucinations he had ever had since they had joined. In broad daylight, too. Only the fact that the boy couldn't know about who he had seen kept Ace from jumping overboard for a dance with Davy Jones. Before the teen could speak up, a flutter of footsteps made them both turn to the nearest door. Turning back to him quietly, the blue-haired boy held his broom pressed against his chest. Pursing his lips and worrying them anxiously, he seemed to be searching for the appropriate words. For a way to tackle the problem he had just witnessed or, at least, to acknowledge it. "No thank you," Ace thought as he forced his aching body to relax through a series of deep breaths. "That's my problem." Bright laughter echoed from the staircase, soon followed by a few complaints and a dozen swear words Ace clearly remembered having taught his brothers. "I'm an adult. I'm fine." Buggy set his cleaning gear aside and called his name in a hushed whisper. 1, 2, 3 times. Ace ignored it. Right now, he had to focus on breathing so that his body would stop shaking so much. Why couldn't it just stop? Why wouldn't his muscles just listen? Fear had no right over him, not when he was awake. "It's okay." The door slammed open and two bodies collided with his, their laughter warming his heart more than the sunrise behind him ever could. "I can handle it." Opening his eyes to the sight of his brothers hugging him tightly, Ace smiled. Although it may have been more accurate to say that Luffy was embracing him and Sabo, forcing the latter to join in. "Hikin." Sabo pouted, pinching his side aggressively. "Why did you get up without leaving a note? You're supposed to be the last one to get out of bed." "Yeah, hikin." Luffy whined pitifully, pressing his head over his heart. "And you took all the warmth away too?" For all their bravado, the two of them looked particularly distressed. From the dark circles slowly engraving their way under the blonde's eyes to the bite marks crowning the straw hat's nails, everything pointed to the same conclusion. The mere fact of waking up without one of their brothers had sent the two of them in a spiral of worry. Was it cruel of him to feel that a weight had been lifted off of his heart? Yes, they were all pirates, fighters, and had laughed at death's face more than once, but they were still scared of losing each other. The way Luffy clung on to him and Sabo even more so than when they were kids hadn't escaped him. And up until yesterday morning, Sabo had been the same. He had returned every single one of their embraces, and even initiated a few more on his own. They were all scared. But they were together. Knowing that they wouldn't want him to bring the matter up, not where anyone could walk in on them, Ace pulled onto Luffy's cheek. "Am I just a heater to you?" Both of his siblings looked away, whistling. "Oh, these little. Fist of love. Ack. Not that. Ouch. That's not fair, Hikin." "Gramps never taught us to be fair," Ace smirked, blowing onto his fists like he would on smoking guns. "And if he did, I ain't gonna listen to him now." Their matching pouts of betrayal were totally worth the imitation. "So, now that we're all up, what you think about getting breakfast?" The answer was immediate. Twin screams of joy echoed on the empty deck, the two brats managing to be just as loud as their empty stomachs. They could talk about what happened later. All that mattered to him at the moment was that they were back to grinning and chatting excitedly, already listing all the things that they wanted to wolf down. Grabbing their shoulders to push them toward the galley, Ace did his best to smile along, all while knowing that his hands would start shaking again if he let go of them. Buggy's hawk-eyes following his every move told him that he, too, was aware of that fact. The cabin boy wouldn't forget what he had seen so easily. Ace, however, had enough siblings nowadays to know exactly how to bribe his way out of a conversation he didn't want to have. "Hey Buggy. Wanna raid the pantry with us? I saw where Shanks hid his chocolate." "D'you really think that you could do that without any cook catching you red-handed?" The teenagers yelled as the upper half of his body flew into Ace's face, red nose pressing against his. He had to admit that this was as threatening as comical. "How could you three, idiotic baboons, manage to steal from the cooks? I take it that you're coming with?" Buggy scoffed and stepped back, his feet running down the stairs to catch up to them as he crossed his arms over his puffed-out chest. "Duh. I'ma be a benevolent senior on this ship and grant you a stealth lesson you'd better not forget. He claimed so proudly that Ace didn't dare laugh. His brothers, however, stared at him with starry eyes and awe in their smiles. But if we get caught, I'm blaming you. Come on, I'm hungry. Let's go. Luffy pressed, jumping up and down. Food! Food! Food awaits. Yeah, let's follow Bunny. Sabo added as he crossed his arms behind his head, grinning. Who's a bunny clown in a magician's hat? You are, Shishishi. Luffy shrieked out of the path Buggy's knife took as the boy aimed toward his face. Laughing, Ace tagged along, enjoying the kids bickering. It was actually nice to see them bond like this, even if it soon turned into a proper fist fight as they toppled down the stairs, dragging Sabo into their fall. Stepping through the threshold, Ace glanced back one last time. Silence reigned over the main deck, with a ghost as its king. Throning upon the place from where he sat on the railing, his brother's ghost waved at him with a tender smile. There was no doubt as to what his next move meant. Ace mimicked him and he, too, held a finger before his mouth. My failure, my responsibility. Once they were done stealing more quantities of food than the term snack could cover, the quartet went to hide in the infirmary. Dot was given a few treats as well because, according to Buggy, they didn't want him to snitch on them. Somehow, Ace could believe that this cat was a trained tattletale. Surprisingly, the first to find them wasn't even Crocus or Rayleigh, but an angry Shanks. You thieves! He immediately accused, the floorboards creaking under his enraged stomping. My chocolate. That was my chocolate. That is a betrayal worthy of execution. In spite of the threat that he embodied, Ace couldn't take him seriously. His hair was still messed up from his long night of sleep, and his bedsheets had stamped a few folds into his face that made him look even younger than he already was. Don't be so loud. Buggy, a notorious hypocrite, shouted back as his hands flew across the room to shut his best friend up. ACK, don't lick my hands, you heathen. Technically, Shanks had no proof that they were the culprits. Anyone on the Oro Jackson could have stolen his hidden stash of high-quality chocolate. Even Captain A-hole himself. Which one of you took my chocolate? Speak up. Chocolate? What chocolate? I've never had chocolate in my entire life. I know you guys stole my snacks. They honestly could have fooled the red hair into thinking they were innocents. If not for Luffy and Buggy's absolute inability to lie. And, perhaps, some people may have accused Ace and Sabo for having forgotten to wipe off the melted chocolate from around their mouths. But, if you asked him, this was but a mere detail. Thankfully, one plate of syrupy pancakes and the promise of buying him more treats later, Shanks calmed down as he sat at his favorite table in the galley. Can't believe you took my chocolate, the red hair grumbled, never stopping to catch his breath. He was dead set on complaining, but there was no way that he would wait to eat either. Was he AD too? He sure acted like one. Do you know how hard it is to find good treats in paradise? All they ever sell is nasty booze, and bitter stuff? What Ace couldn't believe was that he had agreed to share some of his food just to keep the teen quiet. Perhaps the boy was growing on him, and they were beginning to forgive and forget each other's pranks. Or perhaps the boy's anger had turned into pity after the fourth time he fell asleep in his plate during breakfast. It did make for a great distraction. After that incident, Ace avoided the deck for as long as he could. From exploring the lower levels of the deck one more time to helping move heavy loads, he did everything he could to avoid going outside again. With enough prodding, and a little begging, he even succeeded in switching chores with one of the kitchen staff and hid in the kitchen till well after lunch. Hiking. So, really, one could say the day went well. Hikin, I'm bored. Really well. If we don't do something, anything, in the next 5 minutes, I swear I'm going to try out that Molotov cocktail. What's that? Can you drink it? Is it tasty? Up until his brothers reached their limit. Nope. No one's trying that cocktail today because I don't want Crocus to drown me for your stupid ideas. Honestly, he hadn't expected them to last indoors for so long. It was a feat of its own that their incessant begging hadn't started before the middle of the afternoon. Then let's go outside. Luffy complained as he rolled on the floor, entangling himself into his own elastic limbs as he did. There's nothing to do here. Even Dot's outside. It's boring here. Go out then, no one's stopping you. It's no fun if we go alone. Sabo joined in, laying onto the floor like a dried-out starfish. Please. Please. Hiking. Ace yielded. He wasn't weak, all right? After all, it did take them a great amount of puppy eyes, a dozen hot peppers they stole from the kitchen, and 2 full hours of constant nagging to convince him to go out to play. What they failed to tell him, however, was that they wouldn't be alone. Sitting cross-legged on the cloud beach, Ace looked through the cards in his hands. Here he was, trying to remember the rules of the poker game he was about to participate in along with his brothers, planned, the cabin boys, unplanned, Odin, acceptable, and Rayleigh, unwelcomed. It was truly unfortunate that they had rejected his idea to replace the latter with ... And, looking at how terrible they all were, it wouldn't actually have been that bad of an idea. Luffy, despite having a godly, unfair amount of luck, constantly lost. He didn't pay attention enough to notice that he could win, which led him to his demise every time someone pointed at a funny cloud to distract him. Unlike him, Sabo had the right amount of brains needed to beat them every round, so the fact that he kept losing for that very reason made Ace laugh every single time. Since the blonde kept overthinking everyone's strategy, and, really, assuming that anyone other than Buggy and he had won was already looking too far into the game, he lost himself in ploys that none of them could have pulled. Ace however learned that day that he would have been ready to pay to watch the never-ending entertaining show that the cabin boys were. Buggy was frightfully similar to Sabo, for he had been outright cursed by Lady Luck herself. A fact that he, smart as he was, compensated for by cheating. Technically, the math added up, there was no reason for this strategy not to pay off. As long as you didn't add Shank's unholy luck to the equation. The red hair always found a way to win. Somehow, even when he wasn't supposed to, he managed to beat them hollow. And, contrary to Luffy, Shanks did pay attention. Ace strongly suspected their stupid straw hat to be the source of their luck. Rayleigh's gameplay, if he could call it that, had also been unexpected. Where Ace thought him to be a smart, nonchalant player, he discovered a man who, despite not being especially unlucky, couldn't win a single round because of how passionate he was. His recklessness drove him to some of the worst, most stupid decisions he had ever seen, and that was coming from someone who had seen Luffy attempt to eat rocks more than once. For the sake of the crew's finances, Ace hoped that the first mate wasn't allowed near any gambling house. The one thing that made him hate the man's presence a little less was that Rayleigh refused to go easy on them just because they were younger. It apparently had to do with proving Crocus and Gaban wrong about him being a softie, or something. Odin was the only one who didn't care whether or not he won. As long as they showed him new games to play, he was happy. Overall, his behavior matched what Ace had learned about him so far, that he was a man of adventures, who valued learning experiences more than anything else. To put it simply, Odin was a man of journeys rather than quests. Ace respected that. Almost an hour passed by as they played game after game and round upon round, yelling as much as they laughed. Everyone seemed to be enjoying themselves, even their local grouch man. Ace reveled in the grimace Rayleigh made every time he called him that, and their tiny twin disasters. Everyone but Sabo. You can't put your 5 on top of mine when it's not your turn. Yeah, but I could before. That wasn't the same game, Lou. Oh. I see. Shishishi. Wait, then why did Rayleigh just do it? You weren't supposed to tell them, brat. That scoundrel did what? Rayleigh-san. Rayleigh-san, you cheater. It's not cheating. Not until you get caught. Glancing down, Ace checked in on the blonde. He was laughing along, while also refraining from actively taking part in any conversation unless someone directly addressed him. His smile didn't reach his eyes and, on several occasions, Ace spotted him scout closer. It was never enough for others to notice, never enough for Ace to ask what was wrong. But it was enough for him to notice a pattern. Ace had no way to know whether his brother wasn't reaching out because he was actually okay, or because he didn't trust Ace to be of any help, which frustrated him to no end. Rayleigh slammed his hand down on the deck and Sabo jumped. Take this. You lose, Lou. Actually, Shanks snickered behind his cards. Bugs loses. What now? His hands itched. Even though Luffy had always been the affectionate one in the family, Ace was dying to grab the blonde and squeeze the fear out of him. Because it was fear, wasn't it? Nothing else could have made their smart, reckless idiot of a brother twitch so much. For every loud, unpredictable noise, Sabo froze before inching closer to his side and away from what he perceived as a threat. Blue eyes roamed around incessantly, too frantic for them to simply be counting cards. He had even surprised tiny hands about to grab the hem of his shirt, twice. Only for the motion to be aborted with an ashamed tremble and a too polite, too sorry smile. His hands itched. And with this? I win. Yeah. So Ace tried. He really tried to play along without interfering. Biting down either on his lips or on his necklace, he stopped himself from barking at the Roger pirates to be quiet. Where do you store all that luck, Akataro? He's cheating. No, I'm not. When did you even use your joker? You'd know if you paid attention, Lou. No matter how young his brother looked, he deserved to be treated with respect. Inside, Sabo was still 20 years old, with all of his pride. He needn't be infantilized in front of everyone while he still had enough vocabulary to ask for help if he wanted to. But when Odin And Rayleigh's voices made Sabo flinch so bad he almost dropped his cards. Ace gave up on trying. Grabbing him under the arms, he ignored the blonde's helpless yelp and sat him onto his lap, hugging him close to his chest. What the F dash, Hiken? If only the tremble had only been in his voice. Even though it was but a small shiver making him shake, Ace hated how easily he recognized the emotion making his brother cower, hated that he was even feeling it. Fear. Why is it always fear? His brother was scared and he couldn't pretend to ignore it any longer. If that little sheet's too proud to ask for hugs, I'll just smother him to death first, Ace decided as he closed his eyes. I don't get it, Ace mumbled through a mouthful of blonde curls, and that was way too greasy for his taste. Sabo stiffened, face going even paler than he naturally was. Blue eyes sunk low, drawn to the floor like gravity decided to burden them with the weight of the world. He hated seeing him so withdrawn, his shoulders ought not to have curled so tightly. This game, Ace said, pushing his cards in his brother's face. I don't get it. You know how to count cards, don't you? The blonde's face wiped up so fast his spine could have snapped. Was it weird to find him adorable with his glossy eyes and his trembling, hopeful pout? You need me. This idiot. Ace squeezed him closer to his chest, carefully wrapping him in a warm hug. With a hand running through blonde curls, he kept him in what he hoped was a protective embrace. Of course I do. We're family, ain't we? He whispered, confident. So, wanna help your big bro kick their butt? For a second, Ace feared that he had said the wrong thing, for silence answered him instead of the kid in his arms. Sheet, Ace's mind was racing, and he was certain that everyone could hear his panicked heartbeat even though no one was paying them any mind. F dash. I'm not good with words, why did I even try? I should have just hugged him and left it at that. Two little hands grabbed onto his shirt as Blue Eyes did his attention. Sabo looked back at him with a toothy grin. Let's rob M blind. Oh thank F. Turning around, the kid made himself comfortable on his lap and studied the new cards in his hands with a greedy smile. Whatever luck Shanks relied on would soon be crushed and the money he kept pocketing to buy new snacks would be theirs. He understood. Ace rested his chin on top of blonde curls, keeping his arms around his brother's. It felt right. Sabo fitted perfectly against him, tucked safely against his chest like a baby kangaroo in its mother's pocket. Not that Ace would ever admit to his mother henning habits. If anyone asked, he would simply say that this was his job, as the older brother, to keep them safe. Safe and warm. You got this, Munchkin. I'm not a munchkin. Whatever you say, pipsqueak. Hiken. Bursting out into laughter, Ace ruffled Sabo's hair playfully and took his deck back, holding it up before them. Let me keep the cards, your Lilliputian hands can't handle such responsibility yet. If you stopped losing you wouldn't have this many cards. Hey, will you two focus on the game a little? It's your turn. Rayleigh-san, what's that deck of cards behind you? Can't you leave a man and his cards alone? Then learn how to cheat, old man. Grinning, Ace let the blonde think of a new strategy while holding their shared deck just a little too high for him. And if Sabo had to hold on to his wrists to make him lower the cards for him to pick which one to play, well, it couldn't have been more than another way for his brother to annoy him, right? It's okay. Maybe Sabo could allow himself to be the clingy one and reach out to them, for once in his life. It's gotta be scary, to be this small again. Maybe Ace could finally unravel, now that they were all together. But it's okay, he's safe now. Maybe they could both stop worrying. It's okay, I'll protect you, this time around. Traveling back down to the blue sea had been just as fun as going up to the white one. Had Ace enjoyed suddenly falling from 10,000 feet? No. Had he laughed to tears at Sabo's terrified shrieks? Well, I may have sworn to protect him, but never promised to stop making fun of him. However, the fact that they had had to leave Skypiea so fast didn't sit right with him. It was quite disheartening, to say the least. For some reason, everyone on board had seemed to be in a hurry, rushing to pack without even looting any of the gold on the upper yard. And, yes, Ace could have asked what pushed them to depart so soon instead of taking their time to enjoy the adventure. He could have. But he wouldn't, for he didn't care enough to bring the matter up. Captain A-Hole's crew could be pursued by the Marines, world government, or an eldritch horror and it still wouldn't be his problem. Ace was here to freeload, steal food, and make sure that his brothers were being sheltered and looked after. Nothing more, nothing less. So once the shock of the splashdown had passed, he hadn't been surprised to see everyone go back to their usual occupations. Half the crew was drinking the afternoon away, led by a first mate who kept swearing about having had enough of babysitting a bunch of moronic baboons. The other half was busy with chores, checking stocks to see what they would need soon, and what they could make do with in the meantime. All in all, the day had turned into a boring one. Even the sea was calm as could be, the wind quiet enough for the sails to slacken in a loose fit. Thankfully for him, the cabin boys always provided great entertainment. It's the North Pole. No, it's the South Pole. I'm telling you, the coldest one is the North Pole. No, South. Shishishi. I bet that Blue knows who's right. Sure. The blonde hushed his brother, slapping a hand over his mouth. I don't want to miss it. Miss what? The Rayleigh show. Knock it off, both of you. Twin. Fists fell on twin heads like calamity over the world. Don't you ever stop fighting? But Rayleigh Cian. He started it. I don't care who started it. The two teens curled in on themselves at the threat of being sent away to check which pole was the coldest. No one could beat first mates when it came to scolding idiots on a pirate ship, an immutable law Ace had suffered through himself. Twice, at that. First had come Deuce's never-ending tongue-lashing, then Marco's had followed, and C's knew that indulging Thatch's stupid ideas always brought forth the Phoenix's wrath. So, Blue, he whispered while the man's nagging went on. Who was right? SH. Who cares? Luffy and Odin interrupted, voices too loud to be ignored. One day I'll explore both. With stars in their eyes and dreams in their hearts, the two of them high-fived. Even though the younger one had to stretch his arm up to clap Odin's hand, it didn't deter them from jumping around, listing off all the places they wanted to visit in the future. Which, of course, prompted the Straw Hat to blabber on again. And then my crew and I'll get to the end of the Grand Line. Wahahahah. That's a great dream you got there, kiddo. Captain A-Hole laughed, slapping him on the back. But we are gonna get there first. And for that, we gotta. A loud snap echoed on deck as Luffy's jaw hit the floor, gasping dramatically and covering his ears with his hands. The sheer determination he put into closing his eyes made them look ready to pop out of their orbits. La 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 la. I can't hear you, stingy old man. La la la. Good luck trying to spoil Lou. Blue snickered at Roger's offended pout, a face that never failed to amuse them. Just do your thing, old man, we'll follow. We don't have anything better to do, anyway. Talking about our next destination, Gabon ran a hand through his hair, a lopsided smile on his face. I think that the Oro's in dire need of repairs? I don't think she enjoyed the fall down as much as we did. Shank's head popped up from behind Ace. When did he get here? Are we gonna see Tom-san? La 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 la. Buggy clung onto the back of Ace's shirt as well, appearing on his other side. When did he get there? We're going to Water 7? H. Who else but Tom could repair the Oro? Wahahahah. Another creature grabbed Ace's shirt but, this time, it was one he was familiar with. Blue climbed all the way up onto his back, holding onto him with a tiny arm curled around his neck, like Luffy used to do. How long do you think Lou will last? He asked curiously, squeaky voice quieter than usual. How long do you think Rayleigh will last? Bet 100 berries he's punching Lou in the next 5 minutes, Shanks joined in. Are you stupid? Buggy mocked. He won't last one. I'm sure someone will stop Rayleigh before he can actually hurt him, Ace shrugged. And you, Blue? Bet Lou will fall in the water before Rayleigh can shut him up. The instant the words left his mouth, a flock of seagulls dove onto the Straw Hat. Dumbfounded, they watched, helpless, as the animals pecked at his rubbery skin mercilessly. Despite all his incoherent yelling and mighty struggling, he still stumbled backward like a prey cornered by its natural predator. In one fell swoop, Sabo's prediction came true with a grandiose splash. Sunbell. Already on IT. I'm gonna kill that kid. Were these the seagulls he tried to eat last week? Ace wondered, unfazed. Most likely, the red-haired shivered, these salty pigeons really can hold a grudge. On his shoulder, Sabo taped his cheek twice and grinned as he held a chubby hand out. Pay up. Yeah. 3 days passed and Sabo was still a kid. Ace could see him withdraw more and more as minutes ticked by. The longer he stayed in that state, the broodier he became. Despite being a lot better at concealing it than Ace would ever have been able to, his tendency to bite always betrayed him. There were subtle signs of distress the crew had yet to catch on. Nervous tics parasitizing the too normal, too mature act he put on. A clench of the jaw when Gabon joked about his height. The twitch of fingers reaching out for scars that had yet to tear his skin. Or the frantic roaming of eyes around the galley to find its safest spot, which needed not only to be near an exit but to overview the entirety of the room. It was too scarce a pattern for the crew to recognize, yet unusual enough for his brothers to register. Because Luffy, too, had noticed it. He always does. Every time Sabo started to spiral down and tried to distance himself from them, the Straw Hat found a new way to bring a smile back on his face. It was systematic, like a special distress brother radar of sorts. Playing pranks on the crew, for example, was one of the best ways he had found to brighten the blonde's mood. Attempting to hide fishes in makeshift aquariums under Rayleigh's hammock was a close second, especially when octopuses decided that yes, the men's quarters was indeed a great spot to stay at. It took Gabon, Sunbel, and Spencer a whole afternoon to catch them. Luffy's desperate screams had slowed them down, too. Even if at first he had been more than willing to cook and eat them for dinner, playing hide-and-seek with the mollusks had changed his mind. A few tears may or may not have been spilled when the pirates released them into the ocean. Still, it never quite erased that sharp-edged tightening Sabo smile. So Ace, too, tried whatever he could to help. In his case, waking his brothers up in the middle of the night to go lie on the upper deck and stargaze did help. And each time, Sabo had fallen back asleep first. They suspected that, because of his current age, he needed more sleep than he pretended to. What the pirate liked to believe, however, was that their everlasting presence at his side made the blonde feel safe enough to finally unwind. Now, if Ace could get some rest, that would make him less cranky. Alas, life hated giving him what he yearned for. Why am I still getting rocks thrown at my face? You wouldn't if you dodged, the blonde snickered, pockets filled with what definitely didn't qualify as pebbles. Boo it. Blue's mean. I want to train with Hyken too. Fight me, you coward. For the last time, I am not training with any of you until Blue's back to normal. Ace groaned painfully, exhausted. From where he sat on the quarter-deck, forehead resting against the railing and legs dangling between the bars, he could observe their daily shenanigans without taking the risk of being hit by a stray rock. Sitting there also allowed him to keep an eye on all the people who dared get near his dear brothers. If I train with you, that wouldn't be fair to him, right? So bear with it. But Hyken. Luffy whined in the wrong direction, BLNDFLD still in place. I'm tired of the rocks. I want a real fight. Oh. Sure. That's not a problem. Really? Blue. Use your pipe. Yes. Ack. Not the, ouch. Hey. You dropped your guard again. Because we AOUCH. Blue. DMN, the blonde whistled, proudly spinning his weapon around. Having this coated in sea stone really was one of my smartest ideas. Ace had never been as thankful for Luffy's endless energy as he was now that Sabo had turned into a hyperactive kid aching to beat devil fruit users into a pulp. Ugh. I sound like I'm in my 40s or something. Is this how Marco feels when we get newbies? Keeping his brothers entertained and safe was a 24/7 job, and "it takes a village to raise a child" was a saying he would never make fun of ever again. Sabo and Luffy were not only prone to accidents but stubbornly set on causing as much trouble as they could get away with. Ace usually encouraged it. Who didn't like a good prank? Well, not being able to participate taught him that responsible people did not, in fact, enjoy a good prank. Plus, he couldn't tell if they were purposefully trying to annoy him, a plausible theory, or if Sabo's luck was just that bad, an inescapable calamity. Had it happened once or twice, he still could have denied it and called it a coincidence. But every time? Every single time that he had tried taking a quick nap to recover from his 2 short nights, they. Sunbel? On IT. Ace stared as the fishman jumped overboard after a laughing Luffy. Isn't this the 4th time today? Nah, the 5th. As a Logia, there was nothing for him to do when one of his brothers decided to take a dive. Ahahahah. Lose fallen AG, oh. When both of his brothers decided to take a dive. Rayleigh? I swear I'm going to murder these two one day. Mark my words. I'm gonna book them an appointment with Davy Jones. After Odin and Crocus, Sunbel and Rayleigh were quickly making their way out of Ace's hate list. While he loathed having to rely on them to fish his brothers out of the water, he was still thankful for the energy they put into the task. They always went to get them. No matter what. Wahahahah. I thought I was dead. Trust me, kid, Sunbel grumbled as he patted Luffy's back, who coughed out a pitiful fish. When Rayleigh Sand's back with your brother, he will make you wish you were. Run now and I won't tell him. Thanks, Trident dude. I told you not to call me that. Paradoxically enough, the scene was both the most peaceful and stressful that Ace had experienced in the last few months. There was an undeniable mundanity to the chaos unfolding before him, a comforting restlessness where one never had time to be bored. That would have been nice. A small voice piped up, croaked yet full of wonder. If Rayleigh had been there, I mean. I'm sure that he would have come to get me out of the water. Ace didn't even spare the ghost a glance. Fighting off the tiredness was draining enough as it was, he wasn't going to add his not-dead brother's eerie specter to it. That was no cherry on top, thanks. If he had been there, a lot of shit would have been different, Bo, he slurred through gritted teeth, rubbing at his eyes. MMH? You think he knew about you? I don't care, Bo. He probably did. He's Roger's best buddy, he has to have known. The ghost wondered out loud, rolling on the sole of his feet with his arms crossed over his chest, hat slipping forward dangerously. DMN. You really weren't worth the trip, Bo? Talking to yourself again, Hiken? Ace jumped. A shiver ran down his spine as he turned to look at Buggy. The brat had his arms akimbo on his hips and an eyebrow raised higher than human anatomy should allow, staring at him like he could see right through his soul. In spite of the obvious annoyance the teenager made sure to display, there was a hint of worry in his posture. Shoulders too tense, too curved for it to hide his dwelling anxiety, and lips pressed in too thin a line for him not to be attempting to keep a straight face. Nope. This sheet. Bitterness spread over his tongue, taste buds shrinking in distaste. I didn't avoid that talk half a week ago just to have it now. What if I am? Are you insane? Buggy jumped back, sweat purling on his skin. No, that would be blue. He deadpanned. Oh shit, you're right. Ace grinned at the admission. Of course he was right, when wasn't he? When you assured Pops that you could avenge Thatch alone. So, Buggy. Buggy. The pirate smiled and clapped his hands loud enough to quiet his thoughts. What's our next stop? Is it gonna be a fun island? I miss messing with Marines. Remind me to never let you get near one of their bases. Ace's mouth turned upside down. Anyway. The cabin boy coughed. The kid knew to look away before he could use his puppy eyes on him. Thatch always said he could get anything he wanted with those, and Ace had promised to use them for evil purposes only. We're on our way to water, but with all the damages the Oro took from the fall, we're slower than usual. That, and, we gotta stop to restock because some people keep raiding the pantry. No way. Who would do such a terrible thing? He gasped, outraged. How unfortunate. Both of them tried their best to keep a blank face, albeit for radically different reasons. Whereas Ace was attempting to contain his laughter behind bitten lips, Buggy's anger kept rising from deep within. Oh wow, his face is turning red as his nose. Are you kidding me? Wahahahah. You lose, Buggy. What? No. This wasn't a contest. Then how come you lost? I didn't low. Rayleigh-san. Lou fell overboard again. You ever think of the day Rayleigh-san will stop jumping after him? Then I'll just go, duh. You will drown, you idiot. Details my butt. Dinner time blew up yet another one of Ace's misconceptions. Not even food could stop his brothers misbehaving. 1 second he was falling asleep face first into his soup, and the next one he was waking up to the cabin boys cheering for Sabo to beat Luffy in an eating contest. What the? Blinking, he wiped his face slowly to try and gather his thoughts. Rayleigh's fist to his head did not help him focus. You idiot. That's my coat? My bad. Sorry, man, Ace yawned, not thinking a word of it. How long did I sleep? Long enough for your stupid brothers to start a new competition, the first mate grumbled, gritting his teeth at the grease tainting his favorite coat. And for your idiots to encourage it, apparently. Buggy and Shank's voices were the loudest ones in the galley as they yelled at the blonde to chew less and gulp everything down to catch up on Luffy. The stack of bills in their hands was however proof that most of the adults present were not only enabling the chaos, but actively taking part in the betting that ensued. So much for disliking us, Ace thought as Shanks rooted for Sabo's feral munching, an arm around his shoulders. Mid-laugh, Luffy choked on a bone and Buggy hurried to slap his back, making him spit it out right into Captain A-Hole's face. Warmth settled in his stomach at the sight of the four of them joking together, like they had always been fated to be friends. Hey Blue. Betcha can't drink a full gallon of juice in less than 30 seconds too. Ace and Rayleigh exchanged a glance. It won't take me more than 20, you butt. Fuck. Night came and, with it, Ace's turn to keep watch. Since he couldn't be trusted to stay awake for too long when left alone with his narcolepsy, his brothers were stuck keeping an eye on him as well on the horizon instead of being safely tucked under deck. Bundled up together in the Krause nest, they were currently battling over their shared blanket, with Sabo hogging most of it to himself. They had grown so attached to it that even Crocus had deemed it to be theirs, even though there were plenty to spare in the infirmary. Lying down between his brothers, the blonde had his head on Luffy's lap and his legs over his. Ace had an arm around Luffy's shoulder and the other resting over Sabo's small body, like the human blanket that he was. While he couldn't provide much on board, he could at least keep them warm through the night. A soft breeze ruffled their hair, brushing it back and forth almost as gently as Toki had after they had played with Momonosuke before dinner. It felt familiar enough for his body to finally relax, muscles unraveling after a long day of looking after his two favorite gremlins. Resting his head against the mast behind him, his eyelids fluttered close as he let out an exhausted sigh. But contrary to him, Sabo was tense as a bow string. This was yet another similarity the two of them shared, smiling all day long, then turning quiet with worry after sundown. Maybe that's what he needs. To just think it through in silence. "Hey, Lou, think you can take the first turn?" he asked softly, forcing his eyes to reopen. "Sure. I'll take the next one," he promised and yawned, patting his brother's head roughly. "Blue's already out, so let's let him rest, 'kay?" They both glanced down at the blonde, perfectly aware that he, too, was awake. "We can't help him, anyway," Ace thought as he looked around one last time. Might as well not bother him. "It's Bo, he'll talk when he's ready." Yawning until he heard his jaw crack, the pirate settled back to make himself as comfortable as he could against the sturdy wood. Moonlight shone above the waves, curling around the foam and keeping lurking shadows deep under the surface. There wasn't a cloud in sight and the temperature was just warm enough to make the light wind enjoyable. All in all, it was a perfect night for watch duty. Quietness rocking them all to sleep, with silence as its main chorus while the Oro slowly but surely made her way into the night and to the next island. Apart from the helmsman and the straw hat, no one was supposed to still be awake. All voices had hushed down, stubborn whispers dwelling into rumbling snores. So when Luffy's soft whistle broke the silence surrounding them, both brothers almost jumped in surprise. "You can fit everything you know? In a bottle for you to show. Pick your brain apart and put it in. And build it again with needles and pins." Tapping his fingers in rhythm against the floorboard, the straw hat kept on humming the melody when there were no lyrics to sing. Strangely enough, Luffy's voice lacked his usual over-the-top, out-of-tune joy. "Everything you have earned is a ship, with blue waves crashing into it. But nothing can touch your happy thoughts anymore. With your glass ceiling, walls, and floor." The pirate popped an eye open as discreetly as he knew how to. Ever so gently, Luffy ran his fingers through Sabo's hair, attention never straying away from the horizon. Ace could tell, even from where he sat, that the motion transpired with love. Sailing on a ship in a bottle. Anchor all your thoughts to the bottom. Pulling ropes and pulling your head back. To see what is breaking the foremast. Nothing could describe how strange it was to hear his brother attempt at singing in tune. Despite being slightly off-key, his tone was dripping with a gentleness far too delicate for Ace to recognize. "You set sail alone, there is no crew. No one on the deck who can help you. This is all your own battle to win. This is your ship, and you are the captain." Sabo startled. There was no way for Luffy not to have felt it. Still, he went on without acknowledging it. And if the straw hat squeezed the blonde a little closer to them and tucked him back under the blanket, well, Ace wouldn't tell anyone. "Oh, Captain, let's make a deal. Where we both say the things that we both really feel. I feel scared and I'm starting to sink. And I only sink deeper the deeper I think." The blonde's hands gripped the hem of the sheet tighter, lifting it all the way up to his eyes. Despite the darkness, Ace noticed it, the familiar glint that made Sabo's eyes shine when he found a puzzle piece that almost fitted in. "Oh, Captain. Oh, Captain. Deal." Cold sweat drizzled down his skin at the genuine joy in his brother's voice. Eyes closed, Luffy sang with a smile, face turned toward the moon. And yet, it intertwined with an underlying pain, a touch of bitterness that he couldn't quite describe. "There are red spots under your eyes? From when you cry into the sky. Ocean waters rising above your neck. You feel the glass start to crack." Luffy's fingers twirled the blonde hair around mindlessly, straw hat softly rocking along with the wind's will. Sabo rolled around once more, curling up on himself with his back turned to them. His lips moved soundlessly as he counted something on his fingers, eyebrows thinned in a concentrated frown. "Even the smartest men count on their fingers," was what he always said when Ace used to tease him about it. "Oh, Captain. Make up your mind. Before the salt burns your eyes and you run out of time." For years now, Ace had been wondering where Luffy had learned so many songs. Pirate ones were a given, he had heard all about Shank's love for parties before he had even met the guy. However, there was no way for him to have taught his brother this many songs during his short stay in Fuchsia. Makino had even once confirmed that even she didn't know some of the shanties Luffy mumbled when he went on a walk, and she had grown up in a bar, among sailors and fishermen. The straw hat opened his eyes again, gaze falling onto Sabo's figure. Once more, his lips stretched into a smile so kind, so tender, that one could have thought the blonde to be the most precious treasure of all 6 seas. His brother cared. He cared so much. "'Cause you're popping the cork, you get lost in your brain, and you lose touch with all the things that made you feel sane." Luffy's voice cracked over the last line, smile vanishing in a blink. Out of respect, Ace looked away. It wasn't his place to interrupt, it was too early to step in. Even he could tell that both his little brothers needed some time alone with their thoughts, be it to work through their turmoil of emotions, or to let them out safely. Sighing, he squirmed around for a second until he finally yielded and rested his head over Luffy's. Eventually, Ace allowed the lull of the ship and his brother's steady breathing to cradle him to sleep, mind finally freed from the worries that had plagued him all day long. Oh, Captain, oh, Captain. He could wait until they were ready to talk. There was no rush. Deal? Hey, what's that smell? Ace scratched his head and looked around the cabin boys' room, a place they were hanging out at more and more often these days. What smell? Shanks asked, straightening up from his gremlin crouch. Finding out that the teen never skipped cleaning his sword, twice a day at that, had been quite a shock. None of the brothers would have believed him to actually be serious about something other than pranks. It does smell weird, Luffy sniffed the air and grimaced, sticking his tongue out. Hey, can I get down now? No? Ah, man, I'm bored. The kids had teamed up and tied the pirate's hands and feet up to transform him into a human hammock. Only the red hair was currently sitting cross-legged on top of his stomach, but the other two had climbed up onto him earlier too, when the straw hat had been asleep. I know, right? Ace nodded, squinting his eyes at the remaining two. Bugs Buggy. Blue. You wouldn't know what's that smell, would ya? Hidden in the furthest corner of the room, they kept their backs turned to him and their mouths tightly closed. Guys? Now that you say it, Shanks lifted his head, hat slipping to the side. His nose scrunched up as he took in a big, curious breath. Doesn't it smell like gunpowder? Guys? Looming over the blue duo, Ace cracked his knuckles. The blonde mirrored his smile nervously, while the wide-eyed teen froze. My. Why are you suspecting us? Hi. It was Blue's idea. Ack. Buggy. Traitor. Are you guys trying to create your own fireworks again? 5,000. Don't start getting greedy just because you got a cool hat, you dumb. Shanks. What are you doing? Nothing that could get me in trouble? Are you trying to bribe the news coup DLVRY bird into biting Luffy's fingers off? Huge beads of sweat rolled down the boys' and Seagull's faces. Perhaps. Again, Shanks. Blue dared me. Blue never makes bets that he can lose, you idiot. Oi, Hyken. What do you want, local grouch man? Despite the pulsing vein on his forehead, Rayleigh smiled. Remember when you assured me, multiple times, that Blue was far less stupid than the brats I'm actually responsible for? I don't like where this is going. Guess who's using Lou's arms to bungee jump from the Kraus nest they ain't allowed in? Oh, for FS. Sake, Blue. What did I say about testing the limits of Lou's elasticity? Children have a lot of energy, don't they? Trust me, ma'am, you're lucky your kids still sleep most of the day off. You talk like an old man, Hyken-kun. Toki joked, bumping his shoulder gently. I believe that I can't ask you to watch over my children as well for the next few hours, then. This would qualify as manslaughter, ma'am. Slumping over the railing, Ace smashed his forehead down against the wood. The past week had been a free trial of the hell he would land in after his execution. Now he understood why Gramps' hair had turned white so quickly. Age had nothing to do with it, his brother's mischievousness and yearning for chaos were the root of it all. Ace would know, he had aged at least 10 years in the past 10 days. Toki patted his shoulder in a way that was, unfortunately, becoming pitifully familiar. Somehow, even after weeks of wearing a shirt again, the feeling of the cloth against his skin still felt strange. Years of running around half-naked, proudly sporting his father's Jolly Roger, had made him forget about how restraining they were. And every time someone touched his shoulders or back, he was painfully reminded that he wasn't home yet, that his time with his brothers would soon come to an end. There, the woman encouraged before turning to admire the port the Oro Jackson was docking at. You're doing well, considering how lively your brothers are. And isn't it great that Blue-kun made new friends? It's... Ace paused. As they approached the small island, more and more waves crashed into the ship. White foam bubbled over the surface, thick enough to be a constant above the water, yet thin enough to let him spot the marine life underneath. A school of gray fishes swam by, disappearing far under the Oro to follow the warm currents of the cerulean waters. It's good. But it would be nice if he stopped giving them more prank ideas, for the only thing he's been giving me are heart attacks. For the 100th time today, Ace hit his head against the railing. While it made the woman beside him laugh again, it didn't stop her from spinning around to face the deck. A few hits of her elbow into his side convinced him to do the same, albeit not before he had sighed one last time, like the old man he was turning into. As usual, the main deck was lively. Shanks was running and laughing as Sabo chased Buggy, Luffy and him around, holding up a sea slug. The poor mollusk held on to dear life at the end of the stick it was perched onto, sliding off dangerously every time the blonde attempted to strike someone with his makeshift biological weapon. While the two straw hats found the game deeply entertaining, Buggy was testing out how high a note his voice could hit before PBRTY did its work. Sabo, for his part, was cackling like the miniature madman that he had always been. He was most likely already planning on hiding the slug in someone's bed tonight, or, worse, in someone's dinner. Ace hated the quartet's brand new team-up. It had only brought more problems and responsibilities his way. They look happy, don't they? The fond smile on his face mirrored hers perfectly. They do. The summer island they docked at was so small that Ace didn't even register its name. Harboring only one lively little town, the island was known in paradise for its hospitality, merchants welcoming pirates and tourists alike. Year-long residents had settled within the city wall, avoiding the mountain chain the town sat at the bottom of. The whole town rested over a patchwork of hills, making roads disappear up one street on the far right, only to lead wandering souls down to the opposite neighbor. Clashing with the dense wilderness that engulfed the rest of the territory stood colorful houses, haphazardly piled onto each other in an array of vibrant hues. Most of them had been built around ancient trees, relying on the sturdy wood to lock them in place. Uneven and paled by the sun, the paved roads near the port bore witness to the Grand Line's capricious weather. Deeply rooted plants decorated it, lining the paths in green and providing shade to the tourists who wanted to take a look at the outdoor market. Ace only had one wish, to go explore. Rayleigh, however, had other plans in mind. "Y'all know the rules," the man stated with a bored look, gesturing with his hands as if it could make the whole conversation go faster. "But since some people keep ignoring them, I gotta repeat myself again. Don't steal from civilians. Don't attack M for no reason. And do not dine and dash. Y'all gotta pay for the food. Don't look away, Odin, you're the reason why I gotta repeat myself in the first place." Toki told me that on Jaya, he just went round grabbing whatever he needed, Sabo stage whispered to his brothers, feigning innocence. "He's never once paid for the food he ate." "Lies. Slander." Odin yelled back immediately, spinning on his getas to point an accusatory finger at the brat. "You have no proof of what you speak of, you knave." "I do." "What's a knave?" Luffy asked him, confused. "I don't know," he admitted, picking at his nose. "Some type of knives? I have witnesses." "Ack. You wouldn't dare. For FS Sake, will you stop fighting?" Both Sabo and Odin received a kick to the butt and a fist the head. Ace could blame Rayleigh for quite a number of things, but unfairness wasn't on the list. Moreover, the first mate went on, casually dusting his hands on Odin's kimono. "Some of us still have chores to do. Odin's exempted." "Yeah? Rayleigh-san. What?" "Because I refuse a repeat of the Jaya incident." "Oh yeah? That's fair. I wouldn't want to clean up after him either." "Toki." The swordsman turned to her with pleading, desperate eyes. "I'm counting on you to keep him in check. You're the only one he actually listens to. But if he's too much of a bother, just lose him somewhere in the forest and he won't be nobody's problem anymore." "I can't promise for any miracle, Rayleigh-san," Toki amended, mischievous smile hidden behind a delicate hand. "Gaban, don't forget to restock on paper and ink, we're running low. Spencer, I know we talked about only getting citrus fruits this time, but food disappears too fast nowadays. If you find good fruits the cooks can preserve, take 'em all, 'kay? Those who already know what they gotta do, you can go ahead. And no, not you ROG. And he's gone. Great. What kind of captain doesn't even wait before running off?" Luffy whistled. Sabo and Buggy stared. "What?" Ace asked, lips pinched in a blank expression. "That's a shitty move. Look me in the eyes and tell me you've never disembarked first because you smelled food." The blue-haired teen dared him, chin raised. Perhaps he had done it. Once. A few times. On many occasions. "Fine. But where are you going, Shanks?" Rayleigh's smug voice drew their attention to the red hair. "You didn't give me any chore today, so." "No." "EEH. What do you mean, no?" "Hey, SCKS to SCK. You ain't going either, Bugs." "Yeah. What did you two do this time?" "Good pranksters don't get caught," Ace snickered, resting his arm on top of Buggy's head. "But well, it ain't my problem, so, see you later, brats." Rayleigh's hand on the collar of his shirt choked him before he could even try and run away. "Nope. You got work." "Why me? You see any other adults?" F-. "You," the first mate paused and his evil grin told him that it was just for the dramatics of it all. "Are on babysitting duty." Ace's world crumbled down. Words failed him, dying on the tip of his tongue. His voice was stuck far down his throat, building up to the point he forgot how to breathe. Dryness spread through his mouth and left it parched as he desperately tried to swallow the information down, to no avail. Even falling head first into Alabastus Desert and swallowing a mouthful of sand would have felt better than that. "I was wrong. So wrong, Ace realized with horror. This man is anything but fair. He's a manipulative tyrant, an evil puppeteer. This was such a low blow that he didn't even register the Munchkins cackling. Not for the first time this week, and, to his dismay, probably nor for the last either. Sabo, Shanks and Buggy gloated with mirth. Although the cabin boys were still supposed to be suspicious of them, they had forgotten all about it the moment Sabo befriended them. His young age made everyone think that he was a harmless kid, when he was actually anything but. And Rayleigh had managed to rewire their new team up against him every single time. Ace stole food before dinner? Babysitting. He hid Gabon's sunglasses in a cannon? Babysitting. He tried murdering Captain A-Hole by setting his bedsheet on fire? Babysitting. That's why a shitty captain like him became the Pirate King. He's sheet, but his first mate is vicious. We all got lots of sheet to do and, unfortunately, I already have one giant child to handle. Rayleigh complained, pinching the bridge of his nose at the sole thought of having to look after Captain A-Hole. I'm counting on you here, Hyken. Good luck keeping these four alive, till dinner. The temptation to bite the man's hand as he patted his shoulder was strong. If not for the fact that this was the guy who had never failed to fish Luffy out of the water, he would have given in. Instead, Ace settled for what he hoped was a threatening growl. Old man Rayleigh. Sabo pitter-pattered to them and tugged on the first mate's coat until they gave him attention. Pointing his toothy grin their way, he held his hand out in a grabby motion. Allowance. You're what? There's my twin brother. A battle of wills broke out between the two blondes. Logically speaking, the adult ought to have been the one with authority here. Theory never once stood a chance against his brothers, though. I'm only giving you Bugs and Shanks' share, Rayleigh grumbled as he reluctantly handed Ace a few bills, never looking away from Sabo's hands. Once again, the man was proving that he was one of the few people among the crew with a working brain. Years in the gray terminal tended to make one adept at pickpocketing, and the blonde had always been the sneakiest one of the trio. Since you guys insist on not being part of the crew, you ain't getting nothing. Boo! Luffy blew a raspberry at the man along with Sabo. Cheap steak. It's cheapskate. Old man Rayleigh has wheels? Nope. No. This isn't worth the headache. Believe whatever makes you happy, Lou. The blonde refused, resetting his top hat over his curls. Oh, and the sheet-eating grin on his face made them shiver. Last one on shore is a stinky octopus. Wait. Oh no, I'm not. Rayleigh Sand's gonna be the stinky one. Come back here, you brats. Blue, you cheater. Among the chorus of swears and betrayed cries, Ace propelled himself high above the waters thanks to his powers. Why bother complaining when he could reach the other side before anyone else? Landing in a burst of fire, he took the time to stretch his arm high above his head with a satisfied grin. He couldn't remember the last time someone had beaten him in a race. Marco may have been fast, but Ace and Stryker were faster. His happiness was, unfortunately, short-lived. As it always was when Luffy and his habit of catapulting himself were involved. Lou! Wahahahah! I almost fell in the water again. That's not fair, Sabo complained as he finally reached them, punctuating each of his words with his fists. Cheaters. Both of you. You never said we couldn't use our devil fruits, Ace remarked as he sat back up, Luffy already back on his feet on his right. That was implied. Then you should have, oh no. Shanks and Buggy tackled them back to the floor. Bodies kept piling up on the floor and, stuck under them, Ace was almost wishing for it to be an actual body count. Rayleigh was right, murdering kids was tempting. He's last. No, you are. Yeah. No, I'm not. Yay. You're both stinky octopuses. Amazing. Sabo congratulated robotically. Confused, the cabin boys stared up at him. Uh-oh, Ace recognized this blank look on his brother's face. It meant that the blonde had already lost interest in the race and now had another, worse idea in mind. What? I want ice cream. I want ice cream too. If Blue and Lou get ice cream, I want one too. Stop yelling. Ace roared and hit them all on the head, effectively shutting them up. Do I look like I would say no to food? Sorry, Sabo blinked, still dumbfounded. You keep acting like a reasonable adult these days, so I forgot your fun. The other three nodded along. Oh, the audacity of these brats. Squatting down to be on eye level with the blonde, Ace glared at him. And waited. Patiently. The moment confusion replaced smugness on his chubby face, he struck. Grabbing him by the heels, he lifted him upside down and relished in the yelp he let out. Heavy-o, you midget. Holding him against his back, head dangerously low, Ace tightened his grip on his legs and rested the brat's heels onto his shoulders. With his human backpack now in place, he grinned. What are we waiting for? Lead the way. Like a switch had been flipped on, the trio went from flabbergasted to euphoric. Ignoring the blonde's pleas altogether, they ran ahead with excited grins, already discussing what flavor they would get. Despite his obvious desire to run and explore, Luffy gripped the hem of Ace's shirt tightly. This way, they wouldn't lose track of each other, but the Straw Hat could still go and meddle with the crowd stacked on the main plaza. Ace couldn't deny that watching him walk before them without letting go, arms stretching accordingly with the distance he put between them, was quite fun. Is this what they call a leash kid? As expected, the outdoor market spread around the port was the liveliest part of the town. Little stalls provided everything one could ask for, from the most classic snacks to the freshest catches of the day. Colorful tarps protected stand owners from the harsh heat of the island as well as their products. People came and went from one shop to the others, bags piling up in their arms as the merchants alleviated their pockets of some hard-earned bills. Pitying his blonde brother, Ace finally lifted him back onto his shoulders and sat him there comfortably. It didn't take more than 10 seconds for Sabo to forget all about his embarrassment at being carried around. He went from yelling at Ace to put him back down to tugging on his hair and screeching about going to a stand selling dried fruits, a snack he had apparently grown fond of during his travels. At least, as long as the kid traveled on his shoulders, Ace wasn't going to lose him in the crowd. Twice, however, did Shanks almost run off to sees nowhere. Thankfully, the brat was a clumsy one. Each time, the teen had stumbled over the mess tins left near the merchants' cubicles and rolled off into the main street. Discretion really was not his forte, for his yelps were so loud Ace easily spotted him among the crowd. Both teens were now grounded and forced to hold his hands so that they would not stray away again. Or, in Buggy's case, encourage the other to do so. What's that even for? Shanks whined pitifully, glaring at the metal plates on the floor. It's to feed the cats, Buggy explained, pointing at the culprits strolling between the stalls. If they feed them, then they won't steal. A chorus of understanding oohs answered him, the four of them perfectly synchronized. The blue-haired boy's eyes rolled so far back into his head Luffy wondered out loud if they were going to stay stuck that way. It's the same thing Rayleigh-san does with Luffy. How did you not think of this earlier? Because that's... Oh shit, the BSTRD's smart. Oh f, why did we not do that before? Hiken. Luffy jumped before him and violently tugged on his shirt, making him stumble forward. They sell hats. Look, we can get you a new one. A new one? The red hair looked between them, confused. You got a hat? Used to, Ace said with an elusive smile, following his brother to the little shop. Lou got me one before I went out at sea, but I kind of, lost it on my way here? Which SCKS? I loved that hat. Wait, Sabo leant forward, hands grabbing at his messy bangs and keeping them out of the way. You like that atrocious, orange cowboy hat? Why is it always bright colors with you three? Buggy grumbled. Somehow, his current disappointment at Ace's lack of fashion didn't stop him from helping Lou stack hats on top of his straw one. Shanks had already joined in too and Sabo, still perched on his shoulders, was waiting for the hat tower to get to his level to add a bright pink over it. The poor merchant was watching from the wacky chair he sat on, eyes growing wider and wider at each new addition. Did you, the old man's voice was more confident than his trembling hands. Did you find one to your taste, sir? The pirate blinked. Why were they all staring at him? Me? Yeah, duh. The blonde on his shoulders tugged on his ears, cackling. We all already got hats. You're the only one without one. But I don't want a new one? I like the one Lou gave me. It's atrocious. It's perfect. Ace gasped. Why not get a new one anyway? Luffy asked, tongue poking out as he concentrated to keep the hat tower straight. You can just wear them all anyway. Nah, that's your trademark, Ace joked, shrugging. Replacing a gift he had got from Luffy was downright illegal. What kind of big brother did that? There was however an item among the one exposed in the stall that did get his attention. I'm gonna get that hair tie, though. Looks sturdy. Are you gonna tie your hair up? Both cabin boys blinked up at him. Was it that surprising? Yeah, since it's long enough for it, he said as he paid the man, elbowing the yellow-masked brat until he gave back all the hats he had tried on. It's too hot here, I'll feel better once it's in a ponytail. Thanking the merchant, he pushed the frozen kids forward before tying his hair up deftly. It wasn't his first time doing so, and after being bullied by Aizu into taking care of his hair, he had grown quite adept at it too. His siblings on the Moby D loved to play with it when they were stuck under deck because of the weather. Ribbons, bows, flowery pins, he had suffered through it all and survived the battle against Haruda's clumsy braids to tell the tale. Since the teenagers were still shocked into silence by his new hairstyle, and since his brothers were busy discussing which hat Luffy had preferred, Ace was the first to spot the ice cream parlor around the corner. Saliva pooled under his tongue at the sheer thought of a sugary treat. So what if he had a bit of a sweet tooth? It was Thatch's fault. The man always resorted to it to bribe him, and he had grown fond of it, especially when they stopped on summer islands. The bell chimed over the door. Okay guys. Who wants what? Wrong move. All of a sudden, all four of them grabbed at his clothes and arms, pointing at the glass counter and yelling without a care for his innocent eardrums. Ace had to hand it to the poor employee. He may have looked to be on the young side, but he did manage to keep a smile on the whole time. What he couldn't hide, however, was the distress in his eyes as the kids tapped against the glass, and then at each other. Good afternoon, sir. They will each get 2 scoops of ice cream, Ace greeted politely, raising 2 fingers up to make sure the man understood him in spite of the brat squeals. Let's have them pick from youngest to the eldest, shall we? That will be the blonde first, I guess? Then, which one of you is older? Shanks. Bugs. Only by a few months. You always brag about it. Okay, so next one is the beanie teen, then the red-haired one, the pirate went on, refusing to acknowledge the 2 idiots rolling on the floor, fists flying accordingly to their words. Beware of the monkey with a straw hat, he will try and steal more than his share if you don't keep an eye on. Why do we only get 2 scoops? Sabo interrupted, dramatically falling forward over Ace's head. This isn't fair. You don't love us anymore. Haikinen, Luffy cried out pitifully, face pressed against the transparent surface protecting the ice cream from his wandering hands. They have an ice cream tower. It's bigger than me. I can't get it with only 2 scoops. Blue's right, you don't love us anymore. If you did, you would get me the super-duper ice cream tower. Alas, I guess you're not the bestest brother anymore. Hiken so cheap, Buggy sighed so heavily his head fell down and into his hands, his red counterpart nodding approvingly. The 4 of them turned their gaze to him, kicked puppy eyes shining at full power. Matching pouts even appeared on their faces, the corners of their mouths trying to lower all the way down to their heels. Ace smiled at the employee. Turns out there'll only be 1 double for me please. No. I'm sorry, I take it back, I know you love us. Hiken please. We're sorry. Hiken. Hiken, I lied, you're still the bestest, please don't take the food away. He couldn't help but gloat with smugness, his grin so huge it took up most of the space on his face. Sees, he had never felt that powerful before, not even when he had been given the position of second commander. In the end, he did buy them 2 scoops of ice cream each. But not before they apologized to the employee they had undoubtedly scarred for life. Desserts in hand, Ace rushed them back outside to sit down by the waterside. He did not trust any of them not to drop their food while walking. See, Bo? I can be smart too. Duh. For once, the teenagers were behaving, calm, even. Shanks was sitting close to Buggy, who had made himself comfortable on Ace's left. Luffy and Sabo, however, were not. A fight erupted to know which one of them could sit on his lap, since they couldn't both sit by his sides. However, the Straw Hat won the moment he brought up the fact that Sabo had already been carried by Ace for a good hour, now. And, perhaps, him grabbing the blonde by the back of his shirt and effortlessly moving him away helped a little too. One could have thought that it would stop here. It would have been underestimating those idiots, they always found new reasons to bicker, no matter how insignificant. Hey, Blue! Did you pick vanilla and strawberry because that's what your skin's like when you stay too long in the sun? Shut up, Shanks. Sabo blushed furiously, ice cream already smeared all over his mouth. I don't want to hear anything from the guy boring enough to pick double chocolate. What's wrong with double chocolate? It's what a tasteless kid would pick. Buggy deadpanned, unhelpful. You eat mint chocolate chip ice cream. How dare you call me tasteless? It's an amazing flavor. Super flashy, too. Okay, then what's that blue one, Honestly? I can't tell. It tastes weird and I picked it because the color's cool. Oh. Shanks tilted his head, then grinned. It is cool. Lou, though, the blonde coughed, side-eyeing his brother. Sprawled over Ace's lap with an arm around his shoulders, Luffy didn't even register the judgmental glares turned his way. Too busy devouring his banana, it's yellow, like my hat, and bubblegum, shishishi. Look Hiken, it's a winter me, Scoops, his eyes greedily trailed after Ace's ice cream. Cannibalism. Ace could only agree with the younger 3. Not that he would say it out loud, C's knew they would never let him forget it if he did. Hey Mr. Actually Polite. Shanks leaned over Buggy with a smile, beaming with curiosity. What did you get? Me? Spicy ice cream. Wait, that's a thing. Yeah? Wanna try it, Lou? Cautious not to let his brother gobble the whole thing down, he moved his dessert closer for a split second, long enough for the Straw Hat to take a devastating bite. The Grand Line has so many weird foods, someone got a taste test. Burns. Luffy's face turned red as Ace's mask. Jumping out with a coarse scream, his brothers barely caught him before he fell in the water, steam coming out of his ears. Unfortunately for him, not a single one of them worried about his well-being once Ace put him away from the water. None of them even tried to soothe him or provide any type of comfort. But they did fall on their back from laughing too hard. "Ma tongue's all numbered now," the Straw Hat whimpered, tongue sticking out as he laid under the sun. Sabo, the angel that he was, as long as it concerned Luffy, ended up pitying him enough to sacrifice what was left of his vanilla scoop. "Told you it was spicy," Ace snickered, biting into his dessert joyfully. "How can ice be spicy?" Buggy questioned, both fascinated and frightened. "It's ghost pepper and jalapeno pepper flavored? Balances the cold out." "Say that to Lou's tongue. He's just weak." "You're such a weirdo," both cabin boys groaned, slumping down against each other. Cackling, Ace jumped back up on his feet. Quickly dusting his shorts, he set his hands on his hips and smiled. Maybe babysitting was fun. So, where to, next? Once Ace had yielded and bought a frozen yogurt to soothe his brother's ravaged taste buds, they went back to exploring the town. Running from one narrow street to the other, they never once stopped smiling as they discovered new stray animals to pet and stores hidden under the smallest of alcoves. Ace did have to grab the kids and run a few times, though. Twice because his brothers kept walking into people's houses, lured in by the smell of home cooking, and once after having wiped his face into some grandma's skirt. In his defense, he hadn't known that these pink flowers would make him sneeze that badly. The last time he took them and ran to another side of the city altogether, however, was because of the shadows tailing them. The town being frequented by all kinds of travelers meant that it also brought its fair share of criminals and pirates. Ace had spotted them lurking all afternoon, silhouettes gathering near every time they lingered for too long, hiding around the corner and among the crowds. Shivers of disgust ran down his spine when he noticed the way some of them leered at the kids. This was typically the kind of trash whose but he would have kicked into oblivion without thinking twice about it. Sabo's ghost agreed to it most of the time, too. Who didn't enjoy putting creeps back into their places and far away from the kids they had their eyes onto? But this time, even that forsaken hallucinated version of the blonde stopped him from doing so. They were guests on the Oro Jackson. Today, the kids' immediate safety was his responsibility. And Rayleigh had specifically reminded him that they were to behave. He couldn't draw attention to them for a bunch of lowly rats the kids had yet to notice. What he could do, however, was change routes. And buy a new knife. For 3 years now, he had had the dagger Dayton had gifted him before his departure tied to his belt. Sure, she had thrown it into his face and yelled about it not suiting her style, but after having lived with her for 17 years, he knew better than to only listen to her words. Stay safe out there, was what he had understood. He had kept the gift at his side since that day, just like he had never taken off the red beads adorning his neck. Both were a reminder of his home, and of his promise to always move forward. To live without regrets. Which made the lack of a weapon hanging at his hip particularly upsetting. "I'll take this one, please," he told the owner of the stall, picking up a green, balanced dagger. "How much?" She gave him a price and he winced. Not because it was expensive, though. It was the opposite. Such a cheap weapon would never amount to the one he had wielded since he had left Dawn Island, but its blade was sharp and weighed comfortably in his hand. It would have to do, for now. Smiling, he only noticed the cabin boy's gaping mouth once he was done bargaining for his new toy. Why did they keep doing that today? What? Even Logias should know how to use a weapon and own one. You never know. DMN true. Sabo approved, taping the floor twice with his metal pipe. Lou doesn't have one, though? Shanks pointed out. What? Of course I do. The Straw Hat dropped whatever he had been doing, and which looked a little too much like liking the blade of a dusty spear, and stood there, defying them with a blank face. Before any of them could ask what he meant, he took one of his flip-flops off. And held it up menacingly. Not for the first time today, they fell to the floor and burst out in uncontrollable laughter. "Hi Keen, can we get food? I'm hungry. It's almost dinner time, Lou. Since when do you care about that? Since I can avoid paying to fill your black hole of a stomach by letting you raid Captain A-Hole's kitchen instead. You make smart choices," Shanks muttered, arms crossed behind his head. "Thank you. For someone stupid enough to buy a bright, orange belt." Ace froze, mouth hanging open in outrage. "How dare you criticize my fashion choices when you can't even wear your belt correctly? Hey, Buggy never complained about my belt, so I ain't the tasteless one. Right, Buggy? Buggy? Come on, back me up. Buggy?" A good 100 meters behind the group, Buggy and Sabo stood flattened against a shop window. Oh, thank the seas we notice now. Besides him, Luffy rubbed his chin thoughtfully, a habit he had gained from Rayleigh. For some strange reason, the Straw Hat had grown fond of the man faster than anyone could have predicted. However, none of them had been able to pinpoint when he had started to take on the man's mannerisms. Monkey see, monkey do. I see, I see. So this is the so-called window shopping Nami always talks about. That, nah. He can believe whatever he wants. That will be Nami's problem when he gets back home, not mine. Oi! Brats! Buggy yai! Blue you. The two Straw Hats tackled their respective blue brothers to the floor, ignoring the complaints that arose in favor of laughing it out. Passers-by stepped away from the fight that erupted, fists and legs flying around. Quite literally, in the case of the devil fruit users. Rolling up his metaphorical sleeves, Ace stomped up to the quartet and, putting practicality above anything else, grabbed two of them and slammed their heads into the other twos. They got thick skulls, Ace told himself while the four of them groaned in pain, matching bumps forming on their foreheads. They'll be just fine. Perhaps their grandfather had influenced them in the end. Just not in the way he had wished for. What got you so interested? Ace asked, looking at the shop before them. He always presumed that, given the occasion, Luffy and Shanks would be the ones to run off somewhere and get lost. Buggy and Sabo, though? That was unexpected. They knew better than to drift away from their human wallet. A bookstore, ah? The blue duo bristled like the offended kittens that they were, hiding their embarrassment behind explosive anger. As if they could fool him. Ace had not only invented but patented this move, thank you. Let's get in, then. I don't care that it's nerdy ah? You? Wait, don't you think? Isn't it, we can get in? Sure. Ace laughed, amused by their bewilderment. Or do you want to go back to the ship? No. Let's get in. As soon as he opened the door, the two of them disappeared in the maze of shelves. Books are boring, Shanks mumbled under his breath, throwing him an annoyed look. I don't really get it either, Ace whispered back and patted the top of his head, the feeling of straw against his palm both familiar and out of place. I never was one for reading anyway, but if it makes them happy, I don't mind being bored. Do you? The shade of red dusting the teen's cheeks was all he needed to push him toward a comics shelf, silently encouraging him to find a way to pass time. While Sabo was running from one side of the small shop to the other, the pile of books in his arms growing faster than Ace's wallet could keep up with, Buggy had settled in a cozy corner of the room, already engrossed in a volume thicker than his head. Luffy, however, was suspiciously quiet. Laying on the floor while propped up on his elbows, his head resting on open palms, the Straw Hat swayed his legs with a dreamy look on his face. Between the grin plastered there and the stars twinkling in his eyes, he didn't look any older than Sabo. Hyken. Bright eyes spotted him and shone even more, the yellow mask encircling them making his brother look like the human embodiment of the sun. Look! They have so many beetles in this book. They even explain where to catch M. Do they, now? It was no secret that Ace, just like Sabo, was too soft on him. It was a fact he knew all too well yet still elected to ignore as he sat with him on the cold, tiled floor. Indulging him was too easy. Luffy sprawled over his crossed legs and Ace took it as his cue to grab the insect encyclopedia, holding it up for him to point at his favorite illustrations. Every time the Straw Hat moved on to the next page, they took a moment to chat over the larger-than-life drawings, reminiscing over the bugs they remembered from Mont Corvo. Soon after the third chapter they had glossed over, a yawning Shanks joined them. Apparently, they were the next best thing after Buggy, who wouldn't stop shushing him, and Sabo, who hadn't even bothered listening to his poor attempts at conversation. For a few minutes, the teen even pretended to be keeping up with Luffy's never-ending flow of questions about beetles. Ace could tell that he had tried. Really tried. But the teen had fatally fallen asleep the moment he had rested his head over Ace's shoulder, exhausted from having run around all day long. Leaning against him, the red hair peacefully snored, arms crossed over his scrawny chest and mouth opened wide enough for him to be drooling over Ace's shirt. Brat still got a nap too, huh? Time flew slowly in the shop, where dust fell in majestic swirls in between rays of sunlight. The lack of clocks on the wall didn't help either. It was as if reality was being kept away by the protective walls of bookshelves around them. It had been an eternity since Ace had last felt this calm, this relaxed, in such a silent place. For the first time in months, the quietness surrounding him wasn't foreboding, nor a harbinger of his upcoming end. It was just that. Silence. Outside, the color of the sky warmed up as the sun arched down, seagulls and clouds ushering its way to the horizon. A small cough startled him out of his thoughts. "Excuse me, young men?" The owner, an old lady with thick glasses on her nose and a flower-patterned shawl on her shoulders, smiled at them. "The shop is about to close," she whispered, mindful of the teen asleep at his side. "I'm sorry, but if there are books that you would like to purchase, you'll have to do so now, or wait until tomorrow." Oh. I'm sorry, ma'am, Ace quickly apologized, slightly bowing his head. We'll be right up. A nod and she was gone, hobbling back to the store's checkout. Come on Lou, help me round the 2 blues up. Yeah? But, the pout on his face made his eyebrows meet in a heavy frown. There's still more beetles. He at least had to roll his eyes at that. Just to make sure that his brother knew just how stupid he was, Ace made a mess of his hair as well. Just grab your book, I'll get it for you. Don't you want to show it to Blue, anyway? Yes. I'll go get him. Not even a second later, Luffy was up on his feet and running away, discreet as an elephant storming a bell shop. Blue you! Check this out. It got beetles. Ace glanced down at Shanks, who remained peacefully asleep. Since not even Luffy's excited screams woke the red hair up, the pirate decided not to bother and to lift him onto his back. Half the day had already been spent carrying one of his brothers on his shoulders, giving the teen a piggyback ride back to the ship wasn't going to tire him out much more. Trusting Luffy to drag the others back with him, he made his way to the entrance of the shop. And if the 3 brats were indeed waiting for him at the checkout, so were their purchases. Oh my! You've got quite the avid readers, don't you? Joked the old lady, a radiant smile matching Buggy and Sabo's proud ones. The pile of books they had gathered was taller than the blonde. He sighed. Would you happen to have any spare bags for all this, ma'am? The kids' cheers are worth it, was what he kept telling himself for each 0 adding up onto the bill. Once he had paid for everything, making good use of Rayleigh's money, they helped him gather their new treasures. Wait. Why am I the one holding on to everything? Ace asked when the little gremlins placed all the bags in his hands, unable to defend himself without risking dropping the cabin boy sleeping on his back. Because Red noses it. One poke to the teen's nose and Luffy was running away. Eeh! The blue-haired boy shrieked, jumping up so hard his body parts snapped away. Who'd you call a clown with a flashy red nose? You! Shishishi. No. Because. Raising one finger, the cabin boy's hand slowly drifted away from his body. And once it had hovered close enough to Sabo, it quickly booped his cheek and flew back to its owner. Blue's IT. Hey! Using your powers is cheating. Wahahahah. Holding onto his hat, the blonde took off and ran after the 2 laughing idiots. No matter how hard he rolled his eyes at their antics, Ace's fondness transpired through. Poor Sabo didn't stand a chance against an idiot who could stretch his limbs and another who could detach them. Good thing that he had brought his pipe with him, this was never going to be a fair fight. These idiots. Readjusting Shanks up on his back, he followed after them at a slower pace. Now that the sun was setting, quietness had taken over the port. Sailors had retired to their favorite bars, ending the day among friends and jugs of ale. Stray cats had stolen their favorite spots on the piers, bellies filled with stolen goods and paws stretched out to enjoy the little daytime that was left. Ace paused. Over the horizon, the sun had turned red as the beads around his neck. It bled scarlet into the sea, like blood dissolving into the cerulean waters of the bay. White seagulls floated among the waves, feathers warmed up by the explosion of colors above them. A bundle of clouds weighed heavily over the line separating the sky from the sea, turning from orange to red as a soft pink replaced its usual silver lining. Today's sunset was so bright, so ardent that the ocean had turned into a mirror. Each wave moved the scenery like it was but a colorful kaleidoscope, bewitching whichever soul laid their eyes upon it for too long. Ace itched to paint it. To smear colors across a dark canvas with his bare hands and give the paint enough texture, enough depth for it to carve itself into it like this sight into his memory. I don't have any supplies, though, he remembered, bitterness bringing him back to earth. I left it all on the Moby. Tearing his eyes away from the view, he lowered his gaze to the floor. His feet moved on habit, never straying away from the familiar laughs that always led him back home. On his back, Shanks mumbled and grabbed his shirt sleepily. Head lolling forward, the red hair made himself more comfortable on his shoulder and, with a soft sigh, went back to dreamland. Sees, I knew that the old man was clingy, Ace smiled, thinking back to his first meeting with the Yonko, but who would have thought that it wasn't just because of the alcohol? There was no way he could ever take the man seriously, now. All he would think of would be this bratty cabin boy. A kid who was always searching for a fight, yet always complaining about training. A munchkin who kept winning each and every card game, yet lost it the moment you took his chocolate away. Never before would he have thought this way about the man Luffy had been praising for the past decade. Never before could he have thought that the Roger pirates weren't actually that bad. Not that he actually liked them. Far from it, even. Most of them were still on his hate list. But he simply hadn't expected people stupid enough to join Captain A-Hole's crew to be so, not awful. Despite the biting and the barely hidden anger, they had all welcomed him on board. Had welcomed his brothers like they were theirs. Crocus looked after Sabo the most, checking on him every day, without fail. Rayleigh and Sunbelle complained about Luffy the most, yet never failed to spoil him rotten, feeding him meat and stories alike. Hell, the cabin boys were endearing. Their adult selves were fun, yes, but their teen ones made him want to play along with their pranks and protect them during fights. Ace was such a stupid softy he had even bought something for Shanks at the bookstore. Nothing much. Just a small figurine of a hooded swordsman, and a tiny kaleidoscope. But he had got him something without even taking the time to consider why. He slept through the whole thing. He kept telling himself. It would have been unfair not to gift him something too. There was no reason for him to grow fond of kids who admired Captain A-Hole. He wasn't even attached to them. They simply reminded him too much of his brothers, that was all. A small pebble met the tip of his shoe. He kicked it off. They're kids. Naive brats sailing around the world. They don't know any better and they ain't guilty of their captain's sins. His heart clenched at the thought and his grip on the teen's legs tightened, protectiveness filling his chest all the way up to his throat. They're just kids. The dark shade of the bridge linking the Oro Jackson to the shore entered his field of vision. Sheet, had he been so deep in thought he hadn't even realized they were already back? Loud voices joined the eternal chorus of the waves crashing against the pier. Some were laughing, others fighting over lost bets, a few were even already singing shanties that no crew ought to before night. It all harmonized perfectly. MMH, we. Shanks yawned, rubbing at his eyes. You fell asleep at the store, Ace chuckled. Rest, we're almost there. K. Night-night, Ken. Morpheus embraced him once more and the red hair snuggled closer, nuzzling his face against the pirate's neck. Lou, that's cheating and you know it. You can't tag back. Shishishi. Why not? You CHUST gotta be faster. Above them floated Buggy's head and hands, the latter stretching Luffy's head too far from his body. Considering how big his smile was, the Straw Hat didn't seem to mind. Although it may also have been influenced by how wide his cheeks were being tugged on. Behold, two fearsome pirate captains. Shaking his head, Ace grinned. It was impossible to be bored when these brats were around. They brought too much joy, too much laughter for anyone in the vicinity to stay depressed. If Buggy was a clown, Luffy might as well be the whole circus. He couldn't help the snicker that escaped him when the cabin boy let go of Luffy's head, his body snapping back up in place with so much force he rolled back and into a wall. Unexpectedly, the Straw Hat bounced back up on his feet in no time, his grin mirroring his brother's. I win. No you don't. We said you can't tag back. Ace looked around, eyes searching for his twin brother. Come on Blue, tell him I can. He clearly remembered Sabo teaching Luffy a decade ago that tagging back was, in fact, against the rule. Don't bring Blue into this, he knows I'm right. His smile grew. No you're not. I win. And his smile fell. Where's Blue? To be waking up in some dark cave wasn't something Sabo usually considered weird. To be waking up in some dark cave with his limbs tied to a chair and a bloody nose when he had been playing tag on the town's pier, however. Am I developing a new habit? This had better not become a habit. Sabo wondered as he scrunched his nose up with the hope of unclogging it, wincing at the pain. Where's my mask? Ugh, will I have to find a new one? Before he could even take the time and wake up, a rough hand grabbed his hair and tugged it back. Hard. Captain. The brat's up. The man behind him grouched, voice slurred, by alcohol, if the acidic stench surrounding him was anything to go with. All eyes locked on him. Dark, predatory gazes where light couldn't shine anymore. The smiles plastered on the men's faces were conceited ones, displaying nothing but greed. It was the same for the golden trinkets ornating their hands and hanging around their necks, they spoke for themselves. These men had blithely given in to their hubris, moved by the belief that this was what piracy was about. Assholes. Nails dug into his scalp and he bit on his tongue. Scum like that only wanted to hear him beg and cry. He would not give them the satisfaction. As if weak trash like that could make me beg, he internally scoffed. Step up your game. Even pirates from the blues could do better. 'Twas 'bout time, brat, a low voice growled, raspier than even Dayton's, who had chain-smoked her whole life. A man looking to be in his 50s, dressed up in rags and whose light, greasy hair hung in a low braid, was smiling at him. So that was their captain? It made him want to sigh at how pathetic this bunch was, and he hadn't even been awake for 5 whole minutes yet. Had a great nap? Meh. Too many splinters in that chair, if you ask me. Sabo blurted out, rolling his eyes. Wouldn't recommend to a friend. Not even to an enemy. Kinda dampening the whole vacation vibe of the island, you know. Oh my. So sorry, Yup, Highness, the man answered with so much cheer in his voice he could have fooled him. Wow, you like me to rearrange ya accommodations? That would be lovely, then. He should have expected that punch. The only thing it attempted to rearrange, however, was his guts. Is it any better, Lil Master? The captain crouching before him did nothing to hide his snark, grinning and lighting the cigarette held precariously between dried lips. It may have been because Sabo was only 10 at the moment, but he felt that the man was showing great confidence for a pirate hiding away from the sea. One wave of the hand and the goon behind him let go of his hair. The blonde gritted his teeth when his head swung back in place, resisting the urge to fight back. Now wasn't the time. Not yet. First, he needed to analyze the situation. We wouldn't want you to feel uncomfortable, see? And here he goes? As he always would when stuck around stupid criminals with an ego the size of the red line, Sabo tuned him out. Pretending to be scared and weak sounded like a good plan to keep these people's expectations low. Resting his chin over his chest and curving his shoulders, the revolutionary glanced around while the guy before him went on with his soliloquy. From the rocky walls, floor, and ceiling, there was no doubt that they were in a cave. Whether it was deep underground or not, however, was another problem altogether. One he couldn't answer yet. He spotted 3 doors but, since he couldn't look around freely, there could have been more. Each one was made of a metal so dark, so heavy that it seemed as if light couldn't even graze their surface. They had 2 people standing by each of them, which only encouraged his theory that they couldn't be opened alone. Oh, that's just perfect. Sabo cursed internally, drawing his attention back to the monologuing man. How the hell am I, a 10-year-old, going to get out? Looking up a notch, he stared into the man's eyes. Sees, does he ever stop talking? Light hair stacked in a lousy braid and mismatched shirt buttons told him that the guy either struggled with basic motor skills, or alcoholism. According to the yellow glint of his eyes and skin, it was the latter. Be quiet, answer our questions, and y'all. Wait. Do I stay quiet or do I answer your questions? His toothy grin felt out of place now that half of it was stained by blood. At least he didn't need to worry about his mask weighing too much on his broken nose, since they had taken it away. Because if you ask me, doing both at once sounds kind of paradoxical. Really, he should have expected that punch. It'll be a miracle if I make it out with all my teeth. Drop the attitude, the captain hissed through a manic grin. Oh wait, I'm already missing one anyway. Scratched hands reached for a back pocket and the blonde recognized the distinct sound of a lighter being snapped open. You just gotta answer our questions and, perhaps, once Roger pays the ransom, we may let you live. A ransom? For me? He blinked. Wow. You're even dumber than I thought, and you already didn't strike me as the sharpest tool of that shabby shed. That little... A hand rose up. Behind Sabo, the angry goon had frozen, mouth agape. The blonde may have been smiling at the sight, ignoring the uncomfortable crook in his neck from having it bent backward again, but he knew that this wasn't a good sign. Neither was the knife pressed against his throat, for that matter. Captain. We saw ya, brat. Somehow, the moniker rang differently from when Rayleigh or Crocus used it. It lacked the annoyed fondness he had grown accustomed to. Roger's got himself more cabin boys this time, huh? He gotta like y'all more than we thought, though, since he sent such a strong guy to babysit ya. Ace. No one wastes manpower on worthless things. The man continued, straightening back up as he lit his cigarette and swayed on his feet. The math's easy, even for a bunch o' lowly pirates like us. We get ya, ask for a ransom, and the trap's ready. You get to live, Roger gets to die, everyone wins. Despite what the pirate seemed to believe, dramatic jazz hands did not make his conclusion more convincing. What's your deal with Roger? The revolutionary asked instead, knowing better than to comment on his behavior, or admit that he was not, in fact, a cabin boy. Roger wouldn't come for him, yes, but his brothers may still try to. If he got killed before that, he feared the lengths Ace would go to revive him, just so that he could be the one murdering him for dying again. Did he PSS in your shampoo? Stole your food? Kicked your butt? His smile thinned. Oh ho ho. That's it. Roger kicked your butt, so now you're being a pissy coward who's got to resort to cheap tricks to get your revenge. Because you are too weak to defy him again in a fair fight. One of the few perks of being stuck in a cave was the flawless acoustic. It made the goons' collective gasp echo around them for seconds on end. It was delightful. Before him, the captain took a long drag of his smoke. Strangely enough, the taunting had barely made him react. His posture was still relaxed, and his smile hadn't dimmed in the slightest. What wow'll be stpid wow'll be to attack him up front. Taking a step forward, the captain's smoke slowly curled around Sabo as he exhaled gray clouds in his face. Only his sheer, untamable stubbornness kept him from coughing. Cowards not only survive to tell the tale, but they get to keep all the treasures too, he added calmly, as if giving him some priceless piece of advice. Bending at the hips with both hands in his back pockets, he made sure that the blonde's blue eyes couldn't escape his bloodshot ones. Remember that, and y'all be able to live a long life. His silence ought to have been misunderstood, for the man reached out and patted his cheek twice. Good boy. Sabo spat in his face. Blood and saliva dripped down the man's face sluggishly, giving the revolutionary all the time he needed to process his very own actions. This, even with the brain and impulsivity of a 10-year-old, was not one of his brightest ideas. He gives me the creeps, he rationalized as he stared the man down, being the last one still smiling in the room. Only psychos say shit like that. Dark eyes bore into Sabo so deeply, so intently, that he had to stop himself from flinching away. The pirate smiled. It wasn't a challenging grin, or even a set-off smirk. No, it was the kind of smile Sabo had never been on the receiving end of. It was one that screamed of insanity. So that's why Koala calls me terrifying. Yeah, a feisty one, ain't ya? The captain complimented, pointing his cigarette at him. Looks like travelin' with that JRK made you believe you were some big shot too, Bigger than you, apparently. The taunting escaped him before his rationality could kick in. Trying to gain a few seconds and some dire self-control, he liked at the blood on his front teeth. It tasted of sour victories and sweet revenge. What's that? A whole crew to kidnap and watch one little kid? Come on, just how weak are you? Him being the only one to laugh was no surprise, yet still disappointing. You know, smoke slowly flew away from the man's mouth, grin stretching wider as the fume furled and curled toward the ceiling. You should worry less about how weak I am, and more about how weak you are. That's. It took him a whole second to process it. The pain. Fing. The tip of the cigarette gently pressed against the left side of his throat, heat biting at the thin, pale layer of skin. Not. Again. See, I was kind enough to offer ya a deal, to warn ya. The captain went on, like a teacher correcting a student's mistake, hawk-eyes never blinking. Behave, and it stops. Not the fire. Forbearing his instinctual need to JRK away felt as painful as the red spot quickly expanding on his neck. All he wanted was to put some distance between them, to flatten himself against his chair and away from the heat. His pride, however, decided otherwise. It's okay. We got a few questions. Nothing complicated. I'm okay. I'm sure you can help us. You just have to be a good boy. Hey, it's your turn to watch the brat. Watch? Dude, this ain't what you're doing here. No joke, the goon in charge of Sabo mocked, rolling his eyes at the newcomer. The captain said we can rough him up till he's back. Don't you want to have some fun too? He makes for a nice punching ball. Sabo snorted. What? Got something to say, now? Is it fun? Their silence was enough of an answer, they really were that stupid. Beating a kid up, I mean. Don't pirates like you guys usually fancy challenging strong opponents? The new guy, built like a bull on steroids and with an IQ as low as he was high, glared at him. Hear that? The first one joked, shrugging and shaking his head. Who wouldn't want to kick his butt? The joyful pop of knuckles cracking echoed around the cave, each one making him wince internally for the pain to come. Let's see how many hits he can take before he faints. Sabo sighed. Despite her absence, Koala's furious "I told you to keep quiet" haunted him. At least, she won't know about it, this time. Sabo hated how quickly the world faded away. Obedience never suited him. Be it as a child, locked in that ivory tower with parents he had fruitlessly yearned to please, or as a spy, focused on climbing his way up the organization his life revolved around. His unwillingness to follow most orders had never been that much of a problem either. Not when he kept winning each and every of the fights he started. Yes, Koala constantly complained about it like he was purposefully wreaking havoc, but there were times when it was more efficient to do so. He hadn't become chief of staff by foolishly carrying orders out. To achieve some of the feats and ploys he had managed out on the field, he had had to be quick-witted and ready to adapt in the face of emergencies. As his teammates, Hack and Koala never hesitated to nag him, no, screw that, to lecture him, for his recklessness. But all three of them knew that it would go through one ear and right out of the other. They were his friends, after all. Not his boss. Their leader was the only one who had ever dared look him in the eye and forbid him to pull such stunts ever again. I wonder what Dragon-san would say, now. Still ain't talkin'? The goon behind him straightened up. Captain Vacher. A name. Hooray. So? And no, sir, the man stuttered, confidence vanishing in the face of his superior. But he did try to escape. Not one waste time, eh? Vacher crouched down before him once again and the revolutionary's nose scrunched up in disgust. The rancid stench of alcohol was twice as strong now. I've only been gone, what? An hour? And ya already tryin' to leave? He managed to free himself from the ropes thrice, sir. Then get the shackles, ya arse hat. Gone was the carelessness that had cadenced his voice till now, replaced by an anger as sharp and cold as the knife he was toying with. Why do I gotta tell ya everything? Whole bunch o' ya in his cell, and not a single one o' ya thought of it. Icy metal snapped close around his wrists and ankles, keeping his limbs stretched uncomfortably backward. It felt heavy enough for him to know he wouldn't be able to break through it, yet lacked a certain roughness around its edges for it to be sea stone. This SCKS. Were it not for his 10-year-old body, he could have freed himself with armament hockey. This really SCKS. Still ain't willin' to talk, brat? Sabo grinned. I can talk. I can talk all day long and go into detail about your obvious lack of basic hygiene. Or about how utterly tumbledown and moldy this hideout is. I could also go on and dissect every single detail of your paltry master plan to prove how pointless it is. But again, I would greatly enjoy discussing the fact that your goons' poor ability to think for themselves, if at all, only serves to reflect their leaders. The blade was back against his neck. You can talk sheet for sure, I'll give you that, Vakar chuckled darkly, eyes devoid of the amusement it held an hour ago. But it'll only get you killed. Will it? The blonde asked, feigning innocence, which, granted, ought not to have been all that convincing with blood all over his face and burn marks poached along his neck. If you murder me before you secure the ransom you asked for, you aren't going to leave this place either. The man smiled and the tip of his knife danced along Sabo's jugular. Let's do this one more time, Vakar's voice rumbled low, echoing loud enough around them to silence any other conversation. Tell me all you know about Roger and his crew. Weaknesses, secrets, any little thing you can think of, I ain't picky with that sheet. He honestly considered it for a second. After all, he could have bullshitted his way out of this one and led the man into a trap he never would have expected. He could have. Had he not had as much pride and anger issues as Ace. You just have to be a good boy. Creep. Stuff that braid down your throat and choke. The knife vanished. No. Dropping their smiling facades would have meant losing, and neither of them wanted to yield even the smallest crumbs of ground. That's too easy. The man took his time to stand back up and clean his weapon, using his shirt to clean the blood off of the blade. Considering that his clothes were more sweat and soil than cotton, it ought to have been quite counterproductive. Fine. I was getting bored anyway. Idiot. Hey, yeah. He growled at the goon in charge of Sabo, startling him. What's the last record? Sabo couldn't turn, but the ruffle of pages hastily turned clued him in on the situation. Best was 4 days. 'Twas an adult, though. Kid's best was 21 hours, Captain. Stupid idiot. Hear that, brat? Vakar's voice switched back to its original cheerfulness. Cracking his knuckles one at a time, he stared at Sabo without blinking for a good minute. And smirked. Bets are on, y'all. Let's try and break that brat in less than a day, see if he can set a new record. Dark eyes roamed over Sabo's figure and lingered long enough to make him shudder. Think y'all hold up, boy? The blonde smiled and pictured Dragon, somewhere over the Grand Line, sighing at his contumacy. Bring it on. Hours melted away in the darkness of the cave, one session of questioning blurring into the other as red spread over and under his skin. Bruises were blossoming faster than expected, too. Fortunately for him, none of them had taken a dark hue yet. He knew to stay on guard, though, it was always better to keep an eye out for any swelling or itching. Nap time's over, pal? Vakar chuckled from his seat, blouse stained red. A couple hours ago, he had grown tired of constantly standing up and down, and had ordered his crew to bring him a chair. Now, he could comfortably torture the revolutionary without risking getting sore. That table's new, Sabo observed, struggling to focus on the new piece of furniture. Which means I've already held on longer than they thought I would. See, while you were sleepin' like a baby, I noticed something 'bout ya, the pirate slurred, fingers strumming frantically along the tools aligned on the table. Ya skin's awfully clean for a pirate. Lead dropped down Sabo's stomach. Sheet, his mind sparked awake, lethargy replaced by a rising anxiety he hadn't felt in years. I can't use armament hockey. Stupid childish body, stupid stamina. Vakar spoke louder and the temperature dropped. It's time to play. It was irrational. Sabo was well aware of it. He knew that he had gone through worse. He knew that it never lasted that long. He knew, for F's sake. Stupid body. Light caught the edge of a bone saw and his blood froze. Ice ran through his lungs, brain already listing all the ways it could be used on his limbs. Stupid mind. He despised not being able to control his reactions like he usually would. It's been half a day already. Missions like these required an iron will. It was the one time when his stubbornness made him the perfect pick to infiltrate pirate nests or jails, as one of their new prisoners. Even Koala had confirmed it, stating that only AD could have outstubborned him. 1-0, my men's gonna deliver Roger a quick message. An offer, even. While his heartbeat and breathing were still relatively stable, he couldn't ignore the dampness of his palms anymore. Get your sheet together. Blue eyes trailed after Silver like a prey does the hunter's rifle. It's gonna be a nice little note. Vakar giggled so hard he hiccuped and dropped the blade, metal ringing sharply against the uneven ground. A life for a life. He even gets to pick, too. Twice, gritty fingers failed to pick the knife up. Alcohol-induced trembles would have been good news, had the man challenged him to a fair fight. It would have been a clue for a quick win. A weakness to exploit. An advantage. This wasn't a fair fight. He's gonna get a whole day, 'cause I'm nice like that. Sabo was trapped, in this cave as much as in his body. Roger's gonna have to pick a head-o, if he wants you to stay on. Shackles wouldn't give in, no matter how hard he rattled them against the splintery wood of the chair. Easy, ache? He just gotta bring his first mate's head, oh, hell, his own, and y'all get to leave. He failed to repress a shudder as the tip of the knife poked at the hollow of his neck. Vakar's eyes shone with mirth. Till then, why done, we play a little, As blood purled over his skin, a necklace of liquid gemstone, Sabo realized he didn't need any observation hockey to guess what Roger's choice would be. F-. Captain, the messenger's back. He didn't get caught? Marvelous. Soft drops of blood pooled on the floor, echoing as loudly in his ears as the sharp ring of blades haphazardly thrown on the table. Sabo's lips prickled from how hard he had bitten them, skin cracked beyond repair. Yes, Captain, the man gulped, nervousness obvious from the distance he kept from them. He, almost got caught, though, He snorted. Thought you could just, what? Seize, his voice was atrocious, he hadn't sounded that horrendously since the pneumonia he had contracted after being almost killed by the celestial dragon's attack. Sneak up on a guy, as strong as Roger? Ache. The brat's right, Vakar snickered, wiping his hands with a towel that had long turned red. Did EY follow him? No, Captain, that's why it took him so long to return. Great. Imma go rest, then. The goon's hiccup matched Sabo's flinch. See, Captain? What about the, guest? A laugh as cavernous as the room they were in rumbled against the stark walls. Although the man was nowhere near as tall nor large as Roger or Odin, his manic burst of laughter granted him the oppressive presence of a sea king playing with its food. Perhaps the large, maze-like pattern of wounds on Sabo's back mildly biased his perception of the pirate, though. Scum. A guest. My, I didn't know you guys had humor, he chuckled deeply, bloody fingers marking the skin under his eyes as he rubbed a tear away. Keep I'm entertained. He's just a man. We wouldn't want him to get bored, ache? You know what I do, Brun. No food, no sleep, Captain, Brun, the unlucky goon, repeated dutifully. And torture. Ah, yes, how could I forget torture? Captain. Brun, at least, had the decency to look away. Vakar grabbed his coat with a pleased grin, teeth shining the same gold as the embroideries on his vest. Despite the lightness of his steps, the ground squeaked under the metal soles of his shoes. You've survived worse. Bloodshot eyes turned back to him as the doors croaked open. It's okay. Done, use no sharp tools, 'kay? I want to have some more fun after my nap. He's just a man. But it's okay. I doubt he got use for all those toenails now, does he? He's just a man. The doors opened. Vic. Come on, help, these rags are sheet. Cold had taken over his limbs, numbing bleeding toes and fingers alike. It's okay. Still ain't talking? You've had worse. You know how it is, Brun yawned, handing his pliers to the newcomer and patting his shoulder encouragingly. Sometimes they just spill more blood than words. The humidity of the room had soaked through his skin and deep into his bones. It's okay. Wait, you gave him water? Brun laughed, bitterness distorting his voice as he passed the threshold of the cave. Gotta keep him alive till the captain's back, duh. It's okay. The doors closed. The doors opened. How's he holding up? A new voice. Older, jarrer, familiar, almost. If not for his stupid comments, Vic sighed and waved his pliers around, a pitiful toenail still stuck in its iron grip. I would have thought him mute. He's still spouting bullshit? Sabo closed his eyes. Just for a second, for a fleeting moment of peace and quiet. He just needed his heartbeat to settle back into a nice and easy rhythm, for his brain to stop acknowledging the pain. Don't we got a muzzle or something? The newcomer joked heartily, lifting Sabo's head up by the hair. Come on, kid. The captain told you to be a good boy, didn't he? Oh, I know. Stop it. Vic's order whipped him back in place. This ain't why I called you here. The blonde's head fell forward abruptly, vertebrae wincing at the sudden motion. He reminds me of Blue Jam. Let him rest for a while. Wouldn't want him to get too used to it. Once more, the tools passed around and squelching rags dropped to the floor. Slowly, Sabo's shoulders rolled forward as some of his fear melted away. It's okay. A boot smashing over his foot suddenly brought him back. The pain that flared up was nothing compared to the agony of knowing that, no matter how much he begged his body to obey, it wouldn't listen to him. Water rose under his eyelids, escaping his control like his voice did. Don't let him sleep, though, Vic whispered, eyes gleaming under the torch's light. Captain's orders, you know? It's okay. The doors closed. For hours on end, pirates came in and out of the room. Each time, the metal doors creaked and groaned painfully, too heavy to be swung open and closed by just one man. Each time, fear made his body coil onto itself, attempting to make his presence as scarce as one possibly could at the center of the room. His heart would stutter against bruised ribs, and his breath would struggle to find its way through his clogged throat. Pain would spread over like the most intricate of spiderwebs and keep him caged behind bars of bones. Even the slightest of moves would make its threads vibrate low and deep, aching a melody he could feel from within. Had he been an adult, none of this would have happened. He never would have been unable to fight back against these men. He never would have been kidnapped so easily. He never would have been defenseless. Fing wizard. His nose itched from unfortunate clogs of blood. Being unable to scratch it, be it with his hands or by having enough strength to smear his face against his shoulder, felt almost worse than the blunt torture. With his Fing curse. Intrusive thoughts probed at his brain like curious kids did at dead squirrels with a stick. Some part of him was almost disappointed by their lack of creativity. Even Marines had subjected him to crueler treatments before. One couldn't call themselves vicious for only taking a prisoner's nails away. It ought not be considered anything but a warm-up. If they really wanted to make him talk, why not break bones? As long as they avoided those with a high blood supply, like the pelvis, they could make pain last for weeks on end. And why stop at simply taking away some of his nails, too? They were on an island in the middle of the ocean. There was plenty of seawater to splash over the bare flesh. Nerves would squeal and stir from the salt gnawing at them. Pain would reach such unbearable levels when the prickling burn would refuse to die down that even the strongest warriors of the sea would beg and cry for mercy. Fing idiots. The swelled-up bruises coating his stomach ached with disapproval. If his mind was starting to grow accustomed to this treatment, it meant that the lack of sleep was getting to him. This is going too fast, Sabo cursed as he blinked himself awake. He didn't need yet another beating to be reminded of the no-sleep rule. Is this because I'm a kid? Because of the wounds? Am I in a worse state than I thought? Why couldn't he control his body and mind like he normally did? Why did everything have to feel worse than usual? Why couldn't he just fight back? You're just a kid, a voice answered from the dark depths of his memory, and Sabo tried to ignore how much it sounded like dragons. You'll get scared sometimes. I don't want to be. And you won't be able to solve everything on your own. I have to. Because you won't be strong enough, sometimes. I will, I promise. It's a fact you have to accept. No, You're just a kid, Sabo. I don't need help. A cold mist, heavied with a rotten smell, nudged his tired body back to awareness. It nibbled at the damaged skin, draining its color away and leaving it a battered blue, as cold as the rocks beneath his feet. I shouldn't need help. Flames swayed as the wind rushed in, and Vakar's drawn-out yawn greeted him before he had even stepped in. I can't need help. His shadow stretched forward and stuck to Sabo's body like mud to a corpse. It's okay. Ready to play again, boy? It's okay. The doors closed. You disobeyed. Sabo remembered the day he had been called to Dragon's office. How could he ever forget? He had felt equally terrified and wrathful. Did you hear me? His voice had been hard as the stones covering Baltigo. Standing with his back turned, he had looked even more statuesque than usual. A stone pillar bearing witness to humanity's foolishness. While the man wasn't known for being the most expressive one, Sabo had never thought him to be emotionless either. He was aware that he had always been given special treatment. Scarce pats on the shoulder, rare compliments after a job well done, little gestures that made even some of the oldest revolutionaries jealous. Not to the point where they would resent a child for it, but enough for word to spread about the boy their leader had a soft spot for. It was the right thing to. A calm hand had risen up, the action enough to silence him. It wasn't. Anger and frustration had boiled up his chest. The man had stood there, facing the window framing his desk and resolutely refusing to look at the blonde, who had been squirming on the chair he desperately wished to bolt away from. It was. The situation we were in called for a few changes in the plan. I merely made sure we'd carry the mission out properly, Anne. Black eyes zeroed in on him. Nothing felt as suffocating as his mentor's disappointed glare. Especially since he used to see them shine with thinly veiled fondness. Swallowing back the words threatening to tumble out of his mouth, the 14-years-old had melted back on his seat. For once, the way his too big coat engulfed him whole had done him a favor. Sabo. He had stared at the cracks webbing the tiled floor for a good minute before his leader had walked to his side of the desk, shadow falling over him and reminding him of how small and insignificant he still was in the face of the world. Sabo. Look at me. Of course, being the well-mannered gentleman that he had always been, Sabo had refused. Arms had been crossed over his stomach and ankles had imitated them with the same brand of pettiness. Even he had gone through his rebellious stage during his teenage years, although some claimed he had yet to grow out of it. Sabo. His too big hat had cast a shadow over his face, preventing the man from deciphering the inner thoughts he couldn't entirely conceal yet. Not that many adults had ever cared about those. Most hadn't wanted him to have the slightest crumbs of free will, and those who had allowed him to think for himself had never bothered to try and understand the feelings fueling it all. Which was why Dragon crouching before him to look him in the eyes had startled him so much. He had always been different. Sabo. The rough voice that usually praised him for his quick-wittedness sounded sour, pained, even. If you do something like that again, I will have to reconsider your qualifications as a field agent. No. The word had escaped him before he could have tried to keep his anger to himself. You can't do that. That's unfair. His head had snapped back up, his respect for the man having been the only thing preventing him from assaulting him. I'm better than most of our soldiers. I've never failed, not even once. I've worked harder than anyone else. You disobeyed. So what? I disobey all the time and it's never been a problem before. Wrath had burned his skin red and filled his lungs with the smoke of a fire he hadn't known he fostered. His fists had itched to punch or crush something, anything, to keep these emotions at bay. What's this, the Marines? Aren't you supposed to be training us so that we don't become brainless soldiers? So that we get to fight for what's right, even if it means disregarding orders? I see. You still don't understand. The furious growl he had wanted to let out had dried out in his throat at the genuine worry displayed on Dragon's face. Sabo. What? Ink had wrinkled over the man's tanned face at the narrowing of his eyes, hands grabbing Sabo's forearms to lift them up. This is the problem. The teenager had tried to yank his body away, to no avail. It's nothing. It's not. This time, the blonde hadn't been the one seething and gritting his teeth. Look at what you've done. It's just a few wounds. But it could have been worse. And, stop nagging me. You've built an army. We signed up for this, knowing the risks. These aren't risks. Dragon had suddenly shouted, tightening his hold. Risks are calculated. Risks are taken into account. Risks are weighted carefully before any decision is made. Sabo had winced when he had lifted his bandaged arms up again, forcing him to face the reddened clothes. These could have been avoided. Adapting your plan when something goes wrong does not mean that you get to take bigger risks with the hope of a bigger reward. But that's nothing. I knew it would work and it was necessary for the mission to. Stop spouting nonsense. Sabo's jaw had snapped back so fast he had feared for his teeth. Dragon had never yelled at him before. You are not a Marine, he had stated, borrowing the teenager's accusations. Why are you willing to die like one? I don't. No? Do you believe I started this revolution to use kids as cannon fodder the way the world government does its soldiers? No. Then why are you so quick to waste your life away? The question had hit harder than the celestial dragon's blast, for years before. For the first time since his rescue, he had allowed his tough facade to crack open, trusting Dragon not to comment on it. An unfamiliar wetness had slowly risen up, blurring his vision. But if we fail, we risk people's lives. People's freedom. For the first time since joining, Sabo had had to face how small he still felt. You're a smart kid, Sabo. The man had said, and it had sounded like a universal truth. It had been declared like this adult, the one man Sabo trusted with his life and admired more than anyone else, believed it the way he knew the sun rose east. Tell me. Will you save more lives by dying for one mission, or by failing a few and getting to try again? Silence had stretched for long minutes between them. The fact that Dragon had never once mentioned the tears purling down the blonde's still plump cheeks had only cemented his trust in him. Never had he tried to make Sabo speak either, demonstrating a patience few people knew the worth of. What if I lose too many times? Dragon hadn't pointed out how weak his voice had sounded, choosing instead to nudge his chin back up in such a gentle manner that he had known, even without his memories, that no adult had ever cared so openly for him as his leader did. Then you're free to try again. Free. Broad hands had finally let go of his arms altogether, moving to rest on his shoulders before he could have missed their warmth. Putting your life on the line for something you truly believe in isn't the same as foolishly rushing into danger despite the risks. At those words, nostalgia had tugged at his heartstrings, attempting to play a melody long forgotten. A feeling of annoyance had sparked for a second too fast for his brain to actually grasp the fleeting memories. All he had remembered, back then, was that he had been the one to have told someone off for the same thing. Something about not caring enough about your own life, damn it. How could I forget Ace's recklessness? Just promise me one thing. Big Blue Eyes had finally looked at the man kneeling before him. Promise me to take your life into account. The large figure of the man had blurred once more, turning as indiscernible as the pictures in stained glass windows during rainstorms. There are people who expect you to come back too, Sa. The sizzle of skin heating up drew him back to reality. Sorry, Dragon-san. The one crouching before him wasn't the man he respected, but one he loathed. Still ain't ready to talk? All of his focus was on the yellow grin flashed at him, for if he were to let his brain truly register the smell of his flesh blistering up, he would fatally give in to his panic. I know I promised. Done, you wanna tell us about Roger's weakness? Or any on his crew, I ain't picky. Vakar sing-sang, putting his cigarette back to his lips and away from the blonde's neck. That first mate is his DMN annoyin' too. Wow, love, ta, make him pay for the men he slaughtered. Sabo tilted his head back to the side, pain flaring up as he faked interest and closed his eyes. Not really, nah. But I can't. Red dribbled to the floor, running along the cracks of the rocky ground and soiling it with its metallic stench. It was all he could smell, now. The taste of iron had taken over his tonsils hours ago, its sourness numbing any other possible flavor. He couldn't tell whether it was because of the ambient humidity or because of the room itself, but the air was heavier than it ought to be, too. There was a stuffiness to the cave that he had only ever associated with the few minutes preceding thunderstorms on summer islands. Cold sweat clung to his skin and clothes alike, tearing at wounds that begged to be left alone. Can you believe it? Vakar slurred through a thick cloud of smoke, smile bordering on nostalgic. Yep, been our guest for almost a day now. Yippee, Sabo coughed, rolling his eyes. Bring a cake. To celebrate. Was that how Luffy felt? Not yet, not yet. He laughed and pinched his cheek with one hand, putting out his cigarette against the left side of Sabo's neck with the other. You still got a few hours before you free to leave. With or without my head? Did he feel this small when Porchimi took him away? Fire plunged into his already scorched skin and his heartbeat doubled up. His teeth ground from how hard his jaw clenched, body instinctively jerking away from the heat. See, I gotta hand it to ya, you took these beaten like a champ. Vakar complimented, eyes rounding up. You been quite entertainin', so far and, if you wowl, just lego ya stupid loyalty, ya cowl, totally join us as my new cabin boy. Teeth bit down onto the inside of his cheek. Hard. No matter how satisfying it would have been to tell him to F off, he ought not defy such a man when he couldn't fight back. Not when the guy would not hesitate to cut his head off. But you know, this is gettin' repetitive, ain't it? One swift move of the hand and a lit match kissed Sabo's cheek. Not. Let's spark it up. He had miscalculated. Vakar's grin turned as sharp as it was wide. Nothing made a predator quite as dangerous as one who wanted to play with its catch instead of killing it. You done seem to like fire much, boy? Glee oozed from his voice like honey from a hive. Another match sparked to life. This time, he let the flame dance between them. Despite it only being a fickle source of light, it was enough to cast deep shadows over their faces. Sabo couldn't look away. It suits ya, though. His laugh extinguished the flame and his breath alike. It's okay. Bloated fingers curled around his too thin neck and forced his chin up and to the side. Air couldn't move past his throat anymore. You've had worse. Marks ya skin so beautifully, too, Vakar purred as fingertips tapped their way up his neck. 5, 6, 7, 7. The magic number. It'll heal. Enough to count all days owed the week. Enough for a music sheet. Nails digging into the blisters had Vakar's eyes shine brighter for each cry Sabo let out. It'll heal, this time. B.U.T. Hands withdrew in a flash. Hit with a sudden wave of oxygen, dizziness overtook his brain from both the pain and sheer relief of finally breathing again. It's okay. A quick snap of fingers summoned a goon to their side. You look thirsty, boy. The word sounded out of tune, too slow, too nice. Sabo shuddered at the near softness on Vakar's face as he extended a hand out to the other pirate. Wouldn't want you to lose your voice now, while I. It's okay, AY. Although it took place right in front of him, the exchange of the box of matches for a towel floating in a bucket of water seemed far, far away. The liquid rolled back and forth against the metal walls encircling it, drowning all other sounds around them. It smelled like the ocean. No. No. No no. 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 Not no 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 no. Not that. Smart boy, Vakar sing-sang, and Sabo couldn't tell what was worse anymore. The hand brushing down his face tenderly, or the fateful memories rising up, inescapable as the ocean's tides. Now this is entertainin'. Please no. Forgotten were his last bits of rationality. Forgotten was his training. Terror blinded him. Not. Vakar's laugh wrapped around him as he marveled at the drenched rag like a child finding a new toy. There was no denying the pride tainting each and every word he wielded to brag about his master plan. All Sabo could hear, however, was water dropping on the ground. Not water. Anxiety coiled around his chest. 2 sets of hands on his shoulders made its grip even tighter, hooked around his body with the resilience of hunters holding their wounded prey down to finish the job. Flattening himself against his chair, Sabo knew that he was only making it easier for them to hold him still, but he couldn't find it in himself to care. Not when he needed to put distance between them. Not when the water was creeping closer. "Yakao have told us about that fear earlier, boy." Vakar dramatically sighed, holding the towel by its upper corners, pretending to be in charge of a subtle and delicate work, instead of a dirty one. "Wow, have made you talk a lot faster." 2 more hands grabbed at his head and held it back forcefully, the blonde's panic trashing and fighting rendered utterly useless against the 3 grown men. Vakar laid the cloth over his face and pinched his broken nose. No. For a second, Sabo still could breathe. No. Then it started. Place. Water ran through the fabric and down his face. Heavy droplets sunk down his throat, unstoppable. No matter how loud he screamed, how viciously he fought, and how hard he begged, there was no stopping it. Not again. A low buzz rang in his ears and he was back in Goa, with ocean tears skimming down his face and feeble bubbles rushing out of his mouth and away from death. The sea had robbed him of his voice, leaving his lungs to sing their agony soundlessly. "Please." Waves pushed him down, down, down and away from the light. Each roll crushed his too small body under their weight, heavy as the kingdom's sins. Place. His lungs seized up repeatedly, yet never enough to expel it all. Crystals of salt carved their way into the fragile flesh and bile rose up his throat, burning it harder than the flames liking at his face. Despite the despair with which he fought to breathe, despite the stubbornness moving him like an inheritor of the D, his body was losing the battle. His limbs grew tired, tetanized by both exhaustion and oxygen deprivation. Lights danced over the surface, so close yet just out of reach, taunting him with hopeless relief. Please, plia. Seawater clogged his lungs. Like a sinking ship split at the hull, he gasped for air one last time, even if all that would greet him would be Davy Jones' hands closing in around his neck. IDONTWANTTODROWNAGAIN. The cloth slipped off and Sabo's neck snapped back up. Excruciating pain rattled his ribs, echoing deep into his bones for every cough squeezing the water out. Even through the dizziness, Sabo could feel his muscles' cries and his brain's desperate plea for air. His body limped forward lifelessly, head lolling against his chest for each new fit of cough. It hurt. It hurt and he couldn't rationalize his way out of it, couldn't even tell himself that he would be okay. Not when his throat was on fire and his lungs still soaking in water. Not when his hoarse breath was all he could hear. Seawater always does the job better, Vakar explained, beaming with satisfaction. Been told the taste's a nice change, too. Tired. He was so tired. Where did his body still find the strength to fight? Where did that survival instinct even come from? Wheezing more than he breathed, the blonde couldn't shake away the sensation of water sticking to his lungs. A murky dampness lingered, his whole mouth burning like someone had shoved ice down his throat. Enough. Vakar snapped his fingers and held a new rag out. Let's play some more. No more. Shudders crawled up his spine at the mere sound of water dripping from his clothes. Saliva pooled under his tongue and a wave of nausea followed. Please. Stubbornness stopped him from closing his eyes. Mercy. He was weak. He knew it, acknowledged it, even. He was just a kid. Helpless. Exhausted. Ashamed. Anything? But still oh so prideful. Anything but that? Sparks of resolution glimmered in dim blue eyes. He would not look away. He would not yield. Then it'll be. At that moment, nothing could have felt as dreadful as Vakar's smile. From the sharpness of his teeth to the dimples it carved around his mouth, Sabo could only discern sadistic joy. His eyes were wide open. As if yearning to imprint the scene in his memories so that he could go back to it when bored. For him to remember with misplaced fondness. Hovering closer and closer, without ever rushing it, Vakar's Adam's apple bobbed impatiently at the blonde's lethargy. His breath hitched. Then it'll be okay. Out of all the people he could have been kidnapped by, it had to be the insane one. It'll be okay. A madman. A bloodthirsty megalomaniac, high on torturing defenseless kids till they begged for a mercy he never would grant. Sabo thrashed against the chair. Four hands immediately locked back in place, bending his neck backward. His jaw was pried open by calloused fingers clawing at his face, nails digging deep under his mandibles. The drenched hem of the rag met his chin. It'll be. Heavy drops of salt water cascaded down his neck, rolling over burnt skin at a torturing pace. They liked their way through dirt and blood with the silkiness of sandpaper. Tears did not dwell from his eyes. It'll. Vakar's low chuckle wrapped itself around Sabo like bubbles did a sinking body, light yet fatal. A subtle sign of incoming doom, for it would keep rising to the surface while he would fall deeper and deeper. There was no need for a ball and chain dragging him down to the seabeds if his limbs turned to lead first. It won't be okay. Hey, did you hear that? The rag hovered over Sabo's mouth, lungs frozen expectantly and eyes glued to the cloth about to cover them. Was that? You heard that too, right? Did you hear it too? What could that be? Vakar groaned and the rag disappeared from sight. Why are y'all interrupting now of all? A loud bang. Cut him off. No. Not a bang. A knock. A violent one, at that, if the low noise ringing against the cave's walls was anything to go by. Who's the idiot? Another knock hammered against the door, metal creaking pitifully and bending inward. Vakar clicked his tongue but another bang. Shut him up. Then another. And another. And. No. Light seeped from underneath the door and the ladder took on a white, eerie glow. No way. It hissed and screeched like a kettle reaching its boiling point. All at once, its hinges popped off and burning metal blazed across the room. Deadly shrapnels pierced through skin with the smoothness of wire through butter. It can't. Sabo held his breath and so did the rest of them. For what felt like hours, yet couldn't have been more than a dozen seconds, silence ruled over the room. Everything, from the people to the water molding the walls, stilled. It can't be. The door fell. It crashed against rocks in a burst of smoke and dust, causing a gust of wind strong enough to blow out all the torches in the vicinity. Oi! Guns sprung up around him, locking onto the silhouette standing on the threshold. There was, however, a collective tremble shaking the hands wielding them. An instinctual fear at the presence of an apex predator. That's our brother. Sabo's heart dropped. They can't be, that's not, they can't. Thanks to the shock still coursing through them all, he barely had to fight the hands holding his head back to turn and look at them. They can't be here, they can't. Despite the obscurity, their figures were cloaked in a halo of light. Behind them, bodies piled up along the corridor's unsteady path, torchlights flickering at the entrance. They can't be here, that's dangerous, no. And, 'cause he's ya brother, you believe that you can just walk in uninvited? Not even Vakar's rasp snark could draw his attention away from them. Something was wrong. Sabo may have been burnt, sleep-deprived, bruised to hell and back, and running on his last bits of adrenaline, but even he could tell that something was wrong. Uncanny, his mind corrected. Unless ya here pay up for the brat, y'all have to leave, the captain barked, confidence oozing from his dramatic wave of the hand. I shall kill ya for breakin' that door. Wrong. But. I'm feelin' generous today. Tobacco-rimmed fingernails grabbed at his blonde curls and tugged his head back in place, the hardwood of the chair biting at his nape. He didn't register any of it. Wrong. I'm havin' so much fun with this kid that I'm willin' to let you go back to ya, captain, and give ya another chance. Wrong, RONG. Come on guys, loosen up. Vakar chuckled darkly, shaking the blonde's head back and forth. Smile a little. Sabo gasped. Ace strutted forward and the ping of guns echoed his steps. That's it. Luffy cracked his neck and crouched into a squat, pressing a clenched fist to the floor. That's what's WRONG. Neither of them were smiling. Why aren't they smiling? For all they loved to tease Ace about his anger issues and stray cat demeanor, he had dropped his mask of wrath and resentment long ago. Ever since they had reunited, the revolutionary hadn't seen his brother stop smiling for more than a couple minutes at a time. Sure, the pirate would complain and make faces the moment Roger was within sight, but otherwise? Their eldest would be grinning at their antics, smiling fondly while they pulled pranks on the crew, or even double over with laughter from some jokes only Toki and he were privy to. He should be. This was even truer in Luffy's case. It was one thing to see him express a myriad of emotions in half a minute, but it was another altogether to see him without a smile, especially in the face of adversity. The Straw Hat was always the first one to laugh at incoming danger. He threw himself into it wholeheartedly with a grin so big, so genuine, that no one could resist its pull. They should be. Expressions as cold as the water drenching his shirt, the brothers kept quiet despite Vakar's taunting. "Cheer up, boys." The words were slurred by alcohol and glee alike, unsteady as the calloused hand he waved before his face. "Done ya see all these guns pointed at ya? Ya really should lease. Gear second." Luffy's fist cracked like lightning. "What?" Or perhaps that was just the sound of Vakar's nose breaking. "What just?" Sabo's brain struggled to process what had just occurred. 1 second, his brother was on the other side of the room, skin fuming pink, and the next he was hovering over the pirate's body on the ground. Frozen by shock, the blonde couldn't even relish in the pitiful groans coming from the captain, nor in the sweet melody of his men panicking around them. See. Captain's down." Gunfires exploded around him, dust and powder twirling across the cave. Enemies turned to hazy silhouettes, voices melting with the chaos reverberating against the walls. Yells and gunshots blasted from left and right, fusing faster than he could keep up with. Pink skin stretched all the way to the other side of the room and right under the nose of the men still holding him down, becoming the main target of the goons nearby. When it flew back, it was with a snap. Stray bullets shot back to their owners and shouts of pain echoed as rifles dropped to the ground. Terror switched sides. "What are these guys? Sheet. This one's immune to bullets. This one's a Logia." Sabo's perception of the world was still altered by the torture and exhaustion, as if he had yet to emerge from the water his lungs had been dunked in. Flashes of fire sending people flying and limbs whipping legs all around the room felt like some distant scene he was only an observant to. A recording displayed through a Kamiko's droopy eyes that he would watch and analyze once the battle was over. Despite the merciless fights and burning rage moving the adults surrounding him, Sabo was still as water. And just as cold. So cold. "Sheet. Careful, he's..." The pressure around his skull vanished. It took him all of his willpower and focus to push through the pain that had petrified his vertebrae to lull his head forward again. His neck creaked and groaned at the effort, muscles reluctant to work after being stuck for so long. So cold. The itchy taste of gunpowder and sour one of blood were slowly spreading in his mouth, gusts of smoke forcing it down his nostrils and making his eyes water. He ought to have blinked it away, or coughed it all out. He knew that. He did. Tired. His eyelids dropped, heavier than ever. So tired. With the bark of orders thundering left and right, Sabo didn't register the sharp ring of metal hitting the floor, the metal teeth of the cuffs biting at his wrists and ankles finally loosening their heavy jaws. Red lines and white burns tickled from cold air lapping at his wounds. But he couldn't care less about the pain. He was free. Free. Wake up. Don't sleep, not yet, the revolutionary admonished himself, blinking the exhaustion away. Don't sleep yet. Instead of smoke and corpses, he opened his eyes to yellow. Wah! Familiar straw ruffled gently before his eyes, enveloping him in a safeness he had never once experienced before. It was a sunflower field on a bright summer day, full of loud laughter and endless smiles, embraced by the warmest of suns. "Lou." Glancing up, Sabo readjusted the hat over his head to look at his brother, chubby hands tightly gripping its hems. Luffy still wasn't smiling. "That's..." A hand cupped the back of his head and, before he had even made sure that this was safe, not them, safe, his body unraveled. It recognized Ace's warmth on instinct, it always did. It always would. Why? Ever so gently, and since when had his twin brother become so gentle? He held him up, tucking him against his chest. Sabo's face fitted perfectly in the crook of Ace's neck. Just like he did in his arms. Like a puzzle piece finally finding the spot he belonged to. Without moving, the blonde let the pirate carry him like the kid that he currently was, his embrace soothing him with the sheer protectiveness he felt from how delicately he held him. Fighting it sounded too tiring, anyway. Pointless, even. So cold. For the first time in years, all he wanted was to yield and be shielded. To close his eyes, knowing that he would be okay, because someone cared. Someone he trusted more than anyone else cared for him and would keep him safe. His brothers would protect him. They always did. So tired. "Luffy." Ace called, harsh tone contradicting the lightness of his embrace. "You get until we're out." Their youngest kept quiet, only answering with a nod of the head and a crack of knuckles. What does he mean? Propping his chin over Ace's shoulder, the revolutionary gazed at the scene before him, little arms struggling to wrap around his brother's neck. It all felt so far away. The smoke, the unconscious bodies on the floor, the incessant cries from fists beating pirates to a pulp. Even his brother's silhouette looming over Vakar's pitiful one seemed light years away. Was he always that weak? A light press at the back of his skull encouraged him to turn his head. Nuzzling closer to his brother's neck, he let his eyelids drop almost close, hidden by the large hem of the straw hat protecting him. Was I always that weak? Small fingers crunched Ace's shirt up. Well, not all 10 of them. His pinkies, now lacking nails to protect them, only smeared blood over the cloth. Cold. Cries of horror and shouts of pain melted away, his brain refusing to acknowledge them anymore. All he could think about was how long this was taking. They had been walking for a few minutes now, Ace shielding them from attackers with his fire and Luffy finishing them off afterward, following close. Somewhere behind them, he could hear a body being dragged across the floor. Wails echoed in the gallery, each cry more deformed than the other. Vaker's voice was distorted by agony, tormented by the knowledge that it wouldn't stop. Not yet. Perhaps not ever. So cold. Sabo couldn't have cared less. So we were underground, he thought to himself, repeatedly playing with a thread of his brother's shirt, refusing to look around. The most he allowed himself to see was the ground he would spot when setting his chin over Ace's shoulder again, his hat hiding the rest of the view. Did they hide in caves and tunnels the whole time? When was the last time they even took to sea? Tiredness drew a yawn out of him, which seemed so out of place, so normal, that he almost choked on it. The dampness was still present in his lungs, and his broken nose let him know that opening his jaw so wide wasn't advised at the moment. He oughtn't forget so easily about what he had gone through today. But it all feels so far away. He yawned again and winced at the pain, electing to ignore his body's warnings. I'm so tired. So cold. Straw ruffled with the breeze. Breeze? Lifting his head up, Sabo carefully held his hat in place. It was, after all, his brother's treasure. Are we outside? The cold air of the night greeted them at the mouth of the cave, mist rolling over his skin like ghosts of loved ones attempting to welcome him back in tender embraces. Treetops waved along with the wind, dancing from left to right under the moonlight. Aside from the low grumbling of the sea, it was dead quiet. No birds could be heard, not even the nocturnal ones. I wonder how they found me. There couldn't have been more than a few torches scattered around, yet it was enough for him to figure out where they were. This is why townspeople don't approach the mountains. Now that he had experienced it for himself, he could understand why civilians avoided it like the plague. No wonder the island's population had only built one town, then. The more they stuck together, the lesser the risks of being targeted. No one would find you in those tunnels. And if they armed them like they did for the cave I was in, even Marines would get trapped inside forever if they tried to help. I wonder how they found the way out too. Lou. Sabo glanced behind them and was greeted with the sight of his brother throwing Vaker back in the nearest tunnel. He was still alive, then. They heard Blue, Luffy grumbled, shoulders raised to his ears. They took him. I know. Ace cut him off, growl low enough for Sabo to feel his chest vibrate. Lou stared back at him. For once in their life, he was not privy to their silent communication. It was much more frustrating than he had believed it to be. Their staring contest was not only puzzling, but taking much longer than it ought to have. Fine. All of a sudden, Ace's warmth was taken away from him. No, not again. See him here, Luffy mumbled, grabbing him under his armpits and holding him close. Oh, thank the seas, AC. Hiken's got stuff to do. Thoroughly confused, Sabo clung to him as much as his exhausted body allowed. Lou's arms may have been much thinner than Ace's, but they held him up just as strongly. One of the pirate's hands kept him close so that he could wrap his legs around his middle, while the other petted the hat on his head. If the way he rocked him back and forth helped soothe the anxiety of watching their eldest walk back to the entrance of the cave, well, no one had to know. Where's Hiken going? Sabo startled. Who? The straw hat hummed low and pressed the blonde's head near his neck protectively, eyes set on Ace's back. Sabo glanced to their right. What are they doing here? What is he going to? A shiver coursed through his body. Rayleigh. Had he ever heard Luffy so cold before? From the man's squared shoulders, he hadn't been the only one surprised. Beside him, Roger shook his head silently. He's wiser than I thought. Another yawn fought its way out and Sabo rubbed at his eyes slowly, careful to avoid the bruises. A weight settled around his shoulders, Morpheus' arms embracing him and whispering in his ears to give in, to let go. A gasp, however, drew his attention away. What are they doing here? Hidden behind the captain's broad figure, the cabin boys stared at him with wide, horrified eyes. A fact he couldn't quite understand. Why do they look so scared? Shank's hands were clenching his top hat close to his frail body, crushing it flat against his chest. His chin was trembling so hard no words could have passed his lips, had he stopped biting them. Buggy's eyes shone with unshed tears, hands trembling as they gripped Roger's coat. He knew that look, had seen it countless times before, had avoided mirrors for weeks because of it. Guilt. Sabo closed his eyes, resting his head on Luffy's shoulder and relaxing his own. He was too tired to care. Too tired to find out why they looked like that when he had simply paid the price for his mistakes. Too tired, and too cold. Cold? Ah. my mask. He blinked himself awake once more, hands grabbing at the straw over his head, dragging it down and over his face. Is that why they're worried? Because I lost it? So cold? Before he could dwell on that thought and wonder if his brothers would be mad at him for losing his mask so stupidly, a bright light blinded him. A few meters away, Ace was standing in front of the main cave. His body was all reds and oranges, fire liking at the skin that hadn't been set ablaze. Oh! It burnt hot as his anger. So that's why. A protective hand tried to turn his head away, but he couldn't stop staring at his brother, whose stance was getting all too familiar. They never could have left unscathed. Flames gathered around his right fist, red vanishing altogether and white taking its place. Sabo had never seen him use such fire before, but he could feel its heat from here, haze engulfing his brother's figure. They never could have left at all. Expiring slowly, he relaxed against Luffy's shoulder, resting heavily against him. He couldn't look away, couldn't help but notice how hard Ace clenched both jaw and fists. For a second, specks of blue danced along the veins of his arm. And he struck. Heiken. He punched the air before him and flames followed through and deep into the cave. Ace's signature move. Fire spread down, down, down into the mountain's bowels, cleaning it of the vermin parasitizing it. Not that he could see any of it happening from where they stood, on the edge of the forest, but the horrendous screams that rose up confirmed it. Cold. Turning around, the blonde closed his eyes and hid his face in the nook of Luffy's neck. He didn't need hearing Valker's pleas nor his goons begging. Forgetting all about their voices would only make his future better. Yes, Sabo didn't need to hear nor look at the scene before him, especially not when his brothers were still not smiling. So cold. Both Ace and Luffy were still watching the raging inferno burn down anything, anyone, that had tried taking their brother away from them. Despite the fire's heat, they were as cold as Sabo felt. It's over? Eyelids fluttered close and muscles unraveled slowly. Part of him was aware that the straw hat wouldn't let go of him, no matter what. He could trust his brother. All over. One last thought crossed his mind as his consciousness faded away, body finally yielding to Morpheus' call. For the first time, fire felt safe. When his consciousness eventually crawled out of the dark corner it had holed itself in, it only managed to focus on one and only one fact. He had died. He had died and, while he would definitely not have bet on it, had reached heaven. There was no other plausible explanation as to why everything around him was so soft. The sheets covering him were dry and warm, the blanket weighting just enough for it to be reassuring. His clothes had been switched for a clean set of pajamas, much lighter than his drenched ones. After more than a day stuck on the chair of hell without getting any sleep, it felt like he had been tucked in between layers of clouds instead of cotton. The last time he had slept this cozily had been their nap on the white beach of Skypiea. Opening his eyes, Sabo tried to process his surroundings. The ceiling was a familiar one. When did we get back to the Oro Jackson? He wondered, brain still running much slower than usual. Thankfully, only the bedside lamp was lit, its light yellow and warm in the dark of the night. How long did I sleep? Were the beds always this nice or did they take the nice sheets out for the occasion? Curling his fingers tentatively, he was surprised to find them wrapped up, in gauze and hands alike. All 10 of his fingers were intertwined with someone else's, palms so warm he could feel their heat pass through the thick layer of bandages covering his. Even though his body felt like lead, Sabo pushed through the fog surrounding his mind and propped himself up on his elbows. These idiots. Sitting on the floor with their bodies curled over both sides of the bed, his brothers were holding his hands tightly and snoring peacefully. Luffy's mouth was wide open, drool staining the blanket he held up to his chest like it was some sort of flattened stuffed animal. To his right, Ace wasn't faring any better, his jaw was hanging so far from his face it looked dislocated, and his neck was bent at an angle that could not have been comfortable. Stupid idiots. They were here. They were here and real and with him. Both of them. Something moved on top of his chest. All of a sudden, green eyes were staring at him. Judgmental and, paradoxically, uncaring. Apparently, did not enjoy being woken up, not even by the one he had deemed his personal mattress. At least, he was the only intruder. Apart from his brothers and him, the infirmary was empty. Hopefully, the rest of them were all asleep in their respective quarters. Sorry? Sabo whispered with a crooked smile, unable to give the feline the pats and attention he clearly expected from a proper apology. Stared at him, chin resting over fat paws that were dangerously close to the blonde's face. Don't. The cat glared. No. And glared. And meowed. Oh, the little. To be more accurate, he let out the loudest, ugliest squeak a feline had ever produced, startling the two brothers awake. What happened? Under attack? Calm down. Sabo urged, grimacing from how hard they squeezed his hands. It's just ... Their jaws snapped back in place. The blonde was grateful for the silence, for 2 seconds. Now, all of their attention was on him. Fuck. He mentally swore, sitting up but keeping his eyes resolutely down. Brace yourself, you stupid idiot. They can't be scarier than Koala. No one's scarier than Koala. You'll be fine. Sab, blue. 2 elastic arms wrapped around him. Barely escaped Luffy's deadly hug as he took his place on the bed. Bawling his eyes out, he kept repeating Sabo's name over and over again, correcting himself mid-sob each time despite the unholy amount of snot running down his nose. Another pair of arms, stronger, warmer, encircled them and, although he moved slowly as could be, the revolutionary felt the same sense of urgency transpiring through Ace's embrace. The eldest wasn't crying but might as well have been, considering the way he hid his face in Sabo's short curls. Bo. The nickname was familiar. Heavy with memories and love that ran so deep Ace needn't say anything else. Oh no, I've got to say something, anything. Thoughts rushed and stumbled upon each other, body frozen with a fear radically different from the one Vakar had instilled before. I need to hug them and tell them I'm sorry. I need to do something. I need to tell them. His brothers stepped back a little, brows knitted with worry. Sheet, he must have kept quiet for too long. Luffy wiped his face with the blanket he had been hugging tight, not caring about the snot nor tears in the slightest, and Sabo could swear that when he glanced up, he saw his lips move. However, no sound reached him. All he could hear was the increasing beat of his heart pulsing against eardrums. Water. Somewhere on his right, Ace held a hand out and turned the blonde's face his way. There's water near. Even though he could see his panic reflected in silver eyes, his brain couldn't process it. No. The sound had been too low to be noticeable at first. But now that he had spotted the 4 bag hung beside his bed, now that he could see the liquid dripping slowly into it, there was no ignoring it. Not again. It was discreet. Slow and steady, like the waves lulling the ship outside. Like a ticking clock about to ring his demise. Please. His breath caught in his throat. Vakar wouldn't have let him fall asleep, he couldn't be dreaming. No. This had to be real. It had to. Please. Sabo. He gasped and air finally filled his lungs. You're safe, Bo. You're back. Look at me, come on. Ace's hushed whispers snaked their way through the thick haze of panic enclosing his mind. How long had he been trying to draw him back to reality? How long had he called his name? Had anyone else heard him? It's just us 3. And, the cat, I guess. But you're safe, I promise. Look, yeah, look at me, exactly, Bo, perfect. Luffy's head rested over his, oozing a calm steadiness his brother only ever showed when words failed them. Both his arms had been wrapped around him again, but it wasn't the Straw Hat's usual constricting hug anymore. He had settled himself behind Sabo, chin set over blonde curls and arms loose around his middle, protecting him from the world without taking any of his freedom away. Safe? He could feel each and every rough calluses on Ace's hands as they cupped his face, thumbs circling against the soft plump of his cheeks where it wasn't covered in bandages and band-aids. They were warm and so much more gentle than they looked. Just like their owner. These were hands that held what they loved close, fists that sparked fights to defend and protect. Safe. I have to tell them. It's okay, Bo, you're okay. They have to know. That's it, breathe deeply, it's okay. It's my fault. You're safe, you're ho. No. Don't. No. Sabo repeated, fists tightening and shoulders squaring as he lowered his gaze again. Why did he have to sound so weak? Why did he have to be so weak? You can't say it. Please. You can't. You can't. Please don't say it. Gasping for air, his head sank as low as his heart did. He kept grabbing at the blanket laid over his legs, fingers crooking against the fabric and trembling too hard to keep a hold on it. I can't hear it. Sabo opened his mouth again. No words made it out. I don't. Tears, however, did. I don't deserve to hear it. One by one, they rolled down his face, heavy with guilt yet light as feathers. Instead of proper words and sentences, hoarse sobs escaped him and his shoulders dropped from the burden he had carried on and on and on. Soon, the dam broke and Sabo felt it. The crack in his mask. Never before had he had the courage to simply sit and cry. Not since Dawn Island. Not since he had been ruthlessly ripped away from his brothers, his haven. No matter how much he trusted the revolutionaries, he had never managed and allowed himself to be weak in front of them. They relied on him, needed him to hold on when the world crumbled around them. Sabo wasn't supposed to break down. He was not. I'm sorry. Yet here he was, weeping, being held by the brothers he had sworn to protect. The brothers he had failed. Had lied to. I'm sorry. Fire lapped at his throat from the sobs choking his voice down. Small hands reached out in an attempt to soothe the pain, but all they met were bandages smelling of disinfectant and iron. He couldn't do it. He couldn't stop crying and couldn't process all the feelings resurfacing all at once. It was too much. I'm sorry. Too much pain, fear, guilt, shame. Sorry. Bo. Ace's arms closed around Luffy and him once more, drawing them closer. Although the eldest's voice was warm and steady, he could feel the fear shaking the hand at the back of his head. Don't. You're ho. Stop. No. He couldn't help but shout, this time. Stop. Tiny fists hit Ace's chest. Once. Twice. Again and again and again. But the eldest never moved. Never backed away, even as the blonde's hit grew in intensity, matching his desperate wailing. He never once looked away either, silver eyes crinkling oh so gently. As if he was readying himself to take on all the blame for what had happened. As if it had been Ace's fault. It hadn't. Sabo was the only one to blame. Don't say it. He yelled, voice cracking pitifully even though it was only 3 words. Seize, couldn't he do anything correctly? You can't say it. You can't. You keep saying that, Luffy mumbled behind him, chest rumbling low. But you are ho. Stop. You can't say it. Not now, not after. Bo. Don't. I made everyone lose time. I made you all waste time to find me and then fight just because I couldn't stay out of trouble. Bo. Stop. You were in danger because I was too weak. Bo. Don't be so kind. I don't deserve to be home. Just like the tears, words he had kept bottled up like a miniature ship, here for all to notice, yet for none to touch, were now tumbling out of his mouth and control. There was no stopping it anymore. You came for me? Even though it was my mistake, my fault. I ought to. I should have escaped on my own. I shouldn't have burdened you two with something so stupid. I failed you. His vision blurred, eyes burning as sharply as they used to when he opened them underwater after months without swimming in the sea. Just because I got stuck as a useless, worthless kid. He hissed, lowering his head and hiding behind clenched fists. Because I was stupid enough to fail again and get cursed by a stupid wizard. Because of me, you got stuck here with the people you hate and away from those you love. I don't deserve to be home. He had to face the truth. I'm sorry. I don't deserve any of it. I'm sorry. He had to say it. Please. I lied to you. Despair crawled up his chest and choked him on a sob, daring him to lift his chin and look them in the eyes. But he couldn't. Not this time. Please don't hate me. The whole time. I've been lying. Again and again and again. No matter how many times he begged for his voice not to tremble, it refused to follow his will. Shame and guilt made his words vibrate painfully in his throat, bearing his feelings raw for his brothers to hear. I lied to you. I'm not a pirate. I never was one. And I never will. Please. When that celestial dragon shot my boat, I said. I told you someone saved me. But I didn't tell you who. Forgive me. It was Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Sabo flinched at Ace's gasp. So he did know who it was. I didn't have my memories anymore, that I didn't lie about. I swear. But Dragon-san. He told me about what the revolutionaries do, what they fight for, and there was no way I wouldn't not join. This is everything I've ever wanted. So I did. I joined. Please. His voice wasn't the only one shaking anymore. Trying to keep his fingers steady only made them hurt more. And I can't go back. Sabo chuckled, laugh wet with tears. I can't. I love being a revolutionary. I found my place, with them. I feel like I belong there, Anne. Oh, sees I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Something was wrong with him. Why was he laughing? Why was he crying? Am I going crazy? I'm sorry, he insisted, guilt piling up and nesting between battered shoulder blades, making itself comfortable alongside the shame and loneliness that had settled eons ago. I'm sorry. I love it there and I can't leave them. They're family too. Pain stabbed his chest and he leant forward, forehead crashing over Ace's heart. It was almost as loud as his. They gave me a purpose, and it feels like I have people waiting for me. They rely on me and trust me, and his eyes closed and he pressed closer to his brother's chest, heaving through the tears flowing down his face. I'm sorry. I feel like I replaced you, but I don't want that. But I don't want to say goodbye. Don't make me. Hidden between them, Sabo felt the weight of his age settle deep in his bones. He was but a lonely, greedy child. He wanted it all. Don't make me choose. I don't want to leave them, Sabo cried out, heart bleeding not from a wound but from the sorrow he had persistently dismissed. I don't want to leave you. Never again. But I forgot. I forgot so much and I can't have it back. I forgot the most important people in my life. I don't deserve to stay with you. Please. Lifting his head up, he rubbed at his eyes, begging for the anguish tearing his heart apart to disappear once and for all. I broke our promise. I didn't become a pirate, I'll never be one. And now I'm stuck as a stupid kid and burdening you again. And I don't deserve. Pain exploded at the back of his skull. All of a sudden, he was jolted against Ace's chest, head hurting like Garp had given him the fist of love again. Which wasn't possible. Unless. Are you stupid? Lu, what the? Shut up, I'm screaming. Weirdly enough, it worked. How stupid are you? Despite the anger he should have been focusing on, Sabo couldn't look away from Luffy's menacing fist. It was covered in black. What are you even talking about, you idiot? Of course he'd awaken his armament hockey now of all times. The revolutionary hesitated, hands cupping the newly formed lump protectively. Somehow, the shock had been hard enough to stop even the tears. I lied to you. I got a new family and I broke our promise. Idiot. Another fist of love dropped right where the first one had landed. Oh, so now he can aim. Miming pitifully, Sabo threw the little pride he had left out the window and curled up against Ace, making himself look as small as possible so that he would defend him. Luffy bent forward at the hips and furrowed his brows as much as his elastic body allowed, glaring at him. Are you happy? Yeah. Are you free? Wah. Yeah. Then why are you saying you broke our promise? Oh. Sabo's lower lip trembled and blue irises glazed over. But who cares if you're a pirate or a revolu stuffy? Luffy yelled, poking at his chest with a hockey-covered index. You're free and happy. That was our promise. Ugh. You're even more stupid than me and Grandpa used to drop me on the head all the time. But Lu, no. Suddenly, the Straw Hat's face was an inch away from his, teeth sharpened by anger and, most likely, frustration. You're our brother. You can't replace us, it's too late. It's a forever thing. Ace snorted behind him and Sabo's heart startled. Jutting his lower lip out, Luffy crossed both arms and legs without ever stopping his irate mumbling, something about Dayton's disgusting sake being unforgettable anyway. His dark eyes glaring at him made Sabo feel like he had just been handed the trophy of biggest idiot of the universe by the king of fools himself. And what's that logic anyway? SCKS. We've got our own crews too, doesn't mean we replaced each other. Sab, Blue's a moron. Getting a bigger family calls for a party, not tears. Duh. There, Ace placated with a smile, patting both of their heads roughly. Lu's right, you know. Sabo blinked up at him. His chest was still heavy with pain and guilt, but his brain was trying to ignore it in favor of understanding the situation, even though it was a confusing one. Anger he had expected, yes. From Ace. Ace, who was smiling, like Luffy ought to have done. Had he messed up so badly it had switched his brother's personalities? You're our brother. The oldest asserted as he ran his hand through blonde curls, eyes wrinkling from how kindly he smiled. And you still were our brother when you didn't remember us. You still will be, even if we each have our own adventure. That won't ever change. But tears threatened to fall again. But how can you forgive me for forgetting? I left you. So what? We all forget stuff. Luffy piped in, pout still in place. You just have a mystery memory. It's okay if it doesn't always work. But stop that. Ace ordered, tugging on his ear like the mother hen Sabo knew him as. Don't. We forget stuff. You forgot stuff. That happens, we move on. Ouch. But, stop. Ace let go of his ear and flicked his forehead instead. Just ask us. The answer sounded so simple in his brother's mouth. The stuff you don't remember, I mean. You can just ask us and we will tell you the story again. Stop saying that everything's your fault. Pot, Luffy grumbled, pointing at Ace, then at Sabo. Kettle. Shut up, Lu. Ace hissed, turning red as his mask. As I was saying, stop that. It's thanks to you pissing a wizard off that we were reunited. Now we get to make new memories together. Dine and dash again, the Straw Hat nodded, finally approving of something. Tell you all the stories you said you'd write? Tag Team Grandpa to kick his butt. Train together to get even stronger. Do more treasure hunts on Mystery Islands. And go on even more adventures together. They grinned and this time, when something broke in his heart, he knew it wasn't a bad thing. Ace ruffled his hair and his smile sharpened. Don't talk about choosing sides again. No, it wasn't a bad thing. The Grand Line's big enough for all three of us and all our friends. Luffy finally laughed, tackling them into his signature chokehold of a hug. We can even protect each other, now. We couldn't save you back then, but now we won't fear anyone, shishishi. It was a wall. One he had built brick by brick around his heart, cemented with the belief that it was for the best. That this would protect his friends as well as his brothers, from him and his failures. For a decade now, he had been repeating the same mistake as back then, when he had been 10 and defenseless against Blue Jam and Outlook. When he had had no choice but to yield. We're brothers. Nothing will ever change that, Bo. But he didn't have to anymore. He didn't have to yield, nor to endure it all on his own. He had family to rely on, now. Brothers who loved him. It's okay. Biting down on his lips, the blonde slowly reached out. Tentatively, at first. Just a small hand on top of theirs. Then fingers curled down tight, 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 till blood seeped through white gauze. It'll be okay. This time, when tears rolled down his cheeks, they weren't met with anger nor worry. It'll be okay, now. This time, his smile was as genuine as theirs. I promise. I'm home.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification. So when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.